Testing audio. Testing, testing. Oh, testing audio. Hold on, let me just change the levels here. Testing, 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 testing.
Testing. Connor, testing, testing. One, two, three. You good? Welcome to the first day of Thomaston Place Auction Gallery's Summer Splendor Sale. I'm Kaj Javeu, owner and auctioneer, and today's sale is going to feature a large variety of interesting items, from pens to weapons and paintings and maritime items and toys and military and sporting items. It's going to be a really fun, diversified sale. We try to make the Friday sales a great mixture of a lot of different types of things. So it's an interesting sale to kick off our 3-day weekend sale. I want to thank all of our staff that work so hard to put these sales together. Picking up the stuff, cataloging the stuff, cleaning the stuff, advertising the stuff, photographing the stuff, and all the things that need to be done before you can sit here or be online and see all of the things that we're going to sell today. Our auctions are often being offered on 3 online platforms today, as usual: Thomaston Live Auctioneers, and Invaluable. You will hear me announce the winning bidders online, or the winning bidders number when the lot is sold. Our buyer's premium is 25% for only people bidding online, 20% for all in-house, live, phone, and absentee bids. Invoices will be emailed to the successful bidders by the end of the day on Monday, June 29th. If you bid online, your invoice will be sent to you from the bidding platform itself, and you must pay through the bidding site. Please look for your invoice and check your spam folder if you have not received an invoice if you know you have bought things. For housekeeping regulations required by the state of Maine, this sale is run by UCC Code Title 11, Section 2.328, applies to this auction. Our next sale is being held on July 17th, sort of an unusual sale. We're having features a variety of home furnishings that will be followed by our largest auction of the year, Summer Grandeur, 3 days, 1,500 lots, more than likely. We will have amazing collections of art, big collection of Maine artists, furniture, jewelry, antiques, vehicles, and much more, as usual, when we have our 3-day extravaganza sales. Without any further ado, I think it's time to go. Is it 9 o'clock? 11 o'clock? It is 11:01. And the first item of the day is 3 vintage corkscrews. And what would you like to say on those? How much, dear? $3.25 I have, and now $3.50. I have 3 1/4, now 3 1/2. At 3 1/4 and 3 1/2, at 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/2 and 75. I have 350 and 375. I have 350 and 375 and 400. This one has a name on it. I have 350 and 375. Patent July 1888. July 6th. Woodman's patent. 400 I have, and now 4 1/4. I have 400 and 4 1/4. I have 400 and 4 1/4. This was made for somebody. It says RUW. 4 1/4. 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4 and 4 1/2 on the 3 corkscrews, and 2 corkscrews in the bottle opener. 4 1/2 and 475. All with Emily all the way now. My 450 and 475. Nice group. 450 and 475. Years ago, I had one of these in bronze that said Pepsi. 475 and now 500. I have 475 and now 500. 500 and 550 now. I have 500 now 550 on the corkscrews at 500 and 550 if you'd like them. 500 once, 500 twice. We all in all done at 500. Going down once, twice, and they are gone. Live auctioneers, 500. Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, I'll pull it over when I need it. And the next item is a group of fountain pens. They came out of another estate. These are all estate merchandise that we're selling from different families. And what's your pleasure on the 27 vintage fountain pens? 450 I have, and 475. I have 450 and 475, and 450 and 75 anymore. 475 and 500 now. 500 I have, and now 550. With Carol now at 500 and 550 for the pen collection. I have 500 once, 500 twice, and for 550 on all the group of pens. 27 of them, 27 of them. I have 500 once, twice, anymore. All in all at 500. With Carol at 500. A Repilog 16-inch World Classic Series Globe on stand. And what's your pleasure on that fun thing right there? We have, how much? 200 I have, and now two and a quarter, and 2.5, 2.5, 75, 300, 300 I have with Carol now. Jen's out, 300 now, 3.25. I 300 now, 3.25. This comes from an estate down in Saco, I think. I 300 now, 3.25. I 300 once, twice in for 325. We all in, all done at 300. We are 300. Next we have, these are wonderful pieces right here from a local home that Rob is carrying. These are these are very unusual, possibly one of a kind, hand carved and painted marionettes in the style of Zuzika of Prague, suspended a wooden, and on those right there, what's your pleasure on those? How much there? 3.25 I have, and 3.5, and 75. 375, 400, and 4.25, all over the place. 4.5, 475, 500, 500 I have, and 5.5, and 600. I have 550 and 600. How wonderful that is! It's a sculpture and a toy at the same time. I have 550 with Carol on the dragon. I have 550 and 600. 600 I have on the floor, and 650 now. I have 600 on the floor with a lady, that fabulous sculpture. I have 600 now, 650. Any more? One of a kind, possibly. Any more? You got it. It's too late. 600. What's your number? Number 28. 600 to 28. Don't hesitate. Next we have Don Quixote. Look at him, how happy he is on his steed. And on Don Quixote, what's your pleasure on him? Made by the same artist. And what's your pleasure on this one? May we have what? 500 wares, 400, 300, 200. How much? 275 and 300. I have 300 on the floor and 3.25. I 3.25 and 3.5. I 3.25 and 3.5. At 3.5 here and 375. I 3.5 is on the floor and 375. I 350 is on the floor and selling 375. 400 would you like him? 400 on the floor with the lady seated. I have 400 now, 4.25. I have 400 now, 4.25 if you like it. 4.25, 4.5. I have 4.5. She's on it still in the middle. I have 4.5 on the floor and 475. I have 450 and 475. She started at 500, but we're all right. I have 475 and now 500. 500's on the floor in the center. I have 500 now, 550. I have 500 now, 550 and 550. Any more? Selling once, selling twice. To the floor. 500, 500 to 33. Thank you, ma'am. 533. Those are wonderful. Next we have a pair of Picasso-themed cigar humidors. Very interesting. These came in on free appraisal day, I believe, and they have pictures by Picasso on the cover, and they're beautifully made inside in cedar. They even have the humidor inside and everything ready to go. What's your pleasure on those? 150 I have, and now 175 and 200. I can't imagine what these cost. I have 175 and now 2. I have only 175 and 2, 175 and 2. Gonna sell them. 175 once for these great cigar humidors or tobacco humidors. I have only 175 and 200 if you like them. At 175 once, 175 twice. Any more? Nice buy. 175. Who got those? Live auctioneers, 175. Next, we have a Harvard bronze bookends in the style of Daniel Chester French. These are modeled after the original big bronze by Daniel Chester French, and they're beautifully done, and they're wicked heavy, and they have the Jennings Brothers label on the bottom. They did a lot of casting of figures like this. And what's your pleasure in those? 200 I have and 2.25. I have 200 with Carol now, 2.25. I have 2.5 and 275. I have 250 now, 275. 275 is on the phone. 300 with Carol online and now 3.25. I have 3.25 on the phone with Kayla and now 3.5. I have 3.25 now 3.5 and 375 is on the floor with the gentleman on the left. I have 375 over there. I need 400. I have 400 over here and 4.25, sir. 4.25 on the floor and now 4.5. I have 4.5 over here and 475 on the floor and 500. One of you. I have 475 with the gentleman's seat. 500 on the phone and 550 if you want them. 550s on the floor and 600. I have 550s on the floor. Gentleman left. 600 on the phone with Kaler and 6.5. Would you like 6.5 on the floor and 700? I have 650 over here on the floor. 700 with Kaler on the phone and 750. No, thank you for your help. I have 700 with Kayla on the phone. I have 700 once, 700 twice, and for 750. You sure? You good? 700. 361. Oh, here's a cool piece right here. One of a kind sculpture right here that Rob's got. This is a wonderful little piece. It's a polished piece of malachite with a gold unicorn, a nice solid gold unicorn. And what's your pleasure on that? 300 I have, and now 3.25, 3.25, 3.5, 3.5, 3 all over the place. I heard Emily first. I 3.5 with Emily and 375. I 350 and 375. A unique piece in 14 karat gold. I 375. Where are we? 350. Looking for 375. I 350 and 375 if you like it. At only 350 and 375, I'm going to sell it. Any more? Sold 350. And off we go to the next wonderful item right here. Now, we tend to offer all kinds of things here. This is a circa 1870 British case surgical tool by Mayer and Metzler. Mayer and Metzler. Can you imagine they took that on the field to do surgical work? It was founded in 1864 in London. And what's your pleasure in that? 1.25 and 1.5. At 1.25, 1.5 is like brand new condition. At 1.25 and 1.5. At 1.25, 1.5 anymore. At only 125 in that rare instrument in beautiful condition. 1.25 once, twice. Gonna sell it anymore. Sold 1.25. Oh, these are fun. A whole group of Barbara Scarponi miniature silver sculptures on natural wooden blocks. And what's your pleasure in all those little sterling silver objects? How much? 50? 60. I have there's a rabbit and a jack in the pulpit, 90. There's a little bird, a goat, chicken. This is what is this guy? Sort of an unusual little guy right there. Where are we now? 90, now 100. I have 90, now 100, 90, now 100 for that nice group of sterling silver sculptures. No money for those anymore. And 90 once, twice, aiming for $100 on all the little sterling sculptures. Any more? 90, Carol. Oh, was it? Next, we have a Colich and Company New York Case Surveyor's Transit with tripod and metering stick. And what's your pleasure in that? 100 I have, and now 1.25. I 1.25. It's like brand spanking new. A nice piece right there of the Surveyor's Transit with tripod and metering stick. What's your pleasure? I have 100, now 1.25. I 100 only, 1.25 should be everywhere. That's an expensive piece of equipment. I 100, now 1.25. At 100 once, twice, going to sell it. Any more? 1.25 and 1.5. 1.5 and 175. I 150, now 175. That's all right, good job. I 150, now 175. The whole complete 175. You can be in the surveyor's business in another 5 minutes as soon as you pay us. I have 175 and now 200 I have with Carol. Now 2.25. This is a serious instrument. Beautiful condition. Came in on free appraisal day. I have 200 now 2.25. 200 once, twice, in for 2.25. Going down once, going down twice, and it's gone to Carol. 200. Next we have more miniature sterling silver objects. These are good ones right here. There's a little bell. There's somebody for a violin. These will make great presents. This is a doctor's table with the tools and so on. An airplane, cello. What else do we have? A bag of money and another plane. What's your pleasure on those? 250 I have and 275. I have 250 and 275. Great sterling silver miniatures. I have 250 and 275. At 250 once, 250 twice. Oh, that's a champagne bottle. And 275 if you like it. 250 going once, twice, any more. Carol 250. Online bidder. Next we have a hydrothermograph by Short Mason of London. If you need one of these, we have it. We try to have one of everything for you. Keep it interesting, and it has all this stuff with it. And what's your pleasure in this one? 150 have 175. 150, 175 is brand spanking new. I don't know if it's ever been used. I 150, now 175. Any more? 150 once, twice, in for 175. We all in? All done at 150. Seems reasonable for that. I'm going to sell it. 150 it is, Carol. Next we have, this is a fun little thing right here. Came with all the other little silver things. Tiffany Sterling Case Miniature Webster's Dictionary. So if you want to have a dictionary in style, this silver cover is by Tiffany and Company, the jewelers, of course. And what's your pleasure in this? 150 have and 175 and 200. 200's on the 200 Carol and 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. 2 and a half and 75 and 300. 300, 3 and a quarter, 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half, 3 and a half, 375, 400. 400, 4 and a quarter. The book is out. I have Carol at 400 on the rare silver covered miniature Webster's Dictionary at 400 now, 4 and a quarter by Tiffany and Company. I have 400 once, twice. You'll have the only one in the neighborhood. Any more than 400? Sold, Carol, 400. Next we have four early portable gold scales. We call them gold scales, but they could use them for anything at all. A lot of times they were used to weigh medicine, opium, all kinds of stuff. Anyway, what's your pleasure in the group? 100 they have, and 1 and a quarter. I have 100, 1 and a quarter. These sell in the shops for a lot of money. I have 100 now, 1 and a quarter for the 4 of them. I have only 100, 1 and a quarter. They have the weights with them. Some of these have the instructions with them, with the 18th century directions to go. This one has a beautiful inlaid box for it with all the stuff. And I have only $100. Seems like a bargain. Anyone for 100 and a quarter? Once, twice, any more? $100. Okay, next we go to some more silver objects, some little animals. 6 silver animal figures right here. We've got, of course, a parrot, an owl, a bird, a cat, a lion, and a frog. That's a nice combination. What's your pleasure in these? 1 and a quarter and 1 and a half. These are all solid sterling silver. I 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half anymore? 1 and a half is on the floor. Of course, now 175. 175 and 200. No money for these. 200 and 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. 2 and a quarter once, twice anymore. 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. I would. 2 and a half and 275. 275 and 300. I 275 and 3. Nice group. I 275 and 300. A lot of silver weight there. I 275 and 3. 275. Emily. Next here's a beautiful piece of English Majolica. Look at this. Has 3 standing cranes holding up the bowl, which is water lily pads. Beautiful condition. And out of a place in Saco, Maine, I believe. And what's your pleasure in that lovely piece of early English Majolica with herons and lily pad, Taza? 450 I have and 475. This is a rare object. 475 on the floor and 500. 500, 550, ma'am. Yes, on the floor and 600. I have 550s on the floor and 600. I have 550 on the floor once, twice, anyone for 600. All in, all done at 550. It's yours at 550 to 42. Lovely piece. On the floor to lot number 42. This is a beautiful piece of heavy, brilliant American cut glass with a grape and leaf pattern sterling silver border. A lot of heavy silver mount on that. What's your pleasure on this one? 150 I have, and now 175. I 150 and 175 at 150 and 175. There's more than that just for silver around the edge. At 150 and 175, I'm going to sell it. 175 and 200, that beautiful bowl. Did we ever check to see if it was signed? We have 150, 200 I have, and 2 and a quarter. I have 200, 2 and a quarter. You know how to check for signatures on cut glass? So they do a little frosted signature in the center of the bowl, and you go like this, and if you have enough oil on your hand and there's a signature, you can decipher it. This one doesn't seem to have a name on it. We have 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. 2 and a half and 275. Well, if you want a good one, this is it. I have 250 and 275. I have 250 once, twice, him for 275. We all in, all done at 275 in time and 300, that beautiful bowl. I have 275 and 3. At 275 once, 300 and 3 and a quarter. I have 300 now, 3 and a quarter. Just needs a good polishing. I have 300 now, 3 and a quarter. Any more? 300 once, twice, him for 3 and a quarter. Sold, 300. Live auction is. Nice bowl. Oh, look at these. These are unbelievable. We haven't had any candy store jars or drugstore jars like this in years. This is all cut crystal with a name on the front of it. This one says Caramel Rolls. Remember those, how good they were? Boy, now I'm getting one of those. Anyway, we have one that says candy wafers and caramel rolls. May have a couple. I have 2,000 and 2,100. I have 2,000 already. I have 21 and 22. 22 is on the floor and 23. 23 and 24 is on the floor. 25, 25 and 750 now. At 2,500 with Jen. And floor is out at 2,500 now, 2,750. At 2,500, 2,750. At 2,500 anymore. Everyone else is out. Is with Jen. The FC bid is going to take that fabulous pair for $2,500. 2,500 once, twice, anymore. Boy, they're going to be happy, Jen. 2,500 your way. 2,500 on 412. Another rare piece of asparagus from another local home. This is a 19th century Majolica asparagus server with underplate. Beautiful, beautiful condition. Again, nicely marked, no damage. And what's your pleasure on the asparagus server? Right here. You have a couple of dollars, 200 I have, and 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and 275. I have 250 now, 275. I have 275 is on the floor, and 300, 3 1/4, 3 1/4 on the floor, and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4 with a lady on the floor, and 3 1/2. That rare piece. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 75, 75. Is that a yes? It's at 375 and now 4. I have 375 and right on the with a lady on the floor at 375 and 4, and going to sell at 375 once, twice, even for 400 anymore. 375, 42. 375 down to 42. Next, we go to a mint condition oak roll-top desk with tambour front from the Belkin Estate in Camden, Maine. It's like brand spanking new. What's your pleasure on that? Maybe we have $100 and set it in. $100, that nice little roll-top desk. Be great for a kid or a young person. Anyway, for $100 for that nice roll-top desk. 100 I have, and now a quarter. I have 100 and a quarter, no money. I have 100 now a quarter. It's going to be sold. It's unreserved. I have 100 once, 100 twice, and for 1 1/4. You bought it, ma'am. $100. Nice buy. Number 50. 100, number 50. Solid oak. Oh, here's something unusual. Boy, if you wanted to make some jewelry, this is a piece of gem quality, a big piece of gem quality lapis. Look at the silver running through that lapis stone. Just the way it came in. It was used as a paperweight. What's your pleasure on that? 150 I have, and now 175 and 200. I 175 and 2. You can make a lot of jewelry out of this. I 175 and now 200. 200 I have, and 2 1/4. I have 200 with Carol, now 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. At $200, 2 1/4. Beautiful piece of lapis. Anyone for 2 1/4? We all in, all done. With Carol at 200. Is that correct? Any more? 2 1/4 with Carol, and 2 1/2. Beautiful, big piece of lapis. 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and 75. I 250 now, 275. At 250, the greatest color. That's the greatest blue color you want to find in lapis. At 250 now, 275. 250 once, twice, same for 275. All in, all done. At 250, and it's gonna go, and it's gone. 250, Carol. Here we go. Never used. A collection of Invicta set of 3 cased watches. Never used, with all the documents. Came in on free appraisal day. If they found it in the house, all sealed, never opened, never used. What's your pleasure on all the Invicta watches? 100 I have, and now 1 1/4. I have 100, 1 1/4, 100, 1 1/4. I have 100, 1 1/4. Any more? 100, 1 1/4. This one has, this one's interesting, it has a spider that goes around inside the dial. Kind of fun. What's this one do? They all do different stuff. This one has multiple dials. And that one is like a racing one. And I have only $100, 100 1/4 on all 3 of those watches. No money. We can see there's no rappers that live around here. I have 100 now, 100 1/4. Any more? All in all, then $100, 1 1/4. Sold $100. Live auctioneers. Next, we have 2 large, high-quality picture frames. That's the little one, and the big one is leaning against that case right there. And on those really high-quality frames. So this frame, I just had a little one made this big, like this. It was $700 by this same company. This is a major piece. This would probably cost $2,500, $3,000. And this one is the type of frame you could have on that rare Gilbert Stuart painting. Anyway, that's an early period frame on that Zeb's holding. What's your pleasure on these? May I have 500? I have 500, now 550. I have 500, now 550, and 500 and 550. 550, I have in 600. I have 550 and 600, I have in 650. I have 600 now, 650, 700. I have 650 and 700. These are great frames. I have 650 and 700. At 650 and 700 for the pair of these. I have 700 with Kayla on the phone, of course. I have 700 now, 750. I have 700 from 750. I have 700, 750 from the Linda Bean estate. I have 700 now, 750. 750 online, of course, and 750 now, 800. And 750, 800, a fraction of what one of 800, of course, on the phone now, 8.5. I have 800 or 8.5. At 800, 8.5 should be no hesitation. You can't find these frames anywhere, especially that gold, early gold one. I have 800 or 8.5. 800 once, twice. I'm going to sell it at 800 with Kayla on the phone. 850 with Darren just jumped in. At 850 now, 900. I have 850 now, and I should have started at 1,000. Of 900 I have with Kayla, now 950. I have 900 now, 950. A fraction of the value. I'm going to sell it. They are unreserved. 950 with Carol. Somebody new came in, and now 1,000. I have 950 and 1,000 if you want them quickly. I have 1,000 where? And 950 is online and $1,000. I have 1,000 with Carol on the phone, now 1,100. I have 1,000 on the phone, 1,100. In a nice condition. I have 1,000 once, 1,000 twice in for 1,100. We all in, all done at $1,000, 1,100 at a time. Darren's getting in the last minute, and now 1,200. I have 1,100 on Darren's phone, now 12. 11 and 12, 11 and 12 anymore. All in, all then 1,100 on the phone with Darren, now 1,200. Once, twice. Great buy on those frames. Sold, 1,100, Darren. 326, 1,100. All right, more fun stuff coming up all day. Oh, look at these. These came in free appraisal day. These are three rare 1879 Sydney, New South Wales, Australian medallions in bronze. And what's your pleasure on these? What's your pleasure on these? May I have a couple $100 and set them in? 100 I have, now 1 1/4, 1.5 on the floor, and 175, 200, anyone. I have 175 and now 2. I have 175 for the three of them. They list out at like 250 a piece. I have 175 and now 200. I have 175 with Jen and now 200 anymore. At 175 once, twice in for $200. A nice bronze medals from Australia. At 175 once, twice, and gonna go anymore. You got them. 175, Jen. 75, 18, they're going to be happy. Next we have, beautiful painting right here. This is by Robert Franklin Galt. We got these from the executor who was in charge of this estate. This is a fabulous American painter who has had nowhere near the amount of publication or promotion that they should. Artist with red hat in birch woods in American pointillism. And what's your pleasure on that? May we have $500 and set it in. $500 in that beautiful original painting. This guy's a fabulous painter. Anyone for $500 to open this painting? Interested? 500? Pass it away. Next object. Next we have a gilt metal taza with relief decoration in gilding with sunflowers and birds and all enameled in here. What's your pleasure in that? Lovely piece right there. Maybe we have a couple $100 and set it in. 200 where? 100 I have now, 1/4.5. I have 1.5 and 175. 150, 175. It's a solid bronze. I have 150 now, 175. Way under the money for that. I have 150 now, 175. Any more? And 150 and selling. Once, twice, any more? Jen. 401 buys. 150 absentee bid. Next we have Walter Graham, a Butte native American, paddling his canoe, watercolor on Asha's paper. Beautiful watercolor right there. It almost looks like it has the feeling of a John Wharf and even a little bit of a Homer, actually. Beautifully done. And what's your pleasure in that lovely painting right there? 300 I have, and now 3 1/4. I have $300 only, 3 1/4. 3 1/4 should be everywhere. 3 1/4, 3.5. 3 1/4, 3. That's a fabulous picture. I have 3 1/4 and 3.5. At 3 1/4 once, twice in with 3.5. Don't lose that painting. That's a beautiful painting. I have 3 1/4, 3.5. At 3 1/4 once, twice in for 350. All in all, that 3 1/4. Who's got that? Emily's at 3 1/4 and 3.5. Should be everywhere more than that. I have 3 1/4. Gonna sell it. Any more? Sold. 3 1/4. We gotta move on. Moving on to the next one. Oh, this is a fun piece. Look at this lovely big porcelain right here. A Meissen porcelain figure group. After Otto Pilz is the designer. And on that right there, the little girl with her rambunctious goats. What's your pleasure in these? How much? 150 I have, and 175. I have 150, 175, and 200. Beautiful piece of sculpture signed on the back, incised in the porcelain. We had 175 with Carol and 200 now on that huge piece of beautiful porcelain. I've only 175 and now 200, and gonna sell it at 175 once, twice, in for $200. Nice piece of porcelain right there. Think of the workmanship that goes into sculpting that. At 175 once, twice, in for 200. It's 175 then. And next we have a famous American artist, Jesse Leach France. A French fishing boat beached at the end of the day, watercolor. And on that one right there, what's your pleasure on that? 100 I have, and now 1 1/4. Beautifully executed. 100 1/4, these soft pastel colors. I would have it taken out of this frame, put a beautiful French rule mat on it, and a different frame. It'd be outstanding. I have 100 now, 1/4. I have only $100, 100 1/4. Love it. I'm 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. That's what you want to do with that. 1 1/2 and 175 and 200, 200 and 2 1/4. I have 200 and 2 1/4. It's a well-known artist. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. At 200 once, twice, in for 2 1/4. Any more? Sold 200. Next we have a Schwartzberg Workshop Art Deco porcelain figure. Look at her. And she is ready to roll. What's your pleasure on this one? How much? 1 1/4 I have, and 1 1/2. 1 1/4. This is from the same house that had the little girl with the goats. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and this nice German porcelain piece. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Great Art Deco piece. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Look at the laced-up boots. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Feathered hat. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Any more? All in all, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2. We good? 1 1/4 it is. Next we have C. Myron Clark, another famous American painter from Massachusetts. Autumn Woodland Stream watercolor, dated 1897. What's your pleasure on this one? Maybe we have a couple $100 to set it in. This is from the Kinney estate. Maybe we have a couple $100 to set it on this one. How much? 100. It's here to be sold. I have 100, 1 1/4. It's got a nice acid-free mat on it, so you don't need to remat it. I have 100, 1 1/4 on the floor, and 1 1/2. I have 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. Nice picture, reasonable at 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/2, 75, yes, and 200. At 175 is the gentleman on the floor. At 175 and now 2. At 175 and 2, that known American artist. Any more? Selling once, selling twice. At 175, you got it. 175 to 21. 21. 21, yep. Going right along nicely, we have 48 pieces of Royal Doulton Persian spray china. And what's your pleasure on that? 475 and 500. Look at that beautiful pattern. I have 500. I have in 550 now. 550, 600. I have 550 and 600. 650. At 600, 650 and 700. 700's on the floor. I have 700 on the floor. And 750, 750, 800 on the floor. 850. I have 850, 900 on the floor. Yes, 950 now. I have 900, 950, 1,000 on the floor. Only hurts for a minute, darling. Is that a yes? 1,000, she said. 1,100, and now 12. I'm sorry. I have 1,100, now 12. 11 with Emily, now 1,200. 11 once, 11 twice, in for 1,200. 1,200, she's back in. I have 1,200 on 13 I have with Emily, and 1,400. I have 1,300, now 14. I have 1,400, now 1,500. 1,400 is with its ladies seated. 1,500 now with Emily, and now 1,600. I have 1,500 and 1,600. I have 1,516, 1,600, now 1,700. 16's on the floor and 17 now. 17 with Emily, now 1,800. Thank you for your help. I have 1,700, now 1,800. I have 1,700, now 1,800, 17, now 18. 1,700 once, twice, in for 1,800. Any more? You could average it out. The Majolica was reasonable. I have 1,700, now 1,800. We all good? 1,700. Next, we have a really cool piece right here. This sculpture is called Phantom Industrial Art Glaze Sculpture Pottery 2019 by Jonathan White of South Portland, Maine. And on that large piece of sculpture, what's your pleasure on that? 500 I have, and now 550. I have 500, now 550, and 550 and 600 on this lovely industrial sculpture. I have 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600 and 550 and 600. A Portland, Maine sculptor. I have 550 and 600. 550 once, twice, in for 600. We all good? Once, twice, and it's gone. 550. And right behind me is this one. Right here. This fabulous big painting by George Eastman Cook from North Carolina, and worked in Europe also. And what's your pleasure on this one? I have a couple $1,000 and set it in. How much? 2,000 I have, and now 2,100. I have 2,000, now 2,100. I have 2,000, 2,100. Again, this frame is in 22 karat gold, about $8,000 to have made, just the frame. I have 2,000, now 2,100. I have 2,000, now 2,100. No money for that painting. I have 2,021, should be everywhere. Got to be sold. That estate has to be closed out at $2,000 only. 2,000 once, 2,000 twice. That fabulous painting. Can't believe it. We're selling this item right here in this 22 karat gold custom arts and crafts carved corner frame at 2,000 once, 2,000 twice. Any more? What a buy. Emily, 2,000. Next we have a KPM Berlin armorial porcelain plate for Graf von Finkelstein, the 19th century. That's the crest. And what's your pleasure on that? On that KPM porcelain plate, may we have what? $100. Set it in. $100. Starting things right. $100 where? I said, but $100. Nobody wants that. And the answer that KPM 100 I have, and now a quarter. I have 100 now a quarter. 100 now a quarter. I have 100 once, twice in the Lang Estate in Rockport, Maine, a beautiful mansion on the ocean. I have $100 and 100 a quarter. Any more? Once, twice, and it's $100 then. Next we have, a beautiful painting by William Henry Detlef Kuhner. And on that right there, it's called Standing Guard. And may I have what? 5,000 where? 2,500 I have, and now 2,750. 2,750 and 3,000. 3,000 on the floor and 32 and a half. 35 with the lady, 3,750. 4,000 back to lady, 4,500. 4,250, sorry, and 4,500. Yes, and 4,750, yes, and 5,000. No. It's with Jen, and he went for 5,000. That fabulous painting by him. I have 4,750 once, twice, and went for 5,000. It's off the floor to the absentee bidder at 4,750. Make sure. All good? Sold. 4,750. Jen. Next we go to this lovely cut crystal and silvered bronze triple dolphin piece. I was so tempted to polish this because I like to polish silver. This thing is going to come out incredible. I almost polished it last night. I said, I better not. Anyway, we had a painting one day that we sold, and we sold it. We had it cleaned, and so the guy that bought it didn't want to take it because we had it cleaned. But it was beautiful. It came out beautiful. So we said, okay. So we took it back. He bought it for $5,000. We sold it again. It brought $17,500. The people that owned it were very happy with us. Anyway, how did I get on that story anyway? I was going to clean up. Yeah, anyway. If you get this and you need it polished, I'm for hire. Anyway, that beautiful piece of American cut glass with the silvered bronze dolphins holding it up. What's your pleasure on that? 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/4, 3 1/2. It's from the Cyril Frank Estate in New York City. 3 1/2. Thank you. And 375. I 3 1/2 is on the floor with the lady seated. And 375 in that beautiful piece. I 3 1/2 and 375. 350 once, twice, and 375. You got it. 350 to 42. 350 to 42. Here's another painting by William Henry Kuhner. And what's your pleasure on this one? Another beauty right here. And he went for $1,000. That lovely one. Expensive frame again. And he went for $1,000 on the corner. And he went for $1,000. $750. $500. The last one brought $4,750. Hello. And he went for $500. And he went for $500. $500 I have. And $600 now. I have $500 on the floor. No money. At $500, $600. We've sold them for as much as $12,000. I have $500 once, twice in for $600. All in all, then it's $500 on the floor. $600 if you like it. $500, 21. Next we have, from the people that had the other good porcelains, the Porcelain Grouse by Karl Enz of Wohlstadt. And on that right there, circa 1910, on that little, what is it, a porcelain grouse, on the little grouse right there in beautiful condition. What's your pleasure on this one? 1 1/4, 1 1/2. These people have some great porcelains. This is from Northeast Harbor. 1 1/2 and 175. At 1 1/2 and now 175. At 150, 175. Any more than 150, 175. All in, all in at 150 on the little grouse. 150, 175. Any more? 150, Carol. It's all here to be sold. Here we go with the next item. Next, we have another William Henry Detlef Kuhner painting right here, A Gesture of Farewell. And he was a well-known Western illustrator. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on this one? And we have what? $1,000 where? $750, $500. They want him sold, and he went for $500 on that one. These are original paintings by him, and he went for $500. Nobody wants that one? Once, twice, anymore? Passed away. Next object. Next, we have a pair of 19th century Staffordshire cow figural groups by Thomas Parr. The maker is Thomas Parr. And on those right there, what would you like to do in those? 100 I have, and now quarter. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, 175, 170, 200s on the floor here, and 2 1/4, 2 1/4, and 2 1/2, 2 1/2. With you, John, 275, 275. No, she's out. Mine's out. 275 with Carol, now 300. At 275 and 3, at 275 and 300. Any more? Once, twice, and sold. 275, Carol. Online bidder, 275. Next we have William Henry Detlef Corner again. This is called the Town Boss. This is a good one. And Town Boss, what's your pleasure on this one? May have $1,000 and set it in. $1,000 where I said $1,000, $500 I have, and now $550. I $500 now $550. No money for these. I $500 now $550. At $500 once, $500 twice. I'm going to sell it at only $500. A valuable artist. Any more than $500. Sold $500. Okay, next we have, oh, this is fun. Look at this. Justin Tatarski, California artist. Busy Town is the title, and these pottery things. Can you imagine having that if you're building a house and you want to have something cool behind the sink or the stove? This would be fun. And what's your pleasure in this? 3 1/4 and 3 1/2, 3 1/2 and 375 and 400, 400 and 4 1/4, 4 1/4, 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4 with Emily now and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4 with Emily and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2. It's the only one like it. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2 anymore. 4 1/4 once, twice. Same one for 4 1/2. It's sold for 4 1/4 then. Next we have 4-piece Polynesian tapa cloths on the tapa cloths. And on those right there, what's your pleasure on those? On the tapa cloths, and each of those at $100. Start them off at $100 for 4 pieces. These are nice old ones. And he went for $100. Nobody wants those? Once, twice, and moving on. Next item. Next item is a European textile lot, 10-piece lot, including 18th and 19th century Italian silk, chalice veil, and so on and so forth. And what's your pleasure on all this? 400. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4, 4 and 4 1/4. With Emily at 400 now, 4 1/4. I have 400 for that lot. No money. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. Any more? 4 1/4. Thank you. 450, 475 now. I have 450 online with Emily on Live Auctioneers. Now 475. I have 475 and 500. 500 I have, and now 550. I have 500 now, 550 and 500 and 550. I have 500 with Emily and 550 if you like it. We all in, all done at 500 and 550 if you want it. 500 once, 500 twice for all that fabric. Any more? Emily, 500. Live Auctioneers buys. Next we have an early 19th century New Hampshire leather document box with the contents. This is just the way we found in the attic, with all these incredible letters and ledgers and story, and there's all kinds of stuff. There's little pencil cases in here. It just the way you found it. It's a little, oh no, that has a straight razor in it. So it's a straight razor case. And what's this little thing here? His little gutta percha to snuff box. Anyways, all kinds of fun stuff in this lot. Another gutta percha snuff box. Some of this is Civil War era and earlier. And what's your pleasure in this? 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4 and 4 1/2 and 4 1/4, 4 1/2. A great little treasure box right out of the attic with somebody's treasures that they kept all in the same box. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2. The Remember Me, 1854. Anyway, here we go. We got 4 1/4, 4 1/2. Any more? Once, twice, any more? Sold 4 1/4. Next item. Online bidder. Nice lot right there. And next we have 7 early 20th century French-Canadian needlepoints. All the needlepoints right there. This is from the Lang Estate in Rockport, Maine. All these little samplers and stitch work. What's your pleasure on all this? How much? 60. Somebody wants to rent it for the night. And 70. I have 60, now 70, now 80. I have 70, now 80, and 70, now 80. I'm going to sell this unreserved from the Lang Estate. I have 70, now 80, and 70, now 80. Any more? At 70 once, twice, and for $80. That's a lot of stitch work. That's $10 a unit. 80, of course, now 90. 90, now 100. No. I have 90 with Carol, now 100. I have 90 with Carol, now 100. I have 90, now 100, 90, now 100. Any more? All in, all done at $90 on all those nice little girl stitch work. Any more? Sold $90. And off we go. We got next. Nope, not that. Chairs. That's all right. No problem. We're a happy group here. Most of the time. Next we have 1049. 1049 is a Jacobean style oak chairs with leather upholstery, and they have some family's crest in the back. And which a pleasure on all those lovely period chairs right there from an estate in Auburn, Maine. Which a pleasure on those. They have $100 and 3 beautiful Jacobean chairs. The leather upholstery on them's great. And even for $100, they're here to be sold. And even for $100 on those 3 nice chairs. 100 I have. They're all here to be sold. 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. Those are beautiful chairs. You should look at them. 100 once, twice. Anyone else? Any more? Sold Carol, $100. Next we have, here you go. Now we have a life-size portrait signed Nazrat, elderly Arabic man, sitting down with his pipe. Which a pleasure on this one. In a monochromatic style. Oil on linen over masonite. Which a pleasure on this one. And here's in this piece. $100 wear. $100 wear. Nice big painting for $100, professionally done. Any more? Passed away. Next item. And here we go. A 19th century Italian genre painting of a young woman. Looks like she's getting wheat out of a field. And what's your pleasure on this? In the period frame. What's your pleasure on this one? Maybe a couple $100 and set it in. $200 wear and set in that lovely original Italian painting right there. Just needs a light dusting off, and she's ready to go. Yep, she's cutting on the wheat. Anyone for $200 and set it in. Anyone for $200. Anyone for $100. A nice original painting from like 1890. Pass away. Next object. We gotta move on. Next we have 4 English sterling accessories. Looks like a pair of sugar tongs, a little jewel box, a snuff box. Oh, yeah, this gold washed inside. Oh, this is a little ring box with velvet interior, sugar tongs, pencil. I don't know what that's for. Anyway, what's your pleasure in this? $250 and $275. I have $250 now, $275. I have $250 and $275, and all that in silver. $250 and $275. At only $250 and $275. All in, all done at $250 and $275. With Carol now at $250 and $75 anymore. All in, all done at $250. Carol, $250. Next, we have a painting by Gene Seidenberg of Louisiana and Florida. Pink Roses, 1961. Overall size is 41 by 27. What's your pleasure on this? On this lovely painting by Gene Seidenberg. Maybe we have what? $300 where it's set in, starting at low. $300 where it's set at $300. $300 where at $200. And you did $200 on that nice painting. Nice big painting for $200. And you did that at all? $200 I have on the floor and 2 1/4. It's all here to be sold. I have $200 now, 2 1/4. Lovely painting for no money. I have $200 once, $200 twice, in for 2 1/4. Gonna sell it. They want it sold. $200, 23. Nice buy. Next we have a Watson Company Openwork Sterling Silver Compote. I love the way they did that basket weave. It almost looks like it's all riveted together. Anyway, what's your pleasure on that one? $175 and $200. I have $175 and $2, $175 and $2, $200 I have and 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 for 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 selling once, twice, in for 2 1/2. All in all, that 2 1/4, that beautiful little Taza. Any more? Sold, Carol, 2 1/4. Next we have, I wanted the glass taken off of that. Anyway, next is a George T. Conroy, New York artist, fall landscape on board in original arts and crafts frame. A beautiful painting right there. If you get it, take the glass off it like I wanted it to be done. And what's your pleasure in that? $375, yes, and $400, of course, and 4 1/4. I have $400 now, 4 1/4. This is a good artist. 4 1/4 and 4 1/2, 4 1/2 and $475. I have $450 and $475, 75 and $500 and $550 now. I have $500 now, $550, $550 and $600, $600, $650. So it's all signed out. $650 and $700, $700, $750. That's an original Macklin frame, I think. So where are we? 700 I have in 750. I have 700 now, 750. At 700, 750. A beautiful American artist. At 700, 750 anymore. 700 once, twice, in for 750. Emily, you get it, 700. Live auctioneers. Nice painting. Next we have sterling silver. A sterling silver wine taster and a pair of sterling napkin rings. What's your pleasure on those? 90 I have, and now 100. 90 now 100. 90 now 100. So when the guy comes around to taste your wine, you use one of these. 100 I have, and now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter anymore. 1 1/4 over here, now 1 1/2. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Seems like reasonable for that. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Anymore. Oh, these are very heavy sterling. This one's for Ella, and this one's for Charles. So Charles and Ella were having this party, and the guy came over and tested their wine for them. And that's a story I'm just making up as I go. Where are we? We have 100 1/4 here, and 1 1/2 now, 1 1/2 there, and 175, and 175, and 200, 175, and 200, a lot, 200, and 2 1/4. A lot of silver in that. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. I have 200 once, twice. It's on the right with the lady. 200 selling once, twice, and 200 to 42. 200 to 42. Next we go to another good piece right here, an Alpine landscape signed T. Lazucure, 1892. On that one right there, what's your pleasure on this one? With the cows in the mountains. And what's your pleasure on this one? May we have what? A couple $100 and set it in. 200 where instead of in that nice big painting. It's 29 by 34 roughly overall size in the gold frame. And he went for a couple $100. 200 where on the painting instead of it 200. A nice painting of the cows in the Alps. They look like they're having a lovely time. At 200 anyone? Nobody wants that? Once, twice, and off it goes. Next item. Next we have a Samuel Pemberton George III sterling etui case. And on that right there with a shield. What's your pleasure on that lovely piece of early silver? 80 I have, and now 90. I have 80 now 90, 80 now 90. On that 90, now 100. It's Birmingham. It was done in Birmingham, 1798. I have 90, now 100. I have 90 with Carol, now 100. And 90 once, 90 twice, and for $100. Any more? All in, all done at $90. Sold $90. Next we have George Thomas Stanton, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Autumn Express. Portrait of a steam locomotive and a landscape. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on this one? Maybe we have what? $500 and set it in. 500 where and set a bit at 500 in that nice painting of the steam train coming through the mountains in New Hampshire. Autumn Express. Couple $100 where? Interstate 200. As 200. Pass away then. Next object. We have 6 Maine coin silver spoons by Charles Swift. By Charles Swift. And what's your pleasure on those? 300 I have, and now 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4, 300, 3 1/4. At 300, 3 1/4 anymore. All in all, on those rare early Maine spoons at 300, 3 1/4. Sold 300. Next this is a beautiful painting right here. This is a lovely picture right here by Jip Wenning, Netherlands, and done in 1930. And on that lovely painting right there in that very expensive frame, we have what? 500 where instead of at 500, instead of at 500 where? 500 where? And he's how much? 250 I have and 275. That's a good picture. I have 250 and 275. I have 250 and 275 at 250 and 75. Beautifully done. People fish waiting in the dawn to fish. I have only 250 and 275. Gonna sell it at only 250 anymore. 250 once, twice, and 275. Where's all our art collectors? This is no money for this. Any more? Sold 250 then. Next we have 3-piece Victorian sterling and crystal vanity jars, all matching and all engine turned in cut crystal. And on those right there, what's your pleasure on these? 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At only 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. All in 1 1/4. Nice little jars right there, covered boxes right there. I have 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. Sold 1 1/4, Carol. Next we have Louise Upton Brumbach. She worked in New York, New Jersey, Massachusetts, 1867, 1929. And on that lovely painting right there, what's your pleasure on this one? 250 I have at 275, 275 and 300, at 275 and 3, at 275 and 3, a nice floral still life at 275 and 300, at only 275 and selling, at 300 I have in 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4, and 300, 3 1/4. At 3 and 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4 once, twice, and 3 1/2 and 75. I 3 1/2 and 375. Should have started at least 375 and 4. Should have started at least 500. We're going to keep going. I have what do we have now? 375. Looking for 4. We have 400 now 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. I have 400 once, twice, and 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4 with Emily now, 4 1/2. At 4 1/4 and 4 1/2, 4 1/4, 4 1/2 anymore. All in all done at 4 1/4, how much? 475, 500 now. Where it should have started. I have 475 and now 500. I have 475 once, twice, and for $500. Once, twice, anymore. Sold, 475 then. We got to move on. Next we have sterling silver items again. 2 ball and clawfoot, heavy ball and clawfoot sterling oval master salts and a little wine funnel. What's your pleasure on those? 50 I have and 60 now, 60, 60, 70, 80, 80 over here, 90, all over the 100, 100, 100 on the floor, 1 1/4. I have 100 on the floor to my left, now 100 1/4, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2 on the floor, and 175. I 150s on the floor, 175. Nice silver objects, 150, 175, any more? All in, 150. We are, yes, sir. 150 to 38. And the next good item is, oh, look at this one. Jesse Cheney Fairbanks, a Massachusetts artist. That's a lovely painting. Cottage and rocky winter landscape with icy birch. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I 3 1/4 and 3 1/2 at 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/4, 3 1/2. All in, all done at 3 1/4, 3 1/2. All in, all done at 3 1/4. Any more? Sold 3 1/4 then. Oh, that's an interesting thing. I did it separately because I thought it was so unique. This is a Japanese sterling silver figural spoon with a standing geisha and with umbrella by the Arthur and Bond Yokohama. And what's your pleasure in that rare spoon? 80, I have it now 90. I have 80 now 90, a very wonderful figural sculpted spoon. I have 80 now 90, 80 now 90. I have 80 now 90, 90 now 100, 100 on the floor, now 1/4. I have 100 on the floor, now 1/4. I have 100 on the floor, 1 1/4 if you like it. That's a great 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. Great spoon. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Very unique. I 1 1/4 once, twice, and for 1 1/2 with Emily at 1 1/4. 1 1/2 with Emily at 175. It's a rare spoon. I 1 1/2 now 175. I 150 now 175. I 150 with Emily 175. Any more? 150 once, twice. Any more? Emily 150 then. Next we have a little country pine chest right here. A little 3-drawer, what they call cottage pine. A lot of these came painted at one time. This one's been all refinished, and it is 30 inches high by 35.5 inches wide, 16 inches deep. What's your pleasure in that? 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. Nice little piece of furniture. 2 1/4, 2 1/2 anymore. At 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2 anymore. 2 1/4 once, twice, and for $250 on that nice little piece of furniture. Anymore? Carol, 2 1/4. Got it. Next we have a large, early painted tollware tray. On this tollware tray, beautifully done, almost like a theorem-style painting on the center of it. What's your pleasure on this? 100 I have, and now 1 1/4. I have 100, 1 1/4. This is a period tray now from around 1800. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, 175. I 150, 175. I like that theorem painting in the center. I 1 1/2, and now 175. I 150, now 175. At 150 only, 175 if you want it. All in, all done. That nice early tray. 175. It's around 1800 that would have been made. 175 and now 200. At 175 once, twice, standing for 200. That beautiful tray. Any more? Carol, 175. And off we go. This came in a free appraisal day. This is a very rare early American railroad locomotive headlamp, circa 1850. This would have been on the front of the steam engine. And what's your pleasure on this? 100 here, and now 1 1/4. I 100, 1 1/4. This is a rare 1 1/4, 1 1/2, a rare object. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2, at 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. All in all, then 1 1/4. Whoa, that's way under the money for that rare thing. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. All in, all done at 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Gonna sell it. What a buy. 1.5 in time, and 175. At 150, now 175, 175, and 200. They're just waking up to what it is. Look at this thing. This went on the front of a steam engine. Can you imagine? And still in good shape. Circa 1850. 200 I have, and now 2.25. I have 200 and 2.25. This should be in a railroad museum, really. 2.25 and 2.5. I have 2.25 and 2.5. At 2.25, 2.5 anymore? All in all done at 2.25, 2.5, and the rare locomotive piece. Anymore? Gonna go once, twice, and sold. 2.25. Next we have Frederick Gray Landscape Spring Morning American Impressionist River Landscape circa 1910. What's your pleasure on this lovely painting right here? Look at the quality of that workmanship. Let me just see it a second there. Sign down here. Look at the luminescence on the water, the soft colors. And there we have a couple $100 set it in. 200 where said it 200 said it 200. Asked it 200. Nobody wants the painting. Nobody wants paintings today. Pass away. Next object. And next we have, this came in with the other railroad lantern. Look at this one. Early American railroad signal lantern from about 1850 again, with a blown glass lens. They have a blue lens, a red lens, and two red and two blues. And the original paint on this black molded tin railroad lantern. Another rare piece, should be in a museum. What's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have, and now 1.25. I have 100 now, quarter, 1.25, 1.5. I have 1.25, 1.5. With rare piece at 1.25, 1.5 anymore. Any more than 1.25, 1.5. This is a early period railroad lantern, and with colored glass lenses. I have 1.25 and 1.5 anymore. All in all, then at 1.25, 1.5. Any more? 1.25, 89. Next we have, this is a beautiful painting right here. This is by Bruna Locati Sari, New York, 1930 to 2010. Water Lilies in Genoa. Beautiful painting right there, 38.5 by 30.5. And what's your pleasure on this one? What? 275. I have it now 300. I have 300 on the floor and 3.25. I have 300, 3.25. Beautiful picture. I have 300 now, 3.25, 300, 3.25. I'm going to sell it at only $300 on the floor in the center at $300. I can't believe it. That's a valuable painting. I have 300 now, 3.25. It's in a very expensive silver lace frame. 3.25, Carol. 3.25, 3.5, beautifully painted. I in an impressionist style. I 3.25, 3.5 is on the floor center and 375. I 350 with the lady in the center and 375. At 350 once, 350 twice. And that beautiful picture. Any more? All in all, at 350. Once, twice, and yours. 350 number. What's your number, ma'am? 25. 350 to 25. Oh, some fireman's hats. These came in on free appraisal day. And on these fireman hats right here, ooh, that's an early one right there. Huh. I hadn't had a chance to look at these. This is a nice one with the American Eagle holding up the shield. And what's your pleasure on these? How much? 2,100 I have, now 2,200. At 2,100 now 22. At 2,100 and 2,200 with Carol online at 2,100, 2,200 on the phone with Darren, and 2,300 on it with Carol, now 24. At 2,300 now 2,400 if you want them. 2,400 with Darren, 25 with Carol, now 2,750. At 2,500 now 2,750 on the 3. 2,750 I have in 3,000. 3,000 I have in now 32.5. I 3,000 now 32.5. I 3,000 now 32.5. At 3,000 now 32.5. At 3,000 once, 3,000 twice. It's only $1,000 per hat. Aren't I good at math? I have 3,000 now 32.5. At 3,000 once, twice, in for 32.5. Who has the 3,000? Any more? He out? Carol, 3,000. Bring me more fire hats. And here's another cool painting by Jessie Cheney Fairbanks. 2 young girls in the dressing room. And what's your pleasure on this one? Is 33.5 by 28.5. Another famous Massachusetts painter, Jessie Cheney Fairbanks. What's your pleasure on this one? Maybe we have, a couple $100 to set it in. 200 wares that have been the nice original paintings we have here in the original arts and crafts frame. 200 have them 2.25. I have 200 now, 2.25. These are original paintings and no money. At 200 now, 2.25, 2.25 any more. All in all, at $200. Once, twice, and in for 2.25. Gonna go. Carol, you have 200? It's sold 200 then. Great buys here today. Next item we have, oh, this is fun. This is a toy English manor house with 70 Britain's lead hunt figures. The foxes, the horses, the dogs, the people on horseback, the whole thing, like brandy new. What's your pleasure on this? 250 having 275, 75, 300, 300, 3 and a quarter. I have 300 now, 3 and a quarter. I have 300 now, 3 and a quarter, 3 and 3 and a quarter. At 3, this is no money. I have 3 and a quarter with Kayla on the phone, and 3 and a half. I have 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. She's on the phone at 3 and a quarter for that lovely little set. 3 and a half on 375 now. I 350 now, 375 if you want it, Kayla. I 350 now, 375. 375 is on the phone, 400. I 375 now, 4. I 370, 400 if you want it. 400 I have with Emily now, and on live auctioneers now 4 and a quarter, still under the money. I have 400 now, 4 and a quarter. 400 once, 400 twice, and 4 and a quarter. 4 and a quarter in time with Kayla, and 4 and a half now. I have 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half. Beautiful condition. I have 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half, and 475 with Emily at 450 on live auctioneers and 475. I have 450 once, 450 twice, and 475 in that whole stable with all the animals and everything else. Any more? 450 Emily, live auctioneers. Thank you all. Next we have another nice painting right here. This is a early 19th century New England pastoral scene, cows watering with herdsmen in a bird's eye maple frame, in a nice bird's eye maple frame. So this would have been painted right around 1840, 1850. But what's neat about it, it's in a period English bird's eye maple frame. And what's your pleasure on this one? 250 I have, and 275. Did you both say that? 275 on the floor over here, now 300. I 300 and 3 and a quarter, 3 and a quarter on the floor, and 3 and a half, and 75, and 400, and 4 and a quarter, and 4 and a half, and 75, and 500, and 550, and 600. I have 550s on the floor and selling. 550 once, 550 twice, from 600, all in all at 550, 600, 650, and 700. I have 650 and 700 on the floor and selling. Once, twice, and sold. 650 to 46. 650 to 46. Thank you all. Next we have another Robert Franklin Galt. It's titled Creek, Summer Landscape with 2 figures. This guy is a wonderful painter, and if he had ever been represented properly, these would be bringing thousands of dollars because he's as good as any of the other American Impressionists. What's your pleasure on this one? May we have $1,000 and set it in? $1,000 set in that fabulous painting, and $1,000 where? And it's at $1,000. Nobody wants that one? Boy, he's a great painter. Anyone for $1,000? $750. Pass it away. Hey, here we go with some toys. These all came out of, let's see, this was out of a house in Lincolnville that we're doing. And on this right here, the fire pumper right here, what's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have, and now quarter. One a quarter, one half, 175 on the floor? Yes, 175 and 200, 200 and 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter, and 2 and a half. Beautiful paint on these. I have 2 and a quarters on the floor and 2 and a half. I have 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. At 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, and 275 on the floor and 300. I have 275 and 3. You never find them with the drivers. I have 275 and 300. I have 275 and 3. 300 I have and 3 and a quarter. I have 300 now, 3 and a quarter, 300, 3 and a quarter. I had 3 and 3 and a quarter anymore. I had 3 and a quarters on the floor and 3 and a half. I had 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. Wonderful toy right there. I had 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. I had 3 and a quarter on the floor once, twice. It's marked Phoenix. I had 3 and a quarters on the floor and selling. Any more? Yours, man. 3 and a quarter, 43. Another painting right here. This is by Robert William Wood. He worked in California, Texas, and Canada. And it's called Mount 80, Trinity Mountains, Klamath Range, northwestern California. What's your pleasure in this? A couple $1,000 where? 3,000 I have, and now 32 and a half, and 35. I 3,000 now 3,500. Or is it 32 and a half? We need to go. How much? 32 and a half. I have 3,000 on open, 3,000 at 32 and a half. At 3,000 now 32 and a half. At 3,000 32 and a half. At 3,000 32 and a half anymore. Beautiful California painting at only $3,000. 32 and a half if you want it. Gonna go. Once, twice, and somebody got a great buy. 3,000. And here we go. Another toy from the same house. This is a Ives Phoenix horse-drawn fire wagon patrol. And look at this one here. Look at this one here. It's got all the guys with the hats. Those are the like the hats we just sold. These guys are wearing them. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on this one? 3 1/4 and 3 1/2 is on the floor, and 375, 400 on the floor, and 4 1/4. I have 4 now, 4 1/4 and 4 1/2, 4 1/2 here, and 475. Yes, and 500, 550. Yes, 600. I have 600 here and 650. I have 600 on the floor now, 650. I have 600 on the 650 and 700. There's a rare one, 700 and 750. I have 750, 800, 800, 850. I have 800, 850, 850, 900. Of course, 900, 950. This is a rare toy. 950, 1,000. 1,000 I have it now, 1,100. I have a beautiful paint on it. I have 1,000 on the floor now, 1,100 and 1,000 once, 1,000 twice. And for $1,100, that beautiful toy right there from that same family. Anymore. I can't believe it still has the axes and all the stuff and even the lights on the side. At $1,000 once, twice anymore. Yours for $1,000, 43. $1,000 of 43. All these toys came out of the same estate. And next, oh, here's a nice painting right here. This is inner city oil painting by C. Thomas. We think his name was Charles Thomas, called The Playground, and which are depicting African-American adults and children playing in the yard. We think Mr. Thomas may have been an African-American painter. And what's your pleasure on this one? Maybe we have a couple $1,000 to set it in. 2,000 where it's 2,000 go. $1,000 where instead of $1,000 on that painting. A lovely original painting. Anyone for $1,000. Pass it aside then. Next object. Next we have another toy. An Ives Phoenix horse-drawn fire pumper. On the fire pumper by Ives Blakely of Bridgeport, Connecticut. And on that toy right there, what's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have, and now a quarter. 1 1/4 all over the place. 1 1/2, 175, and 200. I 175 and 200 and 2 1/4. 2 1/4 on the floor and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 on the floor and 2 1/2. 2 1/2. Oh, look at this one. 2 1/2 and 275. 275. 300. Great paint on this. 300 now 3 1/4 with the original driver. I have 300 now 3 1/4 on the floor and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2, at 3 1/4, 3 1/2 anymore. All in, all done on the Ives piece at 3 1/4, 3 1/2. The horses move when you move it. See that? It's mechanical. I have 3 1/4 and 3 1/2, 3 1/2 and 75. Yes, and 400 is a yes. 4 1/4. Yes, and 4 1/2. No. 4 1/4 is over here now. At 4 1/4 on the right, 4 1/2. At 4 1/4 once, twice anymore. Yours, 4 1/4, 43. 43 buys. Getting all the good toys. Next we have David Michael Cornick, Massachusetts. Another painting right there. PGA golfer Mike Weir is in the portrait, seeking a putt. What's your pleasure on this? Maybe we have a couple $100 to set it in. $200 if you're a golfer. That's a nice picture. Anyone for $200 to set it in. Original painting. Anyone for $200. Anyone for $200? Nobody wants that? Once, twice, and off it goes then. Next item. Hey, here's a rare one right here. This one even has the rider with the hoop that they catch people with. These are all in original paint, just as we found them in the estate. And what's your pleasure on this one? 200 I have, and 2 1/4 on the floor, 2 1/2 all over the place, 250, 275, 3 all over the place, 300, 3 1/4, 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/2 is on the floor, and 375 here, and 400, 400, and 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4, 4 and 4 1/4 for the hook and ladder. That's no money for this. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. I have 400, 4 1/4 anymore. Look at the great paint on these. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. Yes, and 4 1/2. Yes, and 475. One more time, and 500. Yes, and 550. No. I have 500 here and 550. I have 500 once, twice, and for 550. 543. 543. Nice toys. Next we have Giuseppe Arulli. Giuseppe Arulli, Cardinal and Lady Gossiping Watercolor. Signed lower right and marked Rome. It was done in Rome. And what's your pleasure on this one? 250 I have and 275. I have 250 and 275 at 250 and 75. At 250 and 75 in the original watercolor by Giuseppe Arulli. I have only 250 and 275. It's in a nice French rule mat in a very expensive gold leaf frame. Look at the quality of that painting. Look at the face on that lady. I have 250 and 275. At 250 once, twice, and for 275. Any more? 250 it is. Next we have more toys. More toys. And this one is the three of them at once. 3 toys at once. We have the fire steam pumper with figure, carriage, woman, and livery with small fire hose. And one, it looks like one with a donkey. This one has all the original figures, too. Boy, the paint on these is incredible. And what's your pleasure on this one? 2.5 and 275. I have 250 and 275 for all of those toys. There's 1, 2, 3 toys. 250 and now 275. I have 250 and 275 at 250 and 275. 275 and now 300. I have 275 and now 3. I have 275 and 3. There's original paint on this. I have 275 and now 300. At 275 once, twice, and went for 300 on the toy. Any more? All in, all that 275 and 300. It is 275 anymore? Wow, that's reasonable for those toys. At only $275 for those 3 iron toys at $275 and $300. $275 it is. Excuse me. $313. $275. $313 buys. Next we have, oh, look at this thing. This is unusual. This is a Howell and James English miniature tall case clock in bronze mounted. And what's your pleasure in this? 150 and 175. It's all solid oak with bronze. 175 and now 200. I have 175 only and 200 if you like it. We have the key. I have 175 and 2 and only 175 and 2. A beautiful. It's all Corinthian columns in bronze feet. At 175 looking for 2. At 175 once, twice, and went for 200. Any more? All in, all done. At 175. It says Howell and James Limited. To the Queen in London. I have 175 and 200. Any more on that nice little clock? Any more? 175 it is then. Live auctioneers buys. Next we have another good painting by William R. Cowing. William R. Cowing, Connecticut. And Uprising Usurping Roots is the title. Jesus. And on that one right there, again in a nice bird's eye maple frame. What's your pleasure on this one? What's your pleasure on this one? Maybe you have what? A couple $100 and set it in, starting things low. These valuable paintings at 200 wares, have at 200. Nice farm in the distance. 200 wares at 200. Instead 200. Pass away. Next object. We're moving on. And a lot of stuff to sell. Next we have David Fisher, Austin Productions Sculpture. Woman with flowing hair, and on that right there, what's your pleasure, is 28.5 inches high, 1987. What's your pleasure on this one? May we have what? A couple $100 set it in. 200 we have at 200. That big sculpture. 200 we have $100 then. Instead of $100 in that sculpture. It's $100. No money for this at all. He's a known artist, and even for $100, a nice big sculpture. Nobody wants it. Passed away. Next object. Next we have 2 acoustic guitars. Ovation Celebrity CC15 12-string, and on the other one is an Esteban, and we also have an Esteban G10 amplifier, which are pleasure in all of it. 1 1/4 and 1 1/2 for 2 guitars and an amplifier. Look at these. Boy, that's no money. 1 1/2. Can you imagine what you'd pay in a store for this? 1 1/2. No, 175 is on the floor and 200. I 175 and 2. 200 I have, and 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. 2 1/2, 275 on the floor, and 300. I 275 and now 3. 300 I have, and 3 1/4. 3 1/4 is on the floor, and 3 1/2. I 3 1/4 and 3 1/2, and 75 on the floor, and 400. I 375 is on the floor and selling. At 3, that's 2 guitars and the amplifier. We have 375 is on the floor and selling once, selling twice. 400 in time and 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4, 4 and 4 1/4. With Carol online at 400, 4 1/4 anymore. One more time? No, 400 Carol. Online bid of 400. Next we have a Taylor Baby 301M acoustic guitar from 2000. And on that right there with original hard shell case. It's all done in mahogany. All the original labels are signed and numbered. What's your pleasure on this one? 175 and now 200. I 175 and now 2, 175 and 200. I 175 and 2 anymore. All in, all done at 175 and that nice guitar at 175 anymore. All in, all done at 175. We are 175. Next we have a view of the White Mountains of New Hampshire. And on that right there, that is, let's see what size, 25.5 by 39.5. This is from the Plunkett Estate. This is from the Plunkett Estate of East Boothbay Harbor, Maine. This would have been done around 1860, 1870. What's your pleasure on this one? 150. I have 175, 200, 2 1/4. Should we bring in several hundred? 2 1/4. 2.5, 2.25, and 2.5. At 2.25, who has the 2.25? You do 2.25 with Emily, 2.5 and 275. That's a nice Hudson River School painting. I have 250 now, 275. On the New Hampshire White Mountains, 275 and 300. A nice White Mountain painting. 275 and 300. I have 275 with Emily. Is that right? 300 with Carol now, and 3.25. Boy, that's low for a White Mountain painting. I have 300 now, 3.25. I have 300 and 3.25 from the Plunkett Estate in Booth Bay. I have 300 now, 3.25. Any more? 300 once, twice, and for 3.25. Any more? Sold 300. Next, oh, here, you want to see something unusual? So, look at this thing. So somebody took a block of wood, hand carved these wooden nails, and made this into a very fancy jewelry box. I'll tell you what, you have all the good stuff in this, nobody is going to look at it. You're safe. This is better than a safe. You open this up, and look, this is all done in bird's eye burl. This is all bird's eye burl. And it's probably a one-of-a-kind thing, came in on free appraisal day. We never know what we're going to get. Anyway, on that very unusual jewel box, actually you could hide anything you want in it. Sort of reminiscent of the crucifixion. What's your pleasure? I couldn't help it. I had to do it. What's your pleasure? How much? 600? 100. Okay, I have 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now 1.25. 1.25, thank you. You like unusual things, and that is it. I have 1.25, 1.5. I 1.25, 1.5. Think of the work that went into making this. It's all in burl. I have 1.25 and going to sell it. 1.25 once, 1.25 twice, and 1.5. See, somebody else knows what it is. Now 175. I have 150 now 175. 175, yes, and 200. The only one like it. That 175 and now 2. Once, twice, and you got it. 175, 23. 175 to 23. We like unusual things, and we like to try unusual things, and that's why we tried that. Here we go. After Joaquin Sorolla Batista, the famous Spanish painter, a beach scene circa 1920. And what's your pleasure on this one? 100, I have. Let's see. 1.25. Oh, yeah, this is 1.5, and now 175. 175 and 200. 200 and 2.25. I have 200, 2.25. It's got all kinds of writing on the back. It says where it is and everything else. Where are we at? Spain. It's in Spain, yeah. Where are we at? 200, Carol? I have 200 with Carol and 2.25. Again from the Plunkett Estate. I have 200 now, 2.25. I have $200 only and 2.25 if you like it. At 200 once, twice, in for 2.25. All in, all done. $200. We are 200. Online bidder. Oh, some of this stuff is so fun. All this really fun stuff is from one lady. Had all this stuff in her home, and on this right there, this is. Shh, quiet over there. This is Shoestring Creations Folk Art Painted Mirror, and on that right there, they are creators of Granville, Texas, where they're made. And what do we have on this? 175 and 200, 200 and 2.25, 2.25 and 2.5. At 2.25, 2.5. What a fun thing. At 2.25, 2.5. At 2.25 once, twice, and 2.5. All in all, then at 2.25 and that great fun mirror. 2.5 and 275. At 250 and 275. I can't imagine what it costs from that company. At 2.5 and now 275. There's a lot of work into that. At 2.5 once, twice, any more? Sold, Carol, 250 then. Online bidder. Next, we have a folk art painted key box. And on that little folk art key box right there, this is a custom bookshelf design wall-mounted key box right there. And what's your pleasure on this one? 60. And so, where is that thing? Is that handy? No? 60, now 70. Okay. I have 60, now 70. I have 60, now 70. 70 is on the floor, now 80. I have 70 and now 80. Great piece of folk art. It's on you at 70, dear. And now 80. Oh, you have 80. I'm sorry. And 90. 90, and now 100. I have 90, now 100. And 90, now 100. 100. I have now 1.25 over here. Now 1.5. I 1.5 over here. 175. I 150 is in the center. Now 175. 175 and 200. I 175 and 2. At 200 over there. And 2.25 here. And 2.5. I 2.25 is in the center. Great place to hide your keys. 2.5 and 275. I 250 and 75. At 250 once, twice, and for 275. Thank you all. 250 Carol. And we have all kinds of fun stuff, guys. Look at this. Oh, here's a beautiful painting right here. This is by Audrey Cole, a Canadian painter, called Beach House. I think they were painting on Monhegan when this was done. And on this right here, what's your pleasure on this one? 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Look at that nice painting. 1 1/2 and now 175. At 150, 175. 175 it should be everywhere. 200, 200, 2 1/4, and 2 1/2. It's on the floor at 2 1/4. Multi $100 painting, $100 painting. I have 2 1/4 here and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 275, yes, and 300. I have 275 and 3, 275 and 300. I have 275 is on the floor looking for 300. 300 here and 3 1/4. I have 3 1/4 on the floor, and now 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2 anymore. At 3 1/4 once, 350. I have 375. I have 350. A beautiful painting. I have 350 and 375. 375 on the floor, seated, and now 400. I have 375 and now 400 if you like it. I have 375 and now 4. At 375 once, twice, and for 400 quickly. Sold 375, 21. Nice buy. 375 to 21. That's from the Plunkett Estate again. And here's a fun piece right here. It's a folk art picket fence display stand. And what's your pleasure on this? You can use it as a pedestal to put stuff on. It'd be great for a plant pot. And it's made out of old picket fence. Here we have $100 instead of in. $50 where? $50 where instead of a nice piece of folk art. Anyone for $50 now? Little picket 50 and 60 now. I have 50 and 60. It's unreserved. It's from the estate. I have 50 once, twice, anymore. 60 I have here, now 70. 60 on the floor, now 70. 60 once, twice, 70. 80 if you like it. 80 I have, and now 90. I have 80, now 90. Think about how nice that would look with a fern draping down over it. I have 80 and now 90. 80 once, twice, anymore. $80, number 38. $80 and 38. Next we have, oh, this is a fun thing right here. Look at this. This guy, let's see, they all do stuff. Wait, hold it still. Yeah, look, watch. This is a bottle opener. That's a bottle opener. This guy does something. This guy's a stopper. This guy's a stopper. I think one's a corkscrew. Ah, the bartender's a corkscrew. This guy does something too, but I can't. Anyway, it's all hand carved and painted. Probably Swiss, 1920s maybe. What's your pleasure on that? 50, having 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60 at only $50 and 60s. We're at 60 over here, now 70. I have 60 now 70. 70 now 80. 80 now 90. I have 80 now 90. It's a cool piece. It's all hand sculpted. I have 80 now 90 anymore. All in all done at $80 on the floor to my left. At 80 once, twice, and for anyone for $90. 90 and now 100. 100 I have, and now quarter. I have 100 on the floor to the left, and now quarter. That's a lot of work for $100. $100 once, twice, and for 1 1/4. Yours, $100, number 34. $100, 34. Next we have shepherdess with her flock, and on this right here, oh, this is a 16th or 17th century painting. It needs to be cleaned. The early painting right there. What's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have and a quarter. I have 100 now. 100 and a quarter I have now 1 1/2. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, and 75 I have and 200. I want 75 and now 2. This is an early old master painting. I went 75 and now 2. I went 75, 200, 200 on the floor and 2 1/4. I saw the lady on the corner, over here in the corner. It's from the Plunkett Estate. It was in one of the bedrooms. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. At only $200. That's an early painting. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. Yes, 2 1/2 I would, and 275. I think this could be one of the sleepers of the day. 275 and 300. I 275 and now 3. At 275 and 3, 275 and 3. At 275 and 3. Well, that's a good painting. At 275 and 3, it's by one of the old masters. At 275 and selling. 275 once, twice, and for 300. Who has the 275? Emily, your guy's going to win on that one. 275 to Live Auctioneers. From the Plunkett Estate. And look at this beautiful Italian tool leather jewel box. Boy, if you want to keep your jewelry in style, it has a burgundy velvet interior for your rings and things. All burgundy velvet inside here. And that handcrafted piece from about 1920s in leather. Italian leather and gold trim. What's your pleasure on this? 60 I have, now 70. I have 60 now 70. At 60 now 70. At 60 now 70. Boy, that's a nice jewel box for no money. I have 60 now $70. At $60 only, that beautiful tool leather. 70 and now 80. 70 now 80. Look at the quality of this jewel box. I have 70 now, 80 anymore. All in all, then it's $70. Once, $70 twice, and for $80. Carol, $70. Next, we have a C. Kemper portrait of a lady with the book, and on that right there from the Plunkett estate. Let me see that one a second. Oh, yes. And what's your pledge on this one? Maybe we have $100 and set it in. $100 to set it in on C. Kemper, the artist. Flowing contour lines, soft contour, ink and wash on toned paper, dated 1903. And may we have $100 where? $50 where? They want this estate sold. Anyone for $50 on the original painting? Could use a different frame. Anyone for 50? Nobody wants it? We have 50? 50 and 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60 anymore. All in all, the $50? It's $50 then. Next, we have a British cast bronze lion form pipe stand, early 20th century. And it's neat because it's solid bronze, but it says Tabak on here. And it's all tooled in here on the bottom. What a nice early pipe stand in bronze, British. What's your pleasure on that? 50 of them, 60 now, from the Lang estate in Rockport, Maine. I've only $50 and 60 now. It's much better than that. This is an early piece. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. We've got to move on. And nobody wants that? $50 then. Online bidder. Next item. And here we go. A 19th century marine scene with lighthouse and figures in a gilt frame. And on that little miniature right there, let me just see that one a second. Oh, this is beautifully detailed. Beautifully detailed. It almost has the feeling of a Robert Salmon. And on that right there, with your pleasure, 200 I have, and now 2 1/4 I have, and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2. That's a nice picture. I 2 1/4, 2 1/2. 19th century. I 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At 2 1/2 and 275. Let me see the back. Let's get some writing on the back. At 2 1/2 with Carol and 275. At 250 and 275. At 250 once, twice in for 275. A nice little painting at 250 and 275 from the Plunkett estate again. Any more? Carol, 250 then. And moving along. Here's a good one right here. If you want like a boot scraper at your house, this is a stylish one. It's in solid bronze of a matador with the bull. And you scrape your foot off right there. Solid bronze. What's your pleasure on this one? 60 I have, and now 70. 70 I have, now 80. I have 70, now 80. A beautiful original bronze right there. 80, now 90, now 100. I have 90, now 100. 90, now 100 on the back. And now 1/4. I have 100 in the back of the 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, 175. I have 150 way in the back and 175. 175, 200 you go. 200 on the floor and 2 1/4. It's on the floor at 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2. And that stylish boot scraper in solid bronze. 2 1/2. She's back in. It's really like a sculpture. I have 2 1/2 and now 275. At 250 once, twice, and 275 and 300. At 275 and 3. Thank you for your help though. At 275 and 300. Any more? Carol, 275. Next we have, here's a pretty painting right here. Vincent Crotty, Irish-American Sunset Coastal Landscape. Look at that pretty picture right there. Let me see that one. A lot of this stuff has come in from these estates. I haven't had a chance to look at it yet. It's signed by him in a nice frame. What's your pleasure on the Vincent Crotty? 250 I have, and 275. I have 250 and 275 from the Plunkett estate again. I have 250 and 275. He had all kinds of fun stuff. I have 250 and 275. At 250 once, twice. 275 is on the floor, and 300. I have 300. I have 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. With live auctioneers at 300 and 3 1/4. 300 once, twice. Any more? Emily, 300. Three lion form food molds or jelly molds. This one is interesting because it's in copper. This one's in zinc and tin. And this one is enameled on copper or zinc, which applies on the food molds of the lions. 60 I have, now 70, now 80. 80, now 90, now 100. I have 100 where? I have 90 now, 100, and 90 with Jen, and 100 if you want them. For the 3 from the Lang estate in Rockport. I have 90 once, twice. It's only $30 a piece for those lion food molds. Any more? Jen, $90, your player. $393 buys, $90. Here we go. 2 modernist copper watering cans. And on the watering cans right there with porcelain knobs, if you want to do your flowers in style, this is it. What's your pleasure? $100 where? 30 and 40. I 30 and 40. You couldn't buy one piece of copper for that. 40, I have now 50. I 40 now 50 and 40 now 50. Water your plants and style. 50, I have 60 now. I 50 and 60. 60 here. 60, I have now 70. I have 60 now 70. They'll shine out beautifully. I have 60 now 70. Selling once, twice, anymore. $60, number 23. 23. $60, 23. Next we go to a large pewter tankard dated 1841. Just think of all the beer that got drank out of this mug. It's dated, what's it dated? 1841. Oh, it's on the handle right here. And it has the guy's initials on it, the person that had it. And on the 1841 mug, what's your pleasure on that? 50, I have 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60 anymore. At only $50 selling. Once, twice, anymore than $50. That nice early mug. 50 it is. And here we go. Oh, here's a good piece right here. This is a Paul Millet Sèvres porcelain dresser box with gilded bronze trim. What's your pleasure on that? Look at the quality of that. How much? 300 I have it now, 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. I have 300, 3 1/4, 3 1/4 in the back, and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/2, and 375 on the floor, and 400. 400 I have, and 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4, 4 and 4 1/4. With live auction is a 4 and 4 1/4. I have it on the floor at 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. 4 1/2 with Emily, and now 475. I have 450 now, 475 with Carol now, 500 and 550 now. I have 500 now, 550 and 550. At 500 and 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600. I have 550 once, 600 in time, and 650 now. I have 600 now, 650 in a beautiful box. Look at the color. I have 600 now, 650, 600 once, twice, anymore. Sold 600, Carol. And a Guardian Angel Scene, Continental School, 20th Century, from the Plunkett Estate. What's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have, and now 1 1/4. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 175. 75 and 200, 200 and 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 275. I have 250 now, 275. At 250 and 275 and 250 and 275. Has a sort of a surrealistic feel to it. At 250 and 275. Oh, you know what it is? That little girl is trying to reach the flowers and is going to fall off into the ocean. She's done. You know what the problem is? I had too much sleep last night. Here we go. Where are we? We have 250 now, 275, and now 300. I 275 and 300 if you like it. That's a very mystical thing. I 275 and now 300. Any more? Once, twice, and Carol 275. Again from the Plunkett Estate. He had all kinds of fun stuff. We took out about 200 items out of this house. And when we left, it looked like we had never been there. Next, we have this rare Grand Tour solid bronze Roman with a lion on it. Beautiful solid bronze piece from the Grand Tour. And what's your pleasure in this? Maybe we have what? $500 wear instead of the 500 and go. 400. 400 wear instead of 400. This is a rare item. And it went for 400. That beautiful early Roman piece. Nobody wants it. Once, twice. Pass away then. Next object. Moving on. Isabella Vale Waldo, a Brooks study in Hadlam, Connecticut. And on that rare piece right there, again from the Plunkett Estate, there we have what? A couple $100 set it in. 200 wears, 200 go. 100 I have now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. This is a lovely painting. I have 100 quarter on the phone, of course, now 1 1/2. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/2, and now 175. Back to you, Kayla, 175. I 150, now 175. Yes, and 200. I 175 and 2. This is a sweet little picture. I 175 and now 200. I 175 is on the phone and 2 if you want it. 175 once. 175 twice, in for 200. Kayla, 175. 350. Nice buy on that. Next we have, hey, here's some great cookware. All right, now there's a bunch of people in the audience today. I want to take a vote. What did you cook in that? Fish. We all agree with that? Asparagus. That'd be a hell of a long piece of asparagus, but we could do it. So it even has the liner. It's like brandy spanking new and came out of one of the great estates. Oh, yeah, this came out of a really big estate. This is all hammered copper, bronze-mounted handles, zinc-lined, ready to put a fish in with asparagus. You could do that, can't you? Asparagus and fish together, maybe? Yeah. Anyway, what's your pleasure? 175, I have them 200 now. 200, all 200, I have them 2.25. How are you? I have 200 and 2.25. 2.25 and 2.5. I have 2.25 and 2.5 and 2.25, 2.5. At 2.25, 2.5. Nobody wants to cook their fish in style. 2.5 for Carol and 275. 275 on the floor and 300 now. I have 275 on the floor and 3. At 300, I have them 3.25. I have 300 now, 3.25 with Carol and 3.5. I have 3.25, 3.5. This is an old piece in beautiful condition. 3.5 is on the floor and 375. I have 350 with the lady over here. At 350 and 375. Looks like you're having salmon tonight. I have 350 and 375. I have 350 once, 350 twice, went for 375. 375, 400 now. At 400, yes, and 4.25. It's on the floor at 400 and 4.25. That very stylish piece. At 400 now, 4.25. At 400 once, twice, 4.25, 4.25, 4.5. I have 4.25 with Carol and 4.5. At 4.25 and 4.5. Just think how good that's going to taste when you cook your fish in that. At 4.25 and 4.5. At 4.25 once, twice, and 4.5. Carol, 4.25. And next we have another good painting. This is a Boston School portrait of a young man reading with gold eyeglasses on that right there. Is there any signature on that? Let me just check. Just check and see. Yeah, that's definitely Boston School. If you get this, down this corner that looks like a little, that could be writing, if you get this piece, make sure you check that, because it could be by one of the major Boston painters from the 19th century. What's your pleasure on this? 475 and 500, 500, 550. I have 500 now, 550 from the Plunkett Estate in Booth Bay. 550, 600, 600, 650. I have 600, 650, 700. I have 650 and 700, 650 and 700. With Carol, it's 650 and 700. Any more? 700 and 750 now. Who had the 7? 750 with Carol now, and now 800. I'm 750 now, 800. I'm 750 now, 800, 750 now, 8. With Carol at 750 once. With Carol at 750 twice, and went for 800. We all in all on 750? We are. Carol, 750. Online bidder. Here's some cookware. This is from the same family that had the thing to cook the fish in. This one, I guess you can cook anything in. Anyway, on the 5 vintage copper pans by E. de Hellerin. What's your pleasure on those? 3.25 and 3.5, 3.5, 375, all over the place. 400 now. I have 370, 400. I have them 4.25. I have 400, 4.25 for all of it. I have 400 now, 4.25. I have 400 once, 400 twice, and 4.25. 4.25 over here, and 4.5. Need 4.5 now. I have 4.25 on the floor, and 4.5, and 475. At 450 now, 475. At 450 and 475, we all in on the nice cookware. At 450 with Darren, and 475 with Carol, and now 500, and now 500, and now 500. Yes, 500, yes, 500 I have, and now 5.5. I have 500 now, 550. At 500 now, 550 is some nice cookware. At 500 once, twice with bronze handles. Any more? Sold, 500 Darren. 389 buys. Next we have an unidentified, this is F.A. Ackman. It looks still stream in autumn circa 1925. Let's see what this looks like. This is an oil on canvas under glass, and it is signed F.A. Ackman in the corner. It looks like 1912. 1912. What's your pleasure on that lovely picture right there? 2.25 and 2.5. 250 I have in 275. I have 250 now, 275. At 250 and 75, at 250 and 75. At 250 and 75, any more? 250 over there, 99. 250 to 99. Next we have more cookware. We have 7 hammered copper double-handle cooking pots. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? On all the cooking pots. We're on lot 1118, 7 hammered copper double-handle cooking pots. What's your pleasure on these? Any interest in these? On those nice 7 cooking pots. Somebody wants those? 100 I have, and now a quarter. I have 100 now a quarter, 100 now a quarter. At $100, 100 a quarter. Boy, sleeping on these. I have 100 now, 100 a quarter. 100 a quarter, of course, and 1.5. I have 1.25. They're worth that a piece. I have 1.25, 1.5. Any more? All in all, they're 1.25, 1.5. Yours for 1.25, number 75. Nice buy. 1.25 to 75. Here we go. Oh, here's some more good cookware. Now that's what you cook lobsters in. This is signed by the maker, that maker that we sold the other stuff from. The Hellerin is from Paris. They're signed right here. Hellerin, Paris. And on those right there, all hammered copper. What's your pleasure on these? 500 I have, and now 550. I open at 550 over here and 600. I have 550s on the floor and 600. I have 550 and 600, 550 and 600. I have 550s on the floor, 600 with this lady, and 650 now. Up front at 650 and behind you, and now 700. I have 650 and 700. I have 650 and 700, 650 and 700. I have 650 once, twice in to $700 on those nice cook pots. Any more? All in, all done. 650 right there, 34. 650 to 34. Thank you all. And next we have 6 small paintings of Maine, circa 1925. And they are all by that artist that we just sold, that other one, F.A. Ekman. And on that right there, which is a pleasure. How much? $375. I have 400 and 4 1/4 I have, and 4 1/2 on the floor, and 475. I have 4 1/2, 475, 500, 5 on the floor, and 550 now. 550, 600, 650, 650, 700. I have 650 and 700 for all of them. I have 650 and 700. I have 650 and 700. These are lovely original little paintings. I have 650 and 700. I have 700 and 750. I have 700 now, 750, 800. 800 I have, an 8 1/2. I think 8 1/2 is on the floor, 900. I have 8 1/2 is with Emily now, and on live auction, 900 I have, and now 950. I have 900 now, 950 for the group. I have 900 now, 950. Beautiful little paintings right there. I have 900, 950. What's nice about them is it tells where they are on the back. It says where they are. It tells all about where they are on the back of them. We didn't realize that. I don't think we realized that when we were cataloging because it had paper on the back. Where are we now? 900. We're at 900. Emily, where are you, Emily? 850 looking for 900. I have 850 looking for 900. I have 850 looking for 900. Nice group of paintings at 850. Once, twice, any more. It's with Emily now on Live Auctioneers. Any more? Emily, 850. Live Auctioneers. That's from the Plunkett Estate again. Next we have cooking knives. A lot of interest in these. I think we should start selling just cookware. Look at these. These are custom-made Japanese knives with burl handles. They have the signature mark on them. What's your pleasure on these? 1,200 I have, and now 1,300. I have 1,200, now 1,300. 13 and now 14. I have 1,300. This is from the Kinney Estate. 1,400, now 15. 15 I have, 1,600. I have 16 and 17. 17, and we're definitely going to sell cookware. 18 and now 1,800, 19 and now 2,000. 2,000 I have, and now 2,100. I have 2,000 and 2,100. These knives are by Kramer, of the famous knife maker, and I have 2,100 and 2,200. At 2,100 and 2,200. At 2,100 2,200. Look at the quality of those, Chris. 22. Here's 22. I have 2,223 and sharp. At 2,223. 2,200 once, twice in for 2,300 with Emily all the way at 2,200 and going and going and gone. 2,200. Thanks, Emily. Live Auctioneers. I know there's a lot of interest in those. Next we have 2 hunting scenes by the mark CDS. These are wonderful little primitives. There's 2 men walking over there. Let me see this one here. These are also on the Plunkett Estate. These paintings were all over his house. Here's a man hunting the ducks over here. 2 nice primitives. They would be nice if they were in earlier frames. Anyway, what's the pleasure on those? 100 I have, and now 1 1/4 on those nice little primitives. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, 175, 150, and 175. At 150, 175. Any more? At 150 only, 175 if you like it. At 150 once, twice in for 175. Going to sell. Those are nice little pictures. 150 it is. Next we have more cookware. How about that? Oh, this is from the same house where the knives came from, so you know they're good. We have 8 pieces of French copper cookware. What's your pleasure on this? 400 I have, and now 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. That great early expensive cookware. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4, 4 and 4 1/4. Where? Oh, 4 1/4. Thank you. I didn't see. Holler at me if you need to. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2. I'm used to it. I'm 4 1/4 now, 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2, and 4 1/4, 4 1/2. Any more? Nice buy in the 4 1/2. 75 would you go? Yes, and 500. Great group. And 500. I have 475 is on the floor and selling once, selling twice. Anyway, 500 in time, and 550. 550, still a great trade. 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600. This stuff is so expensive in the store. I have 550 and 600 and selling once, 600 and a half. It only hurts for a minute. 650 and 700. Just think how good the food's going to taste. I have 650 and 700. 650 once, twice, and for 700 and 750. No, thank you for your help, though. I have 700, now 750. At 700 with Carol and 750. Any more? From the house where the knives came from. I have 700 once, twice, any more? 700, Carol. Next we have 6 large original vintage photos, Mark Twain and baseball scenes and autos. And what's your pleasure on these? 700 I have, and now 750 on these vintage photographs. I have 700 and 750 from the Plunkett estate. We found these in a cupboard in the the back shed. I have 700, now 750. I have 700, now 750, and 700, 750. Any more? 700, Carol. Once, twice, and with 750, it's Carol 700. Next we have copper again, a copper kettle and an au gratin pan. I didn't know what that was called. Au gratin. What do you know? Now I know. And what's your pleasure on this? 80 I have, and now 90. 90 I have 100 I have on the floor, 100 on the floor, and 1 1/4, 1 1/4, 1 1/2 on the floor, and 175. I have 150, now 175, and 150 once, twice, and for 175, 150, number 33. 150 to 33. You're going to polish that up? Next we have, this is a sweet little painting right here. This is a Boston School domestic scene, 2 little girls in red coats. So it can't be Red Riding Hood because she was a single. So let's see the front of that one. This is also Boston School. We probably should have taken it apart and see if there was anything on the back of it, which we didn't do. Anyway, what's your pleasure on this one? 50 I have, and 60 now. 60 I have, now 70 on here, now 80. 80, now 90. 90, now 100. Now quarter. Yes, and 150. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2. I'd only 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 175. I think it's better than that. I 150, now 175. It needs to be taken apart. Check the title. 175 is on the floor, and 200. I 175. If you're going to take a chance, I would say yes. 200 I have, and 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. 2 1/4 is on the floor, and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Any more? Nice buy. Yours, 2 1/4, 23. 2 1/4, 23. Let me know if you find anything on the back of that. I think that's... let me know, dear, if you find anything on the back of that. I think it's an important painting. Yeah. Next we go. Oh, look at this period. Look at this incredible period. Metal-mounted bronze with a beautiful original red ball shade from the Plunkett estate in gold leaf with a dragon of... yeah, it's a dragon. What's your pleasure on this? 150 have, now 175. 150, 175, and 200, and 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 275. All original. 2 1/2 and 275. 275, 300, 300, 3 1/4. I 300, now 3 1/4. 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/2, 375. I 350, 375, and 400. 375 on this banquet lamp. I 375, now 4. 375 once, twice, any more. Sold 370. 400 in time, and 4 1/4. I have 400 and 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4 with Carol at 400 and selling once, selling twice at 400 on the banquet lamp. Any more? Sold, Carol, 400. Online bidder. And off we go to a early faux bamboo rush seat armchair on that night's early handmade armchair. What's your pleasure on that? From the Plunkett estate. Maybe we have 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. None of this is reserved. So 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 175. I 150, 175. Nice early chair, circa 1800 probably. I have 1 1/2, 170, 175, and 200. At 175 and 2. At 170, 200 I have, and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 2 1/4, and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/2 and 75. At 250 and 275. All the way with Emily now. It's 250 and going down once. It's 250 and going down twice, and it's going and it's gone. 250. Live auctioneers buys. Next we go to, we're on 1129 is the next lot. Moving along nicely. And this is by Michael Hurd, a New Mexico, California artist. Landscape with portrait. Landscape with portrait. This is from the Linda Bean estate. And what's your pleasure on this? In a nice floating frame with a silver leaf. This is an expensive silver leaf floating frame. What's your pleasure on this one? 475 and now 500 and 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600. 600 on the phone with Sylvia and 650. I have 600 now 650 with Sylvia on 650 with Carol online and now 700. I have 650 and 700. 700. No money for this artist. 700 with Sylvia on the phone and 750. I have 700 now 750 with Carol and now 800. It's online at 750 and 880 if you'd like it. 800 with Sylvia now 8.5. At 800 or 8.5 at 800 8.5. At 800 once 800 twice, 8.5 with Carol, and now 900, please. I have 850 now 9, if you'd like it. 900 with Sylvia, now 950. I have 900 now 950, and 900 now 950, and 950 if you'd like it. And 900 once, 900 twice, 950, and now 1,000. Need 1,000. It's 950 online. Need 1,000 if you want it. I have 950, 1,000 I have, and now 1,100. I have 1,000 on the phone, now 1,100. It's with Sylvia on the phone at $1,000, 11 if you want it. 1,000 once, 1,000 twice, and for 1,100, we all in, all done. 1,100 I have, and now 12. We have 11 online now, 1,200. 11 and 12, 11 and 12, and that nice painting. 1,100 once, 1,100 twice, and for 1,200. Last call. 1,200 in time, and now 13. I have 1,200 in time and 1,300. I have 1,200 with Sylvia and 13 if you want it. 1,200 once, twice, any more? Sold. 1,200 the phone. 424. Thank you. They worked hard on that one. Next we go to a mother of pearl fan with hand-painted scene from the Plunkett estate. These are very early, very, very early. That's all carved mother of pearl. This is all hand-painted. These are usually French, and the rest of this is usually done handcrafted by early Chinese craftsmen. What's your pleasure in that? How much? 50. Ooh. 50 and 60. I'm glad the guy that made is dead. 60, and now 70. 70, now 80. I have 70 now 80, 70 now 80. At 70 now 80, and 70 now 80, now 90. 90, would you go? Would you go 90? 90 on the floor, and now 100. I have 90 over here, now 100, and 90 now 100. Going to go. It's on you at 90. Any more? Yours, 90, 44. 90 to 44. That's from the Plunkett estate also. And here we go, another one. This is a Victorian portrait of a little girl with daisies, a red-haired girl with daisies in a period American red walnut frame. And this, I bet you, is by Percy Sanborn. Let me see the back of that. Yeah, that needs to be taken apart and find out information on the back, too. I think it's by Percy Sanborn. He was painted in Belfast in the 19th century. What's your pleasure on that little portrait of the little girl with daisies? And he answered in this piece. Maybe we have $100 and set it in. $100 where? That's a nice little painting in a period American red walnut frame. $50 then. It's going to go. It's got all this 50. I have them 60 now. It's all that has to be sold. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. Make sure you take the back off. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. Yours, $50, number 21. Let me know if it is Sanborn. And look at this, a large Adirondack log side chair right here. What's your pleasure on this? On the Adirondack log side chair. Maybe we have what? $50 where and set it in on the chair. Any for $50. Anybody want that? Once, twice, and kind of unusual chair. No, passed away. Next we have nocturnal scene with nude. A nude woman by stream at night. Lower sign Clary, lower right. We should have taken the glass. Oh, here she's sitting here in the dark, very dark. It looks better with a light on it. And on that right there, the nocturnal scene with the seated nude. What's your pleasure on that? 100 I have, and now a quarter. I have 100 now a quarter, 100 now a quarter. I have 100 with Emily, and now a quarter. It's beautifully executed. It's just very dark. I would suggest taking off the glass. I think if it had non-glare glass or something, it'd be better. I have 100 now a quarter, 100 once, 100 twice, and for 1 1/4 from the Linda Bean estate. Any more? It looks like 100. All going to get sold. And here we go, a floral hooked rug on that right there. It's made by Myrtle Vivian Higgins of Massachusetts in 1970, 36 by 29. A lovely original hooked rug. What's your pleasure on that? 50, I have 60 now. I have 50 and 60. Wow, no, 60, yes, of course, now 70. I have 60, 70, now 80. I have 70, 80. Can you imagine the hours it took? 90, now 100. I have 100, I have now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. I have 100, now 1 1/4, 100, 1 1/4. 100 once, twice, and for 1 1/4. All in all done, $100 in the back. Yours, sir, $100, number $100, number 19. Think of all the labor it took to make that. And here we go. Leo Brooks. Leo Brooks, the famous Maine painter. Study of a female nude. And what's your pleasure on this one? 100 here, one and a quarter, 1.5, 75, 150 and 175. It's a white grazile on black paper, 175. And now who's got the 175? 175 with Carol, now 200. I 175 and now 2 from the Linda Bean estate. I 175 and now 200 anymore on the original Leo Brooks. 175 once, twice anymore. 175 it is, Carol. Next we have, look at this beautiful rug right here. This is a hooked rug in the Persian design. That is so hard to do. It's 37 by 25. And what's your pleasure on that lovely rug? 50. Whew. You couldn't buy 2 inches of that to get made for that. Maybe I have 50, now 60. I have 50, now 60. 50, now 60. Any more? 60, of course, now 70. This is all hand woven into a hooked rug. I have $60, now 70. Sleeping on this one. I have 60, now 70. Any more? 70, now 80. I have 70, now 80. No money. I have 70, now 80. Going to sell it. 70 once, 70 twice. I went for $80. That beautiful rug. 80, of course, now 90. Should have started at 300. I have $80, now 90. I have 80 once, 80 twice, and for $90. That beautiful handmade rug. 90, now 100. 90, now 100. Quickly. I 90 once. 100 I have now quarter. Look at the quality of that rug. I have 100 once, twice, any more? Sold, $100. We got to move on. Online bidder with Carol. That's a nice rug for $100. Another Leo Brooks. Hey, this one you can see. Standing nude. This is a graphite on paper by Leo Brooks from the Linda Bean estate again. She was very good friends with Leo Brooks and a patron of his work. What's your pleasure on this one? What's your pleasure on this, Leo Brooks? Original drawing. Here we have $100 and set it in. $100 where? Set it at $100 and go. Instead of $100 on a Leo Brooks. They're $1,200 in a gallery. Anyone for $100? Pass away then. Next item is a hooked rug with a Goodwin family crest from 1920s. And what's your pleasure on this one? Anyone for $100 where? $100 where on that Goodwin family crest hooked rug? Probably my Mrs. Higgins might have made it. And it's 33 by 29. Anyone for $100? $50? Got to be sold. Nobody wants it? Once, twice, and passed away. Next item. Leo Brooks. Study of 2 female nudes seated on the floor. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have. 1 1/4, 1 1/4, 1/2, 75, 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2, 275. They're out. I have Carol at 250 and 275. 250 once, twice, one was 275. 250, Carol. Next we have a lovely Dutch sterling silver snuff box. Dutch export silver, 934 silver with import marks of John George Smith. And on that right there, the beautiful little box. Oh, isn't that sweet? It's all reposéd with figures. 2 people in a carriage, horse-drawn carriage on that little snuff box right there. What's your pleasure on that? 80, I have it now 90. 90, now 100. I have 90, now 100, 90, now 100. And 90, now 100, 90, now 100 anymore on that beautiful period snuff box. I have only $90, now $100. 100, I have 100 on the floor and a quarter. I have 100 on the floor and 100 quarter. Down front at $100, that's a nice box, no money. I have 100 now quarter anymore. Yours for 100, number 70. $100, number 70. Next we have another Leo Brooks. Study of a female nude leaning on a table. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on this one? Here we have $100 and set it in. $100 where? Set it in on Leo Brooks. With all the Leo Brooks buyers, these usually bring a ton of money. Anyone for $100? Pass away. Next object. Moving on. Next we have another good piece of silver right here. Early 19th century Swedish gilt silver spice box. Gilt silver spice box. The gilding is still good. And you can see that it has the shaker top still in it. So it would shake out perfectly. And on that beautiful reposé work. And what's your pleasure in that? 1 1/4, 1 1/2. That very early piece. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2. A silver vinaigrette or spice container. I have only 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/4 once, twice, and for 1 1/2. All in, all done. 1 1/4 with Emily. Any more? Emily, 1 1/4. Next we have no shortage of Leo Brooks. Then we have 3 female nudes dancing. 3 female nudes dancing. What's your pleasure on this one? 150, 175, yes, and 200, and 2 1/4, and 2 1/2. 2 1/2 and 275. At 250 now 275. At 250 the floor is out with Carol at 250 and 275. Any more? Carol 250. Next we have a wonderful carving, 1950s Italian carving of a jester. Look at this lovely thing right here. That's all gilded and carved, probably around 1920, 1930s maybe. Beautiful object right there. What's your pleasure on this? 100 I have a now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. A 1 1/4, 1 1/2, a 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and then lovely original carving, probably Italian, at 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Look at the quality of the workmanship in this. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Any more? 1 1/4, 1 1/2. The little dog's face, 1 1/2 and 175. I 150 now 175. Boy, that's no money for this. I 150 now 175. At 150 once, 150 twice. I'm going to sell it. Any more? And 175. Sold 150. And off we go to the next object. 1145. Another good painting right here. This is by Robert G. Davis. New paint in dry dock, 25 by 29. A beautiful original painting right there. What's your pleasure? 300 I have, 375 and 325. Sorry, 325 and 3 1/2. I 3 1/4, 3 1/2 and 375 and 400. I 3 floor is out. It's on FC now. 400 I have with Emily and now 4 1/4. They out. I have 400 with Emily now 4 1/4. I have 400 now 4 1/4. Beautiful 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. From the Linda Bean estate, I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2. I have 4 1/2 on the floor. Nice painting. 4 1/2 is on the floor down front, and 475. I have 450 and 75. I'm going to sell 450 once, twice, 75 in time, and 500. 500 I have, and now 550. I have 500 on the floor, and 500 on the 550. Any more? 500 once, twice, and for 5 1/2. 500 to 21. 500 to 21. Next we have, this is a lovely piece right here. And on this right here, Giuseppe Beneduce, Italy, 1890, a bronze-clad standing figure in that right from the Plunkett estate again. What's your pleasure on this one? 175, 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2 on the floor, and 275, 75, and 300, 300 on the floor, and 3 1/4, 3 1/4, 3 1/2. I 3 1/4 is absentee. Is that absentee? 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I 3 1/4. The floor is out. This is a lovely original sculpture. Look at the delicateness of that little child with holding a crab in his hand. And it's in a Japanese, it looks like a Japanese, the planter they'd use for lily whites and white, for what? Paper whites, there you go. And what do we have? 3 1/4 with you? Any more? 3 1/4 once, twice, in for 3 1/2. Sold. 3 1/4. Done. 401. Next we have a Leo Brooks. You can see this one. Leo Brooks' study of a female nude model. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on this one? Maybe a couple $100 to set it in. 200 I have, and now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. No money for original Leo Brooks. I'll tell you, there's a gallery in Port Clyde. They're asking like 800-900 a piece for these. I have 100 now quarter, 100 once, one twice, and he went for 1 1/4. Sold $100. Next item is a bronze chandelier, cast bronze and crystal chandelier. What's your pleasure on this one? This is 40 by 30 by 30. I have 100 now quarter. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. We have all the other pots that go on it too, by the way. 1 1/2, 175, and now 200. I 170, 200 I have, and now 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. At only 200, 2 1/4. It's beautiful. Bronze chandelier. I have 200, 2 1/4 with Carol at 200, 2 1/4. Any more? Any more? We have all the pots that go on it. They just didn't put them on. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. Sold, Carol, 200. Next we have another Leo Brooks. Nude woman standing with crossed arms. That's a nice one. And with a little sub-sketch on the side. What's your pleasure on this one? A couple $100 wear. 200 wear. $100 wear. Instead of $100. It's $100 on the Leo Brooks. No Leo Brooks buyers here today. Pass that away. Next object. And we have another lamp. Another banquet lamp with a very rare 1870s banquet lamp with a rare cranberry hobnail shade. Look at this. Look at that. As a black glass shaft, bronze mounted, clear font, but look at that shade. Cranberry hobnail with a lattice work edge. What's your pleasure on this one? What's your pleasure on this lamp right here? Should bring me several hundred, maybe have $100 and set it in. $100 where? And stand that lamp at $100. Wow. That's a rare, rare banquet lamp. Nobody wants it? Now, if you open it for 100, that's going to be yours. No? Anyone for 100, quickly. Nobody wants it? Once, twice, and pass away then. Next subject. Next we have Emily Muir, 2 small sketchbook pages by Emily Muir. We've sold her stuff for as much as $20,000 for paintings. And what's your pleasure on this? 100 I have, and 1 1/4. I have 100 now. 1 1/4, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, 175, 75, 200, 200, 2 1/4. These are original Emily Muir sketches. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2, 2 1/2 and 275. I have 250 and 275, 275 and 300, 300 and 3 1/4. I have 300 with Carol all the way and 3 1/4, 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/2, 75. I have 3 1/2 with Carol all the way and 375. I have 350 anymore. We have 400 with Carol anymore. 400 once, 400 twice. Not in the Bean Estate anymore. 400. Next we have 2 large continental porcelain pieces. Look at these beautiful pieces of porcelain. These are lovely original sculptures in very heavy porcelain. The lady and the man from a local estate right here in Thomaston. And what's your pleasure on those? 150 have 175. I have 150 now 175 and the beautiful pair of porcelain figures. These are on the mantle of this mansion down here in Thomaston. I have 150 now 175 and 150 once, twice, and for 175. They're gone at 150. Next we have a Leo Brooks, Study of a Nude Model. May we have what? 100 I have, and now 1/4. I have 100 now 1/4, 100 and 1/4 from the Linda Bean Estate again. I have $100, 100 and 1/4 anymore. All in all, then $100. It is $100 then. Next we have, this is a nice piece right here. Egyptian Revival Grand Tour Slate Obelisk. Look at this. This was brought back from Europe, somebody in the Grand Tour in the 1880s, 1890s, with hieroglyphic decoration. Beautiful stepped base on it. All incised in red. What's your pleasure on that? 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and 2 1/4, 2 1/2. That's a nice piece. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At only 2 1/4, 2 1/2 anymore. At 2 1/4 with Emily and 2 1/2 if you want it. That's a nice piece of Grand Tour marble or slate. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2 anymore. Emily 2 1/4. Next we have Elizabeth Scott O'Haverty from Hope, Maine. It's called Hotel Terminus La Cuisine, The Kitchen, 2002. What's your pleasure on this? How much? 200 I have, and now 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4. This is from the Lang Estate of Rockport, Maine. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4. I have 2 1/4 on the floor and 2 1/2 over here, and 275. I have 250 on the left, and 275 and 300. I have 275 and now 3. With Carol at 275 and 3. At 275 once, twice, in for 300. 300 with Carol and 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2 anymore. 3 1/2 with Carol all the way and 375. 375 and 400. At 400, at 375 and 4. 375 once, twice, and for 400. Anymore? Anymore? Carol, 375. Next we go to a early English pearlware coffee pot. Look at the size of that coffee pot in pearlware. Rare to find in that size. It's unbelievable. What's your pleasure? 100 I have, and now 1/4. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 175, 175, 200 on the floor and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4 on the floor, 200 selling. At 200 once, 200 twice, in for 2 1/4 in that beautiful big pearlware teapot, coffee pot rather. I have 200, 2 1/4, 200 to 42, 200 to 42. Next we have another Emily Muir. Fishing Shacks, Monhegan, graphite on paper by Emily Muir from the Bean Estate again. What's your pleasure on the Emily Muir? She's a wonderful artist. What's your pleasure on that one? 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. I have 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half on the Emily Muir at 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. Reasonable for her at 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half anymore. At 2 and a quarter once, twice in for 2 and a half. All in, all then, only 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. We all good? It's 2 and a quarter then. Next we have a Hamadan rug, a nice rug. It's 3.6 by 6.2. 3.6 by 6.2. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? That beautiful antique rug right there. 175 and 200. I have 175, 200 on the phone, 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. I have 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half and 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. 2 and a half and 275 is 275 and 300 now. It's on the phone with Carol at 300 on the phone with Sylvia and 3 and a quarter online now 3 and a half. I 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. At 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half with Carol online and now 375. I 350 now 375. At 350 now 375. At 350 once twice 375 with Carol 400. A nice rug. At 375 now 400. 400 I have now 4 and a quarter. I have 400 now 4 and a quarter, 4 and 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half. I have 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half, 4 and a half, and 475. I have 450 and 475, 75 and 500. I have 475, 500, 550 now. I have 500 and 550. Carol's got 2 players. I have 550 with Carol and 600. I have 550 and 600. A nice antique rug. I have 550 once, 550 twice, 600 if you want it. We all in, all done at 550. Sold 550 Carol. Another Leo Brooks. On the Leo Brooks of the Standing Woman. What's your pleasure on this one? Maybe we have a couple $100 to set it in. At 200 wear, at 200 wear, at $100 wear. $100 wear on the Leo Brooks. Anyone for 100? Anybody want that one for $100 for Leo Brooks? Pass away then. Next object. 91 antique tin tobacco tags. These are Wessinger's Peace and Goodwill. These were all stuck in the hard tobacco plugs from the South. What's your pleasure on those? What's your pleasure on those? Any interest in those? On the tobacco plugs, 91 of them. Any interest in those? $50. Maybe once those? Once, twice, and pass those away. Next object. Oh, here's a lovely painting right here by William Bryant. William Bryant. Look at that nice color in that. This is fishing shanties. This is down by Port Clyde, I believe. And on that right there, what's your pleasure by William Bryant, a nice artist. Oil on canvas board. What's your pleasure? 400 I have, and now 4 and a quarter. I have 400 now, 4 and a quarter. Great color in that. I have 400 now, 4 and a quarter, 4 and 4 and a quarter. At 400 and 4 and a quarter from the Linda Bean estate. Anymore. At 400 once, twice, 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half. I have 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half. At 4 and a quarter, nice colors. 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half anymore. 4 and a quarter once, twice, and for 4 and a half. So, Carol, 4 and a quarter. Some more tobacco tags. 54 assorted tobacco tags. What's your pleasure on this one? With the box. What's that? 50. I have them 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. I have 50 once, 50 twice, and for $60. All in, all in. $50 with Carol at 50. Any more? Carol 50. Next we have 2 frame Viennese painted lace hand fans dated 1890. Dated 1890. Again, with mother of pearl. That's all like Battenberg lace. That's all hand painted. What's your pleasure on those? 50, having 60 now. 60, now 70. 70, now 80. 70, now 80. 70, now 80. One of them is good. The other one needs repair. 80 and now 90. 80, now 90. 80, now 90. At 80 once, 80 twice, in for $90. Any more? All in, all done at $80. Wow. Any more? $80. Online bidder. Next we have Tony Anthony Weiss. He was from oh God, I know what it is. Can't think of it. Abandoned Farm. This is original colored etching right here, and he was from over by Belgrade, Mount Vernon. There we go. Finally. And what's your pleasure on this one? 50, having 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60, now 70. I have 60, 70's on the floor, now 80. I have 70 now 80, 70 now 80, 80 now 90. I have 80 now 90, would you like it? 90 now 100, and 90 now 100. At 90 now 100, 100 I have now quarter. 100 Carol with you? 100 with Carol now quarter. I have 1 quarters on the floor and 1 and a half. I 1 quarter, 1 and a half, and 1 quarter, 1 and a half. 1 quarter, 1 and a half. Any more? Any more? Sold at 1 quarter. Number 21. And look at this piece right here. A beautiful French enamel on copper signed by the artist Roybay. And on that right there, 7.5 inches high. This is all enamel on copper or bronze. It feels like bronze is so heavy. But look at the condition of this thing. And what's your pleasure on this? 90 and now 100. 100 I have now quarter. 1 and a quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter anymore. All in all done $100. That's no money for that at all. Any money for it than 100 and a quarter. $100, $313. Next we have, Henry Makowitz, New York. Illustration for Old Casey Tells All. What's your pleasure on the baseball piece? You understand that piece right there? Where's your pleasure for $100 where? It appears in the 1962 issue of Illustrators, Annual American Illustrators. Anyone for $100 on the baseball player? Understand that piece? No baseball, guys. Next item. And we have 2 binders of state quarters of 23 and a collection of 23 karat gold stamps. And what's your pleasure on those? How much? 60 I have, and now 70. I have 60, 70, now 80. There's more than that in face value. I have 70, now 80, 70, now 80, 70, now 80. I have 71, 80, and now 90. I have 80, now 90. They're all perfect condition. 90, now 100. 90, now 100. 90, now 100. Any more? 90 once, 90 twice. Going to sell it. That's more than that, I think, just in face value. I have $90 anymore. All in all, the $90. Carol, $90. Sheldon C. Schoenberg, Maine, Illinois, California, and worked in Italy. Autumn maple, and what's your pleasure on oil painting right there? 50 I have. Wow. That's awful low for that. I have 50 and 60. I have 50 and 60. We had some of his paintings before. They brought a lot. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. Original oil, 60 over here and 70 here, 70 here and 80 there, 80 there, and now 90, now 100. Now 100, yes, and a quarter and a half. I won a quarter, 1.5. Reasonable for him. I won a quarter. This is from the Osher Estate in Portland, Maine. I won a quarter, 1.5. She had great stuff. 1 a quarter to you. Number 70. Thank you, ma'am. 125 to 70. And next we have, moving right along, some beautiful Russian lacquered boxes. Look at these. How many we have? 5? 5 lacquered boxes from Russia. What's your pleasure on all those beautiful boxes right there? 100 I have a now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter on all those beautiful Russian lacquered boxes. I have 100 now quarter, 100 once, 100 twice. Reasonable. Anyone for 100 a quarter. They even have the original tags inside of them. I have $100, 100 a quarter. Any more? It's $100 then. Next we have a beautiful signed J. Newman Hollerod miniature portrait of a woman. A lovely miniature right there. Let me see that one a second, Bob. Oh, it's signed right here on the edge. Beautifully executed in a gilded brass frame. What's your pleasure on that? 100 I have a now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. Quarter now half. I won a quarter, 1.5. I won a quarter, 1.5. That's a beautiful miniature. I won a quarter, 1.5. I'd only won a quarter, 1.5. A beautiful miniature in ivory. The lace work on her collar is amazing. I won a quarter, 1.5. Any more? I won a quarter once, twice, and for 1.5. Any more? Boy, that's way under the money for that. I'm going to sell it. 1 a quarter. 313. 125. 313. Got it. Next item is 1930s British pantomime theater poster. Goldilocks and the Three Bears by Taylors of Wombwell. What's your pleasure on the Goldilocks poster? What's your pleasure on this one? May we have $100 and set it in quickly on the Goldilocks poster. $100 where? And he has to $100 on the Goldilocks. Nobody likes Goldilocks either. Well, okay. I have 50 and moving on. 50, I have them 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60 with Carol at $50 and 60 if you like it. Any more? Carol, 50. Next item is a Joel Zaretsky Shalom in copper and silver relief acrylic on black board. And what's your pleasure on this one? 50, have them 60 now. This is from the Osher Trust again. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60 at only $50. That's all done in relief. That's all done in relief in copper. I have only $50. Anyone for 60? 50 once, twice, and for 60? $50 it is. 60 and now 70. Carol's with 60 and now 70. Quickly. I have 60 now 70. 61, 70 now 80. 70 now 80. 70 now 80. Under the money for this guy. I have 70 now 80. Any more? 71, 80 and now 90. Should have started at 200, but it's all right. I have 80 now 90. 80 once, 80 twice. I'm for $90. 90 and now 100. 90 now 100. Moving along. Anyone for 100? Quickly. I have 90 now 100. Any more? Sold $90. We're going to move on. Live auction. Next we have a rare case book on horse racing. This is a very rare case book in a leather binding. Beautiful condition. And on that book right there, which a pleasure. 175 and 200. 200 I have and 2 1/4. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. 2 1/2. What? 2 1/2. Yes, and 275. I have 250 and 275. It's on you at 250 right now and 275. You like it? That's a very rare book. This is an edition of 72 copies. I have 250 once, 250 twice. Him for 275. Nice buy. 250 to 73, is it? Yeah? Your number? 44. 250 to 44. Next we have, this is by an artist by the name of, the last name, Cluster of Farm Buildings. Let me see that one. Boy, that's a nice little painting right there. On that one right there, in a beautiful French Impressionist frame. What's your pleasure on this one? From the Osher estate again. 80 now 90, 90 now 100, 90 now 100, 90 now 100 now quarter, 1 1/4, of course 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, 175, 175 on the floor, and 200, 175. I have 200, 200 with Sylvia, and 2 1/4. I have 2 1/4 on the floor and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4. Look at the quality of that painting. 250. I have 250 with Sylvia, and now 275. I have 250 with Sylvia and 275. 270. I have 275 and a gentleman on the corner here live at 275. 300 on the phone with Sylvia, and now 3 1/4 with Carol, and now 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2. 350 with Sylvia on the phone, and 375 and 400. I 375 and now 400. I have 4 1/4. Beautiful little painting. I have 400, 4 1/4. That very expensive frame. I have 400, 4 1/4 anymore. Once, twice, 4 1/4. I was on the floor with a gentleman. I have 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. 4 1/2 and 475. I have 450 and 475. I have 450 once, twice in for 475 from the Osher estate. 475 and 500 now. I have 475 and 500. I have 475 and 5 and 475 and 500. 475 with Carol all the way. Once, twice, and Carol 475. Thank you all for bidding. A lot of bidding on that one. Next we have canes. Oh. Next we have canes. Assorted walking sticks. Look at these. This one has a silver top. This was in chagrin, like that's shark skin. This one is a silver mounted, probably Irish. And all right there, which a pleasure on all the canes. 70 I have, now 80. I have 70 now 80, 80 now 90, 80 now 90, and all those period sticks. I have only $80 now 90 if you want them. I have $80 now 90. 80 once, 80 twice, 90 now 100. 100 I have now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. On the floor at 100 now quarter for all those sticks. $25 a piece, can you imagine? I have $100 now quarter. Selling once, selling twice at $100. Yours, $100, number 38. $100, number 38. And next we have Sheldon C. Schoenberg. It's calling Replanting Bashan Stone Lithograph. On the stone lithograph, it has all kinds of documents on the back. What's your pleasure on this? 50 I have from the Osher house again. 50 and 60 show on the back of that deal. It has all the documents. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60 on that original stone lithograph. I have 50 only and 60 now. I have 50 once, twice, and for $60. No money for that. I have 50 once, twice. Any more? It's $50 then. Next we have a great exhibition, 1851 Great Exhibition Case Exhibitor's Medal in bronze. Look at that. That's a rare thing. And may we have what? 500 where? I have, go ahead, Carol. 375 and 400. I have 375 and 4. Yes, and 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I know you got bids and 500, 500, 550, 600. No, I have Carol at 550 and 600. That rare metal at 550 and 600. The book is out. It's at 550 with Carol and 600. At 550 once, twice, and for 600. Carol 550. Next we have, here's a beautiful little painting right here. This is by Eugene-Henri Chouchos, France. A miniature floral still life. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? This is a beauty. 500 I have. 5.5 on wooden panel, 550, 600, 600, 650, 650, 700. 700, they're out. I have 700 Carol, now 750, 800. I have 750 now 8. At 750 now 800. This is from the Osher estate again. 800 now 8.5. At 800 now 8.5 and now 9. At 8.5 and now 9. A beautiful little still life. This was upstairs on an easel in the library. 900 now 950. At 900 now 950 and 900 950. 900 once, 900 twice. In for 950. 950, 1,000. I have 950 looking for 1,000. I have 950 now 1,000 if you'd like it. 950 once, twice, in for $1,000 bill. Any more? Once, twice, and it's 950 then. Online bidder. Lovely little picture. And some toys. 3 vintage toys. We have a Dick Tracy car, the yellow man, wind up, and a cow. What's your pleasure? What's your pleasure on those? Maybe what? $50 wear and send them in on toys. 50 wear and all those toys. Aim for $50 on those nice little period toys. Anyway, for $50. Nobody wants those? Once, twice. Pass them away then. We want to move on to stuff we want to sell. Here we go. Bernard E. Rowan, M.D., Dutch ship Gouda, 1665. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on this? 50, having 60 now. This is also from the Osher estate. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. That's all inscribed in brass. I have $50 only and 60 now. I have 50 once, twice, and for $60. Any more? One bid. Sold. $50 gone. Next we have a vintage tin plate model train set in the original box. And on that train set right there, what's your pleasure on that? 50, having 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. A nice train in the original box. Looks like it's never been used. I have $50 only, 60 if you like it. I have 50 once, twice, aim for 60. All in all, that $50 with Carol. 50 it is. Online bidder. Next we have, here's another Sheldon Schoenberg right here. The Horrors, a stone lithograph, pencil signed, and on that right there, what's your pleasure on this one? 50, having 60 now. From the Osher estate again. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. These are original stone lithographs from this guy, Sheldon Schoenberg. I have $50 and 60 now. 50 once, 50 twice, and for $60. It's $50 then. Next, these are cute as anything. This is just, it's brand new condition. All the original labels and all the dolls. Boyd's collection Noah's Ark toy with all the animals. Giraffes, monkeys, kangaroo, tigers, pandas, elephants, camels, and bears. What's your pleasure on that lovely toy? I can't imagine what that cost new. Anyone for, how much? What is this 50 business? 60 and 70. 70, 80 on the floor, now 90. I have 80 on the floor, now 90, now 100. I have 100, of course, now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. Nothing for this. I have 100 on the floor and a quarter, 1 a quarter, 1 and a half, 1 a quarter, 1 and a half, and 1 a quarter, 1 and a half. It's all like brand new. The tags are on every one of the animals that still have the tags on them. I want 1 and a half, yes, and 1 on that, 1 and a half, and now 175. Cute little thing. I 150, 175, 175. I can't imagine what it costs new. I 175 and now 200. I 175 and 2. Last call at 175 and 200. Carol 175. Next we have a custom mirror top round stand Hollywood Regency style table, 28 inches high, 11.5 inch diameter. This is from the estate, the Osher estate again. A nice designer piece right here. Look at this. And on that right there in solid bronze. What's your pleasure on that? 250 having 275. I have 250 and 275 at 250 and 75 at 250 and 75. Any more? Nice design. 275. This is a designer piece at 275 and 300. 300 and 3 and a quarter. I have 300 now, 3 and a quarter. 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. And 3. I'll take it. They gave you this heavy thing. It's all gilded. It's all gilded bronze. Where are we, Carol? 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. At 3 and a quarter. I was looking to see if it's signed somewhere. I have 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. 3.5 and 375. I 350 and 375 and 400. Just need to have the mirror washed. I 375 and 400. You can set it down there. 375 and 4 at 375 and selling once, twice, and for 400. 375. Online bidder. I can't imagine what that'd be in a design shop. Whew. And off we go. What's next that's fun? Here we go. More tobacco tags. What's your pleasure on these? We have 27 tobacco tags. Anyone for $50? Anyone for $50? Nobody wants those? Once, twice, any interest in those? $25. They got to be sold. Nobody wants those? Once, twice, and pass them away. Next object. Next we have more tobacco tags. 44 tobacco tags. Anyone for $50 on those? And all the tobacco tags. These all came in on free appraisal for one lady. Any interest in those? Pass those away. Next object. Oh, here's a cool painting. This is a Witham American Western genre painting. On the genre painting right here. And that one right there is... this guy is cheating. He's got cards down by his side. They're pulling it over on this guy. This guy doesn't know what the heck's happening. Anyway, what's your pleasure on that wonderful, comical 19th century painting? How much? 100 I have, and now quarter. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. That's a fun painting. I 1 1/4, 150, now 175. I 150, now 175. Not a lot of money for this. It's a good picture. I 150, now 175. At 150, 175 anymore. At 150 once, 150 twice. And for 175, it's 150 then. Next we have a Chinese carved soapstone figure of Kuan Yin. Two soapstone. That's all soapstone. What's your pleasure on those? Bless you. What's your pleasure on these? And the soapstone figures. And you said $50 from the Osher estate. $50 where? Now you could say 50. Anyway, for $50. 50 I have and 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. Any more? 50 once with Sylvia. That's online. At 50 once, twice. Any more? 50 it is. Online. Thank you, Sylvia. Next we have American portrait of a woman circa 1890. It's initialed B.S. on the side. Let me take a look at the back of that. I haven't seen a lot of these. Yeah, this is an early painting. You can tell by the stretcher the way it's made. And let's see the front of it. Yeah, it's marked B.S. This just needs a light cleaning, but it looks like it's a fairly well-accomplished painter. What's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have, and now quarter. Needs a light cleaning. 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Going to sell it. 1 1/2. 175 here. Yes. Is that yes? 175 is on the floor. 200, 2 1/4. 2 1/4 is on the floor. 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 on the gentleman seated right at 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Sold 2 1/4, number 80. 2 1/4, number 80. 2 1/4, number 80. Yes. And next we have mother of pearl clamshell coin purses on chains. Oh, yeah, these all came from an estate in Camden, Maine. And they open up and they think most of them have silk lining. Look at these. They're all lined with silk. Somebody took a lot of time to make these. What's your pleasure on these? What? 80, now 90. I have 80, now 90, 80, now 90 for the whole group. At 80, now 90, they came out of a beautiful house in Camden. They had a house in London and 90, now 100. 90, now 100. 100, now quarter. I have 100, now quarter. I have 100, now quarter. 100, now 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. I 1 1/4, reasonable for those. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Any more? Any more? All in, all done. 1 1/4. Online with Sylvia. Next we have two lovely primitive paintings right here. Look at these. Let me see this a second. You got it, Chris? Don't lift over your head. Two lovely original primitive paintings right here. Just put them right there. Oh, this one's, I got an 1893. This one's dated 1893. And what's your pleasure on the two paintings? 100 I have, and now 1 1/4. I 100, 1 1/4. That's no money for those two original paintings. And from that period, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 175. They're not reserved. 1 1/2 and 175. 150 once, twice, and for 175. We all in, all done at 150, 175, and 200. At 175 and now 2. No money. They're not even $100 a piece. At 175 and 2. Any more? Once, twice, and Sylvia, 175. Next we have a rare Madagascar agatized ammonite fossil. On that rare fossil, what's your pleasure on that? 70 I have, and now 80. I have 70, now 80 on the floor, now 90. I have 90, and now 100. I have 90, now 100, 90, now 100. 100 with Sylvia, now 1 1/4. On that rare specimen, I have 100, now 1/4. 100 once, 100 twice in for 1 1/4 on that rare specimen. Any more? All in all done at $100. Sylvia, $100. Online. Next we have Caroline Bunker. Caroline Bunker, young soccer player. And on the Caroline Bunker, what's your pleasure on the young soccer player? Where we have a couple $100 and set it in. 200, we have it 200, 100 where? And instead of $100, that nice original painting of the little young soccer player. And he said $100? And he said $100. Nobody wants that one? Passed away. No soccer players. Next item. We have 2 vintage needlepoint floral throw pillows. These are from the Osher estate. This is a multi-million-dollar house, and they never used it. All the stuff was brand new in this house. Anyway, what's your pleasure on these? 50, having 60 now. 60 and 70. I have 60 and 70. I can't imagine what these cost. They're all French needlepoint. I have 60 now, 70. Any more? 60 once, twice, and 70 if you want them. Who has the 60? 70 now, 80. With Carol at 70 now, 80 for the 2. 70 once, like brand new. 70 twice. Sold. $70, Carol. And now we have a pair of Steuben swans, a pair of Steuben swan sculptures in glass. What's your pleasure? 50 and 60 now. 60 now 70. I have 60. These are Steuben. I have 60 now 70 from the Osher estate. 70 now 80. Aren't they beautiful? Look at the quality of that glass. 70 now 80. With Carol at 70 and 80. Going to sell them. Any more for $70? 70 once, twice, and for $80. Any more? Sold $70. Next, we have a 1950s portrait of a boy. It was done at the U.S. Embassy in Lima, Peru. And what's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have, and now 1/4. I have 100 now 1/4, 100 now 1/4. At only $100, 100 1/4. Nicely painted. 100 once, 100 twice, and for 1 1/4. From a house in North Yarmouth. Any more? All in, all done. 100. Next, we have a pair of sterling silver cigarette cases, and on those right there, they both have beautiful chasing and great condition. What's your pleasure on these? 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2, look at the engraving all over them. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. 2 1/4 once, twice, and for 2 1/2 and 275. At 250 and 275. At 250 and 275. At 250 and 75 anymore. 250 once, twice, and for 275. So 250. Next, we have 3 19th century sterling utensils, Albert Coles, Reed and Barton, and sterling silver. Nice serving pieces right there. What's your pleasure on those? 275 and 300 if you'd like them. At 275 and now 3. At 275 and 300 for the beautiful silver pieces right there. At 275 and 300 any more? All in all done at 275. Any more? We are done at 275 then. Online bidder. Carol got those. Oh, here's a nice little portrait. This is by Frank Herbert Mason, New York and Ohio. The title is Looks Like Trouble. I think they're right. And what's your pleasure on this one? Here we have what? A couple $100 and set it in. 200 we have set 200. $100. That lovely little portrait. No money for these things. If you had to have those commissioned, they're thousands. Anyone for $100 on the little girl? Anyone for $100? Nobody wants it? Passed away. Next object. Then we have a nice pair of sterling silver on copper 3-arm candelabra. Look at these. Beautiful condition, too. Hardly anywhere. If you want to have candelabras in style, they have the markings on the side of who made them and everything like that. What's your pleasure? 100 I have, and now 1/4. I have 100 now 1/4. Nobody wants to live in style anymore. They're all signed right here by the maker. I have 100, now 1 1/4. 1 1/4 here, 1 1/2 there. 1 1/2, yes. Yes, and 175. I have 150 with the gentleman seated, and now 175. It's over here, 150, now 175 for the pair. 175, and now 200. 200, of course, and 2 1/4. No money for these. I have 200, 2 1/4, and 2 1/2, and 2 1/2, yes, and 275. No. I have 250 with the gentleman seated on the left at 250 and 275. I have 250 once, 250 twice, and for 275. Nice pair of sticks, beautiful condition. You got them. 250, number 75. 250 to 75. And next we have a Italian slant front desk, and on that little serpentine front Italian desk right there. What's your pleasure on that? May we have $100 and set it in. Has a serpentine front, all marquetry inlaid with a bracket base, $100 wear. And instead of $100, that nice little desk. The handles need to be reattached. $100 wear. And instead of $100, that nice little Italian desk. Little tiny desk. Somebody wants that for $100? Pass away. Next object we have is John Olsen Hammerstead Norwegian Fjord. And on that right there, I have 500 now 550. I have 500 now 550 and 550. At 500 now 550, 600 and 600, Jen. And 600 on that one. You have an FC, I think. What's that? 6.5 and 700, 750, 800. No, I have 750 with Carol, now 800. I have 750, now 800, 750, now 8. I have 750, 100 once, 750 twice, and for 800 anymore. Lovely original painting. Sold. Carol, 750 then. Next we have a vintage crystal table lamp, a beautiful crystal table lamp. This was in the house in Portland again, at the Osher estate. Crystal with a pleated shade, and on that, rate your pleasure on that. I have 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. 100 on the floor, 100 a quarter here. 1.5 there. 175. Yes, and 200. Yes, and 2 1/4. Yes, and 2 1/2. No, I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and 2 1/2 and 75. No, thank you. I have 2 1/2 with Carol and 275. I have 250 and 275. Any more? Beautiful lamp. Any more? 250 Carol. And then the wonderful little Victorian needlepoint footstool. And on there, all needlepoint with all the original lacquer and brass trim. What's your pleasure on this one? Wait, what? 30, now 40. I have 30, now 40. This is a period piece. I have 30, now 40, 30, now 40. Any more? All in all, then $30, 40 if you want it. Sold, $30. That's from the Osher House, too. Online bidder. Next, oh, this is fun. This is Boris O'Klein. Boris O'Klein, hand-colored, pencil signed from the Osher estate again. What's your pleasure on this one? How much? We're going to start that $50 stuff again. 60, now 70. I have 60, now 70, 70, now 80. I have 70, now, this is an original piece by him. I have 80, now 90 from the Osher estate. I have 80, now 90, now 100. I have 90, now 100, now quarter. I have 100, now quarter, 100, now quarter. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. I have 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/2 and 175. At 150, now 175. At 175 and 200. At 175 and 2. At 175 and 2. 175 and 2. That's really fun. At 175 and 2. Any more? All in all, 200 I have and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4 anymore. 2 1/4 with Carol, 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2 anymore. Nice condition from the Osher, 2 1/2 from the Osher house, 2 1/2 and 275. I have 250 and 275. 250 once, 250, 275 with Carol, now 300. I have 275 with Carol and 300 now. I have 275 with Carol and 300 with Emily and 3 1/4. I have 300 and 3 1/4. I have 300 once, twice in for 3 1/4. All in all then, 300 with Emily, 3 1/4 with Carol's back in, and now 3 1/2. I have 3 1/2 with Emily and 375. I have 350 and 375. At 350, 75 anymore. 375 and 400. I 375 and now 4. I 375 and 4. 375 once, 375 twice, and for 400, we all in, all done. 400 in time, and with Carol, 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I want to see it one more time. 4 1/2 and 475. I have 4 1/2 now 475. That is great. It's all pencil signed. 4 1/2 now 475. 450 once, twice, and for 475 with Carol now 500. I have 475 and 5. And 5 now. I have 475 and 500. 500. 550 now. I have 550, 600. I have 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600 if you'd like it. 600 with Emily all the way now. I have 600 once. 600 twice. This is it. Sold. 600. Live auctioneers. And off we go. 2 penny banks. What's your pleasure? A nice little coin register right here. Nickels, dimes, and quarters. Oh, there's money in it. And what's your pleasure on this one here? May we have what? $50 where? $50 where? $25 then. $25. A nice penny bank. This is a nice vintage bank right here. In great 25 I have, and now how do we have to go now? 35. I have 25 now 35. I have 25 now 35 anymore? No money for these. At 25 and 35, all in at 25 and 35. Sold $25. Online bidder. Next we have a beautiful painting of an adolescent girl from the 19th century. 19th century painting right here. Look at the quality of that painting. It almost looks like, you know what? I bet you that is. This looks like it might be a Thomas Sully. Let me see the back of that a second. I just thought of it as it came up. If you get this, do some research on this. Thomas Sully did portraits like this, and it's on the right canvas, so in the right stretcher. Anyway, what's a pleasure on this? Attributed to Thomas Sully, possibly. What's your pleasure on this? Maybe we have a couple $100 and set it in. 200 way and set it in that beautiful painting right there. Anything for 200 on that young girl. Circa, I would say circa 1870, 1880. Any interest? Once, twice, and I have 100 with the lady in the center. I have 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. Gonna sell it. It's unreserved. 100 once, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, 175. 150 is on the floor. 175. Quickly, I'm gonna sell it. I 150 once, twice, and 175 and 200 and 200. I 175 and 2. I 175 and time. Beautiful painting. I 175 and 2. All in, all then. 175. Carol 175. And next we have more penny banks. 3 advertising coin banks. What's your pleasure on these? 50, having 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. I like this one. The Prudential. Remember the symbol of the rock? I have 50 and 60. Any more? 50 once, twice, and for $60. All in, all in. $50? Any more? Carol, $50. Next we have, this is a good one right here. A lot of interest in this. This is the small oil painting of the fish. It's initialed MH 1927. I think this is by one of an important French painter. Let me see the back of this. Yeah. And what's your pleasure on this one? 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. 3 1/4, 3 1/2, and 3 1/4, 3 1/2. This is a good picture. 3 1/2 and 375 and 375. I 350 and 375. I 350 and 375. Thank you. And 400 and 400. I 370, 400. If you get this, do some research on it. 400, 4 1/4, 4 1/4, 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2, 4 1/4, 4 1/2. Any more? All in all, 4 1/2, 75. No. I've had 450 with Carol and 475. I have 450 and 475. At 450 once, 450 twice, and 475 if you like it. Any more? Carol, 450 then. And now we have a brown and flather Sheffield wooden bit brace with brass mountings. What's your pleasure on that? On that nice wooden bit brace. May we have $50 wear? $50 wear. This is all handmade. And $50 wear. Can you imagine, Bob? Anyone for $50? That early tool. Nobody wants that? Pass it away. Next object. And we have William Bradford Green, New York and Connecticut, 1871 to 1945. The Centaur, oil on canvas, signed lower right. What's your pleasure on this one? What's your pleasure on this one? May have a couple $100 and set him in. 200 wear. On the original William Bradford Green, maybe we have a couple $100 and set it in. On the Centaur, any interest in the 200? No, it's not one. Once, twice, and pass it away. Next object. Next we have a purple fluorite crystal specimen. And on the fluorite crystal specimen, what's your pleasure on this? 50, I have 60 and 70. I have 60 now, 70, 60 now, 70. Well, that's a huge specimen. I thought it was a little tiny thing. These are all amethyst, by the way. Where are we? 70? 70, now 80. On that large 80, now 90. That's a major sample of amethyst rock. 90, now 100. I have 90 on the floor, now 100. And 90, now 100. 90, now 100. I have 100 over here and 1 1/4. I have 100 over here with the gentleman, now 1 1/4. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/2, yes, 175. 150 is on the floor on the left and 175. Oh, it's fluorite. 175. 175 and 200. And 175 and 200, 175 and 2. And 175 and 200 any more. Any more? With Carol at 175. Nice example. Carol, 175. Oh, this is a sweet little painting right here. This is a still life of two apples, a nice little folk art. It's signed little right, John Stock, 1861. Let me see the back of that. Yeah. Has original canvas and stretcher, no repairs. Nice little picture in a lemon gold frame. What's your pleasure on this one? 250 I have, and 275 I have, and 300. At 275 and now 3. At 275 and 300 I have, and 3 and a quarter, and 3 and a half. At 3 and a quarter, and 3 and a half, 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half, 3 and a half, and 75 and now 400. At 375 and now 4. At 4 now 4 and a quarter. I have 400 now 4 and a quarter, 400 4 and a quarter. With Carol at 400, that wonderful little still life. At 400 now 4 and a quarter. At 400 once, 400 twice, and for 4 and a quarter. All in all, then $400. We are Carol 400. Next, we have a collection of Elvis memorabilia, albums, CDs, photographs, all kinds of stuff from a house in Searsport. And what's your pleasure on all the Elvis Presley memorabilia? Here we have what? $50 where? On all the Elvis memorabilia. There's CDs, there's records, there's all kinds of stuff. One money buys it all. Anyone for $50 for the whole group on the Elvis group. Anyone for $50? Nobody wants that? Pass away. Next object is going to be approximately 80 vintage 1910 to 1930 sheet musics, many World War I, Great War, vaudeville stage, early movies, and so on and so forth. What's your pleasure on all that? How much? 50. I have 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60 on 80 pieces. I have 50 once, 50 twice. No money for this, and 60 if you like it. Any more? 50 it is. Next we have, these are lovely right here, a pair of seasonal paintings, summer and autumn. These are beautiful. They almost look like they were done by Sanford Robinson Gifford. He did these luminous paintings like this. And they have the original stretcher cleats with the dates on them right there, which is interesting. No signature. And what's your pleasure on these? Here we have what? $500 and set them in. 500 way to set them in, 500 and go. Instead $500 on the nice paintings. 400. Instead 400. No interest in those paintings? One. How much? 2. I have 2 and 2 and a quarter. See what you started? 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. 2 and a half, 75 and 300 and 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half and 375. 2 ladies, 400. 400, 4 and a quarter. Yes, and 4 and a half. I have 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half. Worth it. There's the good pictures. I have 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half. I have 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half, and 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half anymore. All in, a 4 and a quarter. You sure? I have 4 and a half. I would. I wish I was there. I have 4 and a half and 475. These are nice pictures. I have 4 and a half, now 475. 450 once. Do you want to get back in? 475 and 500 and 550. These are good pictures. I have 500 and 550. She's out. 500 once, twice. Yours, 500. Nice buy, 38, 500 to 38. Those are nice pictures. Hey, look at this. A case set of Dutch sterling spoons. What's your pleasure on these? 70, I have now 80. I have 70 now 80, 70 now 80, 80 now 90. I have 80 with Carol all the way, now 90. I have 80 now 90, 80 now 90. At 80 once, 80 twice, and for $90 with Carol at 80 and selling. Once, twice, and 90, and now 100. Nice set. What a nice gift set in the original box. I have 90 now 100. 90 once, 90 twice. In for $100. Sold $90. Next we have a George IV sterling silver snuff box. London, 1824. Boy, that's a beauty. What's your pleasure on that? 1.5 and 175. At 150, 175 in that beautiful represent box. 175, of course, and 200. At 175 and 200, should be everywhere. At 175 and 2, that's a rare box. At 175 and now 2. At 175 with Emily all the way in 200 now if you wanted. That lovely box, that lovely snuff box done in 1824 in London. At 175 once, twice, anymore. 200 in time with Carol and 2 and a quarter. I have 200, 2 and a quarter. Wouldn't work so hard if it wasn't worth more. I have 200, 2 and a quarter anymore. 200 once, twice, any more than 200. Sold, 200, Carol. Next we have another beautiful painting right here. This is by Albert Nemethy. And on that right there, let me see that one a second. Oh, look at the quality of that painting. Beautiful, tight detailing on here. On the horse, the man, the dog, the house. Beautiful detail on that. And what's your pleasure on this one? What's your pleasure on this one? May we have what? $300 where? Started off at $300. This is from the Jesse Raphael home in upstate New York. There we have $3 and 300 set it in. 300 set it in. That's a good picture. And he went for 300. I need three. It's the estimate's what's the estimate? 1,000 to 1,500. Yeah, it should start at 500 actually. I'll open it for 300 though. And with 300, pass it away then. Next object. I don't want to get Sally mad at me. Adelpho feather trimmed wool felt hat in the original Jordan Marsh box. What's your pleasure on that? On the how much? 50, having 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60 on the Adelpho hat in the original box. I have 50 and 60 anymore. All in all, then $50 on the Adelpho hat. Any more? From the Osher estate. Excuse me, $50 it is. Live auctioneers. Next we have another nice painting. Grand Tour era Orientalist view of the Arabian army arriving at the mosque in town. Oh, another big picture. Wow. Another beautifully detailed picture in a very expensive period frame. What's your pleasure on this one? 500 I have, and now 550. Also from Sally Jesse Raphael's home in upstate New York. I have 500, now 550. I have 500, now 550, and 500 and 550. Nice original painting, no money. At 500 and 550 anymore? All then. 500, once, twice, and Emily, you had the 5? Any more? Emily, 500. Next we have a Middle Kingdom white glazed porcelain vase signed by Bo Jaya. And what's your pleasure on this one? 50, I have 60. I'm 50 and 60. 70, 80. I have 70 now 80. 70 now 80. 80 now 90. 90 now 100. 100 now quarter. 1.5. At 1.25, 1.5. At 1.25, 1.5. At 1.25, 1.5 in that beautiful vase. At 1.25, 1.5. At 1.25 once, 1.25 twice. I went for 150. It's going down at 1.25. Oh, there it is. Ooh. Oh, and it has the box too. There's nice marks on the bottom. 150, now 175. Beautiful condition. At 150, now 175. In a custom box to make sure nothing happens to it. At 150, now 175. Even have the base for it. We have 150, now 175. Look at that beautiful form. At 150 once, twice, and for 175. Who has the 150? You have 150. Emily wins at 150. Live auctioneers. Next we have another Henry Tompkins, the Greek hero rearing stallion. And on that right there, big painting right there. Oh, Zeb's got it. This is from Sally Jesse Raphael again. And what's your pleasure on this one? 250 I have, and 275 and 300 and 300 and 3.25. I have 300 and 3.25. That nice painting. I have 300 now 3.25. I have only $300 and 3.25. Look at the quality of this picture. That horse's face is done fantastic. So is the guy. I have 300 now 3.25. Signed down here in an expensive frame. I have 300 now 3.25 and 3.5. Should be everywhere. I have 3.25, 3.5. At 3.25, 3.5 anymore. At 3.25, 3.5 anymore. 3.25 once, twice, and for 350. All in all, down to 3.25. We are 3.25, Carol. And next we go to a blue glazed stoneware jar with pewter mounts, possibly European. And what's your pleasure in that nice flask right there? 50, having 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. I have 50 and 60. This is nice. It's porcelain with a pewter trim. I have 50 and 60. It's probably around 1800, the date. 60, now 70. I have 60, now 70. 60, now 70. 70, now 80. I have 70, now 80. 70, now 80. And 70 once, 70 twice. And for $80, that beautiful piece right there. Look at the color of that glaze. I have $70. Any more? Anyone for 80? Sold. $70 then. And we are on number 1225 right now. 1225. And here we go. This is an original painting by Sally Jesse Raphael. Never see her stuff on the market. What's your pleasure on this? 250 I have, and 275. I have 250, now 275. Original painting by Sally Jesse Raphael. I have 250 and 275. Any more? All in all, down to 250, 275, and 300. I have 275 and now 3. I have 275 and 300. She's a famous talk show host. I have 275 and now 300. 275 once, twice, and for 300. Sold. 275 then. And now we have bookends, 6 pieces carved stone bookends and candle holders. What's your pleasure on all these? From the Osher estate, we have 50 and 60. I have 50 and 60. These are all onyx and marble. I have 50 and 60. These have Mayan faces on them. And I have $50 and 60 now. Anyone for 60? 60, I have them 70. I have 60 on the floor now, 70 now. I have 60 and 70, 60 and 70. Any more? Once, twice, and $60 to 23. $60 to 23. Nice little group. Next we have this was in one of the master bedrooms of the house after Toulouse-Lautrec, an original painting after Toulouse-Lautrec in a very expensive French French Impressionist frame. What's your pleasure on this one? $250. I have in $275. I have $250 and $275. Boy, your friends walk in and see this, they're gonna think this painting right here would be over $1 million if it was by Lautrec, but it's well done after Lautrec. And I have only $250 and $275. My $250 once, twice, and $275. Gonna sell it. Any more? It's $250 then. Next, we have 5 pieces of modern cut crystal glass right there. And it has a wonderful cut glass decanter with a sterling trim and some others. What's your pleasure on this? 60. I have now 70. I have 60, now 70. I have 60, now 70, now 80. I have 70, now 80, now 90. I have 80 on the floor, now 90. Back to you, Kayla. I have 80, now 90. 80, now 90. 90 now. I have now 100. I have 90, now 100. 90, now 100 anymore. All in all done at $90, now 100. 100 I have on the floor, and now 1 1/4. Now 1 1/4. That's the money right there. I have 100, now 1 1/4. Cut crystal with silver mount. I have $100 on the floor. Nice buy on that. Any more than 100 1/4? We all in, all done at $100. Wow. You got it. $100 for 44. Next we have Emil Mundt, Denmark, 1849-1922. Portrait of a little girl. And on that portrait of a little girl, this is from Sally Jester Raphael home. What's your pleasure on this one? Danish artist, $250. I have in $275 and $300. $300 and $3 1/4. $3 1/4. Famous artist, $3.5. $375. I $350 and $375. A famous Danish artist. We have $375, girl. $350. Looking for $375. Any more? At $350 once, twice, in for $375. Any more? All in, all done. From Sally Jester Raphael's estate, from her home in upstate New York, is $350 then. Next object is a beautiful English cauldron, polychrome earthenware covered tureen. Look at the quality of that. Boy, if you want to get some fancy soup out of that, that is it. What's your pleasure on this? What's your pleasure on this beautiful tureen? Nice condition. $100 where? 50. I have them 60 now. It's here to be sold. All this stuff is from the States. 60 and 70. 70 on the floor, now 80. I have the lady on the floor at 70, now 80. At 70, now 80. No money for that. At 70 once, twice, 80, now 90. I have 80, now 90, 80, now 90. Any more than $80? Once, twice, and all done at $80? Carol, $80 then. Next we have a pair of French Academy male figural drawings. Male figural drawings. Let's see what period those are. They have the original stamps on them. And what's your pleasure on those? 100 I have and now 1/4 from the Sally Jester Raphael home. I have 100 now 1/4, 100 now 1/4 for the 2 in very expensive silver leaf frames. I have 100 once, twice, and for 1 1/4. Any more? $100. Next we have an Austrian porcelain figure of a rider on a Lipizzaner. On the Lipizzaner, what's your pleasure on that? 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, any more? 1 1/4, beautiful porcelain 1 1/2 and 175. At 150 now 175. At 150, 175. 175. It looks like it was a trophy in 1926. It's got a gold leaf thing on the side. 175. You see that, Chris? I think it was a trophy. Yeah. Where are we? 175 and now 200 on the Lipizzaner. I have 175 and 2. 175 and 2 anymore? So 175. 1233, cruising right along now. After Gian Domenico Tiepolo, there's 3 of these, and these are all from Sally's House in upstate New York. There's a set of 3 of these. We're selling one at a time. They have all kinds of export stamps on them from the government and all kinds of stuff right here. What's your pleasure in this? And we have what? A couple $100 and set it in. $200 where instead of $200 go. And he said 200. Any interest at 200? Nobody wants those? Once, twice, and pass them away then. Next object. 12 French Creole Montreal transferware plates. Look at these. These are from the estate of the Lang estate. And on the Lang estate, what's your pleasure in those? Beautiful set of 12 plates. They all have different scenes in ironstone. What's your pleasure on these? And you said $100 on all. 50 I have and 60 now. They want it all sold. I have 50 and 60 on 12 of those beautiful ironstone plates, all different scenes. 60 now 70. I have 60 now 70. You should be bringing 200, 300, 70 now 80, 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80, 70 now 80. Any more? All in all, that's $70. 80 if you like it. Once, twice, that's $70. What a buy. Sold, $70. Next we have another one. From the set of 3. Maybe we have a couple $100 instead of this one. And it's at 200. There's 200 on this one. Notice this one? Pass that away too. Don't even bother to bring up the third one then. The third one has a phone bit. Of course it does. Christ. Here we go. A Rouen, a faience serving bowl. And what's your pleasure in that nice early serving bowl? Maybe we have what? $100. 50, I have 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. 60 on the floor and 70 now. 60's on the floor and 70 if you wanted. At 60 once, 60 twice, and it was for $70. 60 to the floor. Number 34, $60. And off we go to the next new thing. Here we go. And we have a phone bid on this. Is that correct? And I have a couple $100 and set it in. 200 where's here, 200 and go. Instead 200. 200 where, 100 I have and now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. I thought they were on the phone. Oh. I'm looking for the phone bid. It says there's a phone. Oh, this is the phone. Oh, I see. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. Any more? Oh, 1 a quarter, 1 and a half. At 1 a quarter, 1 and a half. At 1 a quarter, 1 and a half. At 1 a quarter, 1 and a half. Any more? All in all, then 1 a quarter, 1 and a half. So 1 and a quarter. Live auctioneers. That wasn't a strong enough bid to even bother with. Next we have, hey, look at this. 6 English blue and white transfer ceramics. What's your pleasure on all this? From the Plunkett estate. No, different estate. What's your pleasure on this? 50, I have 60 now. 60 and 70. I have 670 now 80. 70 now 80, 70 now 80. At 70 now 80. Any more? All in, all done. $70, 80 if you want it. $70. Next we have another one. And what's your pleasure on this one? Maybe we have $200 and set it in. 200 ways, 200 and set it in. Pass it away. Next object. It is nice. Take that away. We're all done. Next we have a cased English sterling condiment set. What's your pleasure on this sterling condiment set? Original packaging. 80 now 90. I have 80 now 90, 80 now 90 on the whole set. At 80 now 90. Any more? 90 now 100. At 90 now 100, 90 now 100. Anyone 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. This came from Hopswell. 100 now quarter. Last call. Once, twice, and $100 Carol. All right. We're looking for 1241. 1241. A pair of Bailey & Company Master Salts. Where are those? And on here, we got a pair of Master Salts by Bailey & Company. What's your pleasure? How much? 60 and 70 now 80. 70 now 80. 80 now 90. 90 now 100. 100 now quarter. 1 a quarter, 1 and a half. And 1 a quarter, 1 and a half, and 175. And 150 now 175. For the 2 coin silver footed salts. Philadelphia. At 150 once, twice, and 175. Those are nice. Any more? 150 Carol. Next we have William J. Hopkinson, Massachusetts, Canada, and the UK. Old Dam, Redstone Lake, Ontario. What's your pledge on this picture right here? What's your pleasure on this picture right here? Maybe we have a couple $100 and set it in. $200 where it said bit 2. Oil on masonite. Zeb's got it. Beautifully executed. Beautifully executed. Some brushwork and palette knife work. Maybe we have a couple $100 set it in. $200 where? $100 where set it in. It's just $100 in a nice original painting. Wait, no painting bars here today. Pass it away. Next object. Next we have Harvey Peterson. A Harvey Peterson dancing man in striped suit with a hat. And on that right there, I have 300 now, 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4, 300, 3 1/4. 3 1/4, 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 375, 400. 400, 4 1/4, 4 1/4, 4 1/2, 75, 500, 550. Yes, 600. I have 550 gentlemen seated. 550 and 600 anymore. 550 to 43. 550 to 43. Thank you all. Next we have William J. Hobson, Hollow River, Dorset, Vermont, I think it is. And then an oil painting right there, which is pleasure. 100 I have now 1 1/4. I have 100, 1 1/4. I have 100, 1 1/4, 100, 1 1/4. I have 100, 1 1/4. Where's that one? One 1/4 and 1 1/2. Beautifully painted. 1 1/2 and 175. At 150 now 175. At 150 now 175. At 150 175. At 150 175. And this beautiful image right there of the river coming down with the snow and the logs. I have 150 now 175. 175 and now 200 and 200. 200 on the floor and 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4. Oh, Zeb's got it. Look at the quality of this painting. Beautifully done. I have 200 here on the floor, and I don't blame you. I have 200 now, 2 1/4 anymore. You got 2 1/4. I'm sold it. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. Beautiful painting. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2 anymore. All in all down to 2 1/4. You good? 2 1/4, Carol. Next, we have a Victorian needlepoint, a beautiful one, of mother and children huddled in ruins of a peasant cottage. And on that right there, which a pleasure. A couple $100 to set it in. 200 where? $100 where? This is a nice early hand-done piece in the 19th century, early 19th century. That's all done in penny point, needlepoint. $100 where? In the original frame, original rosewood frame. And he went for 100. What? 50 I have, and 60 now. 60, now 70. I have 60, now 70, 60, now 70. 70, of course, now 80. I have 70, now 80, 70, now 80. At 71, 70 twice, one for $80. 70, 80, I have it now 90. 80, now 90, one more time. It's $10 between you and that piece. I have 80 with Carol, and now 90. 80, now 90 more. Sarah, $80. Yep, 80 online. Here we go, the other William Hopkinson, Oblong Lake. And on this right here, maybe they should stay together. A couple $100 where? 100 I have now 1/4. I have 100 now 1/4, 1 1/4, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2. I have 1 1/4, 1 1/2. No money for this guy. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. All in all, then 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Anymore? 1 1/4. Now we have a silver pastille box, a lovely pastille box. This is all engraved in heavy silver. Beautiful condition. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? 70, I have now 80. 80, now 90. I have 80, 90, now 100. I have 90, 100, now 1/4. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Beautiful box. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. I 1 1/4 once, twice, and for 150. All in all, then 1 1/4. We are 1 1/4, Carol. Next, we have some wonderful little sterling silver table accessories, including 3 unusually shaped tea balls in sterling and 2 a salt and pepper of Canada geese in sterling. What's your pleasure knows? 200 I have, and now 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. At 200, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. There's some collectible tea balls here. I have $200 only, 2 1/4. At 200 once, twice, and for 2 1/4. Carol, 200 then. And we're heading to 1249. 1249 is the next guy up. Grand Canyon chromolithograph after the original big painting by Thomas Moran. A beautiful framed image with even has the name plaque on it. Came from a very important estate. And on that one right there, which a pleasure. 300 I have, and now 3 1/4. I have 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. three and a half, and 375. I 350 now, 375 in the back, and now 400. I 375 in that fabulous piece at 375 and now 4. Seb's got it right here at 375 and now 400. At 375 with the lady seated, now 4. At 375 once, twice, now for 400. 375 to 44. Next we have Sterling Silver Dishes by Dominic and Half and Wallace. And on those right there, 24 ounces of sterling silver. What's your pleasure in that lot? 500 I have, and now 550. I have 500 now, 550, 600, 650. I have 600 now, 650, 650, 700, 750. I have 700 now, 750, 800. I have 750 now, 800, 750 now, 8. I have 750 now, 800, 750 now, 800. I have 750 with Carol, now 800. I have 750 with Carol, now 8. At 750 once, twice, and for 800. 800 I have, and now 8.5. At 800 now 8.5. At 800 8.5. At 800 8.5 anymore. 800 once, twice, and for 850. All in all done at 800. Carol, 800. Hey, look at these. 9 agate and quartz geode bookends. Look at these. Some lovely pairs of geode bookends. What's your pleasure on these? 90. I have 90, now 100. 100, now quarter. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/4, 1 1/2 on those nice geode bookends. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore? At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, 175. 175 with Jen's Absty Bitter. And now 200. At 175 and now 2. 175 once, twice, and for 200. Jen, 175, your winner. 329 buys. Next we have 11 sterling silver accessories. And what's your pleasure in all this sterling silver? 500 I have, and now 550. I have 500 and 550 and 500 and 550. At 500 and 550 and all this sterling silver. This is a very early piece right here. I have 500 now 550. At 500 now 550, there's a pap boat. And what's in here? A sterling silver pen. I have 500 now 550. This has got an early coin in the middle of it. A pair of tongs. I have only 500 now 550. I have 500 and 550, which any more than that, 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600. A lot of weight there. I have 550 and 600. At only 550 and 600 if you like it. All in, all done at 550, 600. Any more? 550, 373 buys that one. 550, 373. Next we have Soran Christian Wolf, Woman in White Scarf, another Danish painter, I believe. And what's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have, and now 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, 175, 75, 200, and 200 now. Beautiful picture. At 175 and now 2. At 175 and 2, 175 and 2. At 175 and 2. Any more? All in all, at 175 and 200, it's 175. And next we have a Danish sterling silver. Look at this. A little cup, right? Yep. Danish sterling silver cup. What's your pleasure on this one? 175 and now 200. At 175 and 2, 175 and 2. At 175 and 2. Danish it is. At 175 and 2. Any more? All in all then at 870 at 175 and 200. We good? We are 175 then. Next we have 2 miniature silver shoes. Look at these. This one's beautifully engraved with figural shoes. Another one, 2 different styles. Maybe a couple $100 to set it in. 80 I have, and now 90. I have 90. You have 150. I have 150. Now 175. 75, 200, 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2, 275, 275, 300. You guys out? 300 I have with Carol, and 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4, and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2, and 3 1/4, 3 1/2, and 375. I have 3 1/2 now, 375 and 400. I have 375 and 4, 400 and 4 1/4. I have 400 and 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2. 4 1/2 and 75, at 450 and 475, 475 and 500, at 475 and 5, at 475 and 500, 550, 600, I have 550 and 600, I have 600 and 650 with Carol, I have 600, 650 with Carol, and 700, I have 650 now 700 and 750, I have 700 and 750, 750 and 800, I have 750 and 800, I have 800 with Carol all the way, now 8 1/2. with Carol all the way at 800, now 8.5 on the two shoes at 800, 8.5. 8.5 still going. 8.5 and now 9. 8.5 and now 9. Two shoe collectors. 900 now 950. Of 900 now 950. Of 900 now 950. 950 anymore. With Carol at 900 anymore. All in, all done. And these aren't even Jimmy Choo shoes. 900 Carol. Next we have Arena E. Kelly. Young woman and Dutch woman in purple with lace bonnet. Circuit signed and dated 1901. A beautiful major picture by this artist. And what's your pleasure on this lovely painting right here? Serious painting. What's your pleasure on this? Maybe we have what? $500 to set it in. 500 where it said 500 and go. It 500. No money. 400 then. 400, that important painting. Anyone for 400. A lovely original painting. Anyone for 400? No one's that painting? Pass away then. Next object. 1257 is a Ted Williams signed baseball. Hold on. Yeah. We have the Ted Williams signed baseballs. What's your pleasure on those? 250 I have and 275. I have 250 and 275 on all the baseballs that came in on free appraisal day. I have 250 and 275. At 250 and 275 at 250 and 75. Any more? All in, all done at 250 and 275. 275 on live auctioneers, now 300. At 275 and now 3. At 275 and 3 seems reasonable for those. At 275 and 300. At 275 and 300 any more? All in, all done at 275 once, 275 twice, and 300 if you like it. We all in, all done at 275. We are 275. The live auctioneers buys. Thank you, Sylvia. Mike Tyson signed print. Original Mike Tyson signed a Punch-Out, published by Steiner Sports. Right there. And what's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have, and now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. At only $100, 100 quarter if you like it. By Mike Tyson. 100 once, 100 twice, and for 1 1/4. Any more? It's $100 then. Next we have a mid-19th century ivory soap box. Look at this. We're talking about a nice early piece of advertising. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? Procter & Gamble. 50 I have and 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. 50 and 60. Any more? 50 once, twice, and for $60. It's $50 then. Next we have Richard W. Miller. He's no longer with us. This wonderful artist. No longer with us, from an artist from Wiscasset and New York City. 1984. What's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have and now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. 100 now quarter. Almost looks like a Marston Hartley. I have 100 now quarter. $100 once, twice, and for 1 1/4. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 175. 150 now 175. I have 150 now 175. 150 and 75. Any more? 175. 200. 2 1/4. I have 200 now 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4 anymore. 200 once, twice, and for 2 1/4. Nice picture. Any more? Carol, 200 then. Online bidder. Next we have a lovely early coin silver ladle by J.W. Moir, New York. And on that lovely coin silver ladle, what's your pleasure on that? How much? 50 I have and 60 now. 60, 70, 70 now 80. 80 now 90, 90, 90 now 100, 100 now quarter, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 150, 175, 75, 200. At 175 and now 2. At 175 and 2, no money for that beautiful coin silver ladle. At 175 and now 200, gonna sell it. At 175, look at the quality of that, all handmade in coin silver. 175 and now 2. 175 and 2, any more? Carol, you have the 175? Any more? 175, Carol. Next we have another Richard Miller. I like this one. It's called The Red Cross by R.W. Miller from Wiscasset, New York City. What's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have, and now 1 1/4. I have 100 now 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2. I take the glass off this. This is all in oil. 1 1/2 and now 175. I 150 now 175. Look a lot better with the glass gone. I 150 now 175 and 200. I 175 and 200. I have in 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4. Nice modern piece. At 200 now 2 1/4. 200 once, twice, and for 2 1/4. Any more? $200. Carol. Next we have, look at this beautiful Steve. A beautiful Kirk Steve Reposé floral pattern berry spoon. What's your pleasure on this one? 50, I have 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. 60 now 70. 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80. 80 now 90. 90 now 100. 90 now 100. And 100 I have now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. 100 now quarter. 100 now quarter anymore. 100 quarter and 1 1/2. 1 1/4 with Carol. 1 1/2 and now 175. I have 150 now 175. I have 150 now 175 anymore. All in all then, I 150, 175 and 200 and 175 and that beautiful spoon. I 175 once, twice, and for 200. All in all 200 I have with Carol and 2 1/4. I have 200 now 2 1/4. I have 200 and 2 1/4 with Carol and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 once, 2 1/4 twice, and for 250. All in all then at 2 1/4. We are 2 1/4 Carol. We have a collection of 3 pairs of silver-plated wine coasters and champagne coasters. These are for the magnums here. And you have the small bottles here. What's your pleasure in all those? 125 and now 150. At 1 1/4, now 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, at 1 1/4, 150. I have 175. These are nice period. 175 and now 200. At 175 and 200, 175 and 2. At 175 and 200 for all of them. 200 I have in 2 1/4. They're in nice shape. 200 and 2 1/4. I have 200 and 2 1/4 for 3 sets. I have 200 and 2 1/4 once, 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2 anymore. At 2 1/4 once, twice, and for 250. Anymore? 2 1/4 it is. Sylvia. We're moving along now to 1265. 1265. Another Richard Miller. That's the last of his estate paintings. The last of the Richard Miller estate paintings. It's called El Monte Mixed Media on Canvas Board. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have, and now quarter. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. A 1 1/4, 1 1/2, a 1 1/4, 1 1/2. A 1 1/4, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/2 and 175 and 175. It should be 175 and 200 and 200 now. This is the best one of the 3. I've 175 and now 200. Last of his art. At 200, at 175 looking for 2. At 175 looking for 2. Going to sell it. At 175 once, twice, and for 200. It's 175. And now we have a collection of mid-20th century souvenir photo books and travel decals. What's your pleasure in all that? Thank you. What's your pleasure in all this here? A collection of mid-20th century souvenir photo books and travel decals. They're all brand new. They were unused stock. What's your pleasure in these? Maybe you have $50 and set it in. 50 where? Any interest at all? Never seen those? Once, twice, and pass away. Next. Oh, look at this beautiful painting here. This is by Edith Duval, New Hampshire and Maine, the White Hills, in the White Hills. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? Look at the quality of that painting. Maybe we have what? 500, 200 I have, and now 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4 anymore. At only $200 and 2 1/4 if you like it. At $200 once, twice, and for 2 1/4. We all in all then at only $200. That's a beautiful picture. At 200, 2 1/4. Anymore? And it's sold at $200. Online bidder. And now we have 2 vintage porcelain figurines from the Osher estate. We have the mermaid and the little girl, 2 little kids with a wheelbarrow. What's your pleasure in these? These are nice period porcelain pieces right here. The Little Mermaid, and it has the original label on the bottom. It's by Gobel. And you mark on that one. What's your pleasure in these? Maybe what? $50 where? They have to be sold. $25 where? No money for these. At 25 where? And he said 25? 25 I have, and now 30. At 25 and 30 thrive now. At 25 and 35 anymore? $25. Number 23. Nice buy on those. Number 23 buys for $25. Next item is, I can't pronounce the name. How is it? Gao Sawa? A Jawa. And what's your pleasure in this one here? What's your pleasure in this lovely piece right here? This is signed and numbered, a limited edition print. We sold some original paintings of his last year, of this artist last year, for $25,000 each. What's your pleasure in this? May we have what? $300 where? 200 where? 200 where? So 200. And he's did 200, 100. Pass away. Next object. Next we have a Tiffany & Company silver sorted, I would say it's a chocolate pot or a demi-tasse pot. What's your pleasure on this one? 50, having 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. 60 in beautiful form. 60 now 70. 70 now 80. Just needs to be polished. 70 now 80. 70 now 80. Tiffany. I have 70 now 80 now 90. I have 80 now 90. 80 now 90. Any more? 90 now 100. 90 now 100. 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. 100 now quarter. 1 a quarter. 1 a half. I 1 a quarter. 1 a half. 1 a quarter. 1 a half. Who has the 1 a quarter? Oh, you both do. Let's see. Sylvia, 1 a quarter. Now 1 a half. I 1 a quarter. 1 a half. I 1 a quarter. 1 half. 1 a quarter. 1 half. I have 1 a quarter with Sylvia. Need 150. You have 175, even better, and 200 now. I 175 and now 2. 175 once, twice, and for 200. 200 with Carol now, and now 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter. Beautiful form. I have 200, 2 and a quarter, and selling. Once, twice, any more? Sold 2 and a quarter. Carol, all the way with Carol now. 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. A 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. 2 and a half. Just needs a nice polishing. 2 and a half and 275. At 250 and 275. At 250 and 275. At 250 once, twice, 275. Any more? 250 it is. Next we have a sterling silver mesh purse from the 1920s. And on that right there, with your pleasure on that lovely silver purse. 150 have it, now 175. I have 150, now 175. Beautiful condition. 150, 175. At 150, 175. And that mesh purse at 150 and 75. Any more? All in, all night. 150, 175. It's 150 then. And next we have a Getjar Helgard Roth Marvel, a magic realism panoramic valley landscape. What's your pleasure on this one? What's your pleasure on this one? May we have what? A couple $100 and set it in. 200 wears, a bit 200 and go. It's at 200. It's at 200. No one's that piece. He's a Swiss artist. No one's at 200. Passed away. Next object. 1273 is next. 1273. Oh, here we go. This is all the next lots are from the same family. We have the other half of this case of this watercolor portrait of Brigadier General Sylvester Churchill, USA Inspector General of the Mexican War. A very important historical piece. We have his sword, his epaulets, we have all of his stuff. We're going to sell it piece by piece. But I would think this would be one of the most significant pieces right here. His historic watercolor of him. I'm Inspector, hero of the Battle of Buena Vista, Mexico in 1847. And there's a whole history about this guy that we've done research on. What's your pleasure on the wonderful original portrait of the Brigadier General Sylvester Churchill? How much? 375, 400, 400, 475, 500, 500, 550, 550, 550 all over the place, 600, 650, 650, and 700, 650, 700, 750, 750, 800, 800, 850, of 800, 850 online, now 900, and now 900, of 900 on the phone, now 950, of 900, now 950, now 1,000, now 1,000 with that rare photograph, watercolor, 1,000 I have, and now 1,100. I have 1,000 on the phone, and now 1,100 I have, and now 12. 1,112, a rare. I have all over the place. I have you at 12 on the phone. Now 1,300. 1,300 online with Sylvia, and now 1,400. 14 with Sylvia online. Now 1,500. I have 1,400, 15 and 16. I have 1,500 now. 16 I have in 17. I have 1,600, 17. This rare object. 1,700 now. 18. 1,800. This historically important thing. 18, 19 now. 2,000 now. 2,000. 2,000 I have, and now 2,100. 21 and 22. 2,100, 22 of course, and 23, and 22 and 23 and 24, all with Sylvia, and 24, 24 and 2,500 now, at 24 and 25, and now 2,750, at 25 and 2,750 and 3,000, at 2,750 and 3,000, at 2,750 all the way with Sylvia now, at 3,000 I have with Sylvia, the other players back in, and now 3,250 and 3,500, at 3,250 and 3,500, at 3,250 and 3,500. This is all from a main family, from their descendants. I have 3,250 and 3,500. I have 3,250 with Sylvia on the original watercolor of the General Churchill. 3,250 once, 3,250 twice, There's not another one like it. Sylvia, 3,250. Live auctioneers. Okay, here we go. Next we're selling. Military of Brigadier General Sylvester Churchill. The buckles, the sashes, the hat, epaulets, spurs, the whole thing. And what's your pleasure on this one? 3,500. 3,750, 4,000, 42 and a half, 45, 47, 50, 5,000, 55. I have 55 all over the place. And I have 6,000 here, 6,500. I have 6,500, 7,000 with Kayla, and 7,500. I have 7,000, 7,500 on the phone, online, and now 8,000 on the phone with Kayla, and now 8,500. I have 8,000, now 8,500. I have 8,000, now 8,500, 8,000, now 8,500. On the phone with Kayla at $8,000. 85 if you like it. 8,000 once, 8,000 twice, and for 8,500. The phone is 8,500 with Darren now, and now 9,000 with Kayla, and now 9,500, and now 9,500. I have 9,000 with Kayla on the phone, and now 9,500, and 9,000 once, 9,000 twice, and for 9,500. Any more? Kayla, 9,000. 367, 9,000. And now his sword. This is a presentation. Presentation sword to Brigadier General Sylvester Churchill, U.S. Inspector General of the Mexican War. And what's your pleasure on this one? 3,500 and now 4,000. 4,000 I have, and 4,500 I have, and 4,250, 4,500 all over the place. 4,500 and 4,500, 4,750, 5,000 I have on Epstein, and 5,500 on the phone with Kayla, and now 6,000. I have 55 and now 6,000. I have 55 and 6,000 if you want it. I have 55 and 6,000 I have online, and now 6,500. I have 6,500 with Kayla on the phone, and now 7,000. I have 6,500 now 7,000. I have 6,500 now 7,000 if you like it. At 6,500 once, 6,500 twice, and 7,000 if you want it. It's on the phone with Kayla at 6,500. 7,000. Carol, you in? Carol's on 7,000. The new player. 7,500 with Kayla now, and now 8,000. I have 7,500 now 8,000. Have 7,500. That rare sword at 7,500. 8,000 if you want it. Once, twice, any more? Kayla. 367. 7,500. 367 the buyer. Now we have, look at these, fabulous, original in the box. His epaulets in gold leaf. His epaulets in gold leaf in beautiful condition. And on those right there, what's your pleasure on those? How much? 250 and 275 and 300. 3 and a quarter, 500. I have 550. I have 500 now, 550. I think these bring a lot more. 550, 600. I have 550. They're like brand 600 all over the place. 650 now. I have 600, 650 now, 700. I have 650 and 700. A great pair of epaulets. 700 and 750. I have 700 now, 750. I have 750s on the phone with Kayla now, 800. I have 750 now, 800, 750, 800. I have now 8.5. 800 online now, 850, 850 with Kayla, and now 900. I have 850 now, 900. 900 I have, and now 950. I have 900 now, 950, 950 now 1,000. I have 950 now 1,000 with fabulous epaulets. I have 950 now 1,000 from the general. I have 950 once, 950 twice, and for $1,000 on those beautiful pieces of beautiful gold epaulets. I have 950 once, twice with Kayla now. Make no mistake. Any more? Kayla, 950. 367, 950. They're staying together. Should have had the portrait though. And next we have. Oh, look at these. A pair of 1845 14-karat gold badges of Brigadier General Churchill in 14-karat gold and 7.5 pennyweights of gold. What's your pleasure on those? 450 and 475 and 500 and 500, 550, 550. I need 550, 600, 650. I have 600 now, 650. I have 600 now, 650 and 600, 650. I have 600, 650 and 700. I have 650 and 700. Those are rare. I have 650 in gold. There's more than that just in gold. I have 650 and 700. I have 650 and 700, 650 and 700. There's more than that just in the gold. I have 650 and 700. Any more? 373. 373 buys. 650. 650. Next we have, look at these, rare 1845 6-point star insignia of Brigadier General Churchill. What's your pleasure on these? They're silver leaf, woven silver leaf. What's your pleasure on these from the general? Any bid on these? Boy, they should all stay together. Anyone for $100. We don't care where they start. They're all going to go. $100. 100 I have, and now a quarter. I have 100 now a quarter, 100 now a quarter. Oh, this pair of 6-pointed stars from 1845. Those are rare as anything, belonging to the general. I have 100 once, twice, and for 1 1/4. Sold. $100 phone. $100. $367. Next we have Spanish-American War veteran ephemera. What's your pleasure on this one? What's your pleasure on this lot right here? We have a couple $100 to set it in. A whole beautiful lot of scarce Spanish-American War ephemera with the photographs, dog tags, all kinds of other information in a glass case. May we have what? A couple $100 to set it in. 200 where? Set it at 200. Instant 200. Nobody wants that lot? That's a good lot of stuff. Pass it away. And now these are all belong to the family that had the general's the general Churchill's things. And we have what? $1,000 where? 1,000 I have, and now 1,100. I have $1,000 now, 1,100, $1,000, 1,100. 1,100 I have with Darren, now 1,200. I 11 now, 12, 11 and 12. 12 and 13 now. I have 1,200 now, 1,300 with Kayla, and now 1,400. I have 1,400 with Darren, and now 1,500. I have 1,500 with Kayla, and now 1,600. I have 1,500 in that whole group. I have 1,500, 1,600 with Darren, and now 1,700. I have 1,700 with Kayla, and now 1,800. I have 1,700, now 1,800. I have 18 with Darren, and now 1,900. I have 1,800, now 19. 19 with Kayla, now 2,000. And now 2,000 for that large group. And 2,000 now. I have 2,000 with Darren, 2,000 with Darren, and now 2,100. 2 phones. I have 2,000, 2,100 with Kayla, and now 2,200. I have 2,100, now 22. At 2,122, 2,122. At 2,100 once, 2,100 twice, any more. With Kayla all the way. Kayla, 2,100. 367. I think that's all of the Brigadier General's things. Now we have the flags, some rare flags. And on the flags right here, we have circa 1880, huge 38-star Army garrison flag from the Indian Wars era, 10 by 16 feet. What's your pleasure on this one? 650 I have, and now 700. I have 650 and 700, 650 and 700. At 650 and 700, that rare flag, at only 650 and 700. At 650 and 700, it's 10 feet by 16 feet. Can you imagine hand making that? At 650 once, 650 twice, stand for 700 on that rare flag. Any more? 700 in time, and now 750. Jen, can I get that Coke? I have 700, now 750 on that rare flag. At 700, now 7.5. 700 once, 700 twice. Anyone for 750? Any more? 750, 800. I have 750, now 8. At 750, now 800 I have, and now 8.5. I have 800, now 8.5 in that rare Army garrison flag from the Indian Wars. I have 800, now 8.5. With Emily all the way at 800, now 8.5. Any more? 800 once, 800 twice, and for 850. All in all down to 800. With Emily at 800, evidently. Live auctioneers buys. Next we have was 800 to live auctioneers. Yep. Next we have a 38-star flag from the Indian Wars. This one's 57 inches by 98 inches. And what's your pleasure on this rare one? 1,500 I have, now 1,600. I have 1,500, now 16. I have 1,500, 16, now 17. I've said these are all the rare flags from one person. I have 16, now 1,700. I have 1,600, now 17. I have 1,600, 1,700 if you like it. At 1,600 once, twice, him for 1,700. With Emily, 1,600 once, twice, any more. Emily, 1,600. Next we have another great flag, circa 1880, rare 38-star, huge naval ensign flag, a medallion star pattern canton, 10 by 16 feet. And what's your pleasure on this rare one here? 2,000 I have, and now 2,100. I have 2,000, now 2,100. These are rare, rare flags. I have 2,000 and 2,100, 2,000 and 2,100 any more. Going to sell it at 2,000 once, 2,000 twice, and with 2,100 on that rare flag. Any more? It's 2,000 then. And now we have some weapons. A Marlin Model 94 lever action 3220. What's your pleasure on that? 500 I have, and now 550. I have 500 now, 550 and 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600, 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600. Any more? Any more? Pass. That one had a reserve. Most of the items didn't today. Next, we have this rare engraving by Carl Clemens Moritz Renningas. And on that right there, The Wanderer, 1935, an original piece right there. What's your pleasure on that? I have 1900, now 2000. I have 1900, now 2000. You got a phone? I have 1900, now 2000. This rare original etching. I have 1900, need 2000. I have 1900 online, need 2000 on the phone, and now 2100. I have 2000 on the phone with Darren, and now 2100. I have 2000 and 2100 if you like it. On the phone once at 2000. On the phone twice at 2000. Everyone else is out. 2100 online, and now 22, now 22, and now 2200 on that rare piece. At 2100, now 22. At 2122 if you want it. It's online and 22. At 2100 we need 2200 on the phone. I have 2200 on the phone, now 2300. I have 2200 selling. At 2200 once, 2200 twice. On the phone with Darren at 2200 selling and sold. Darren, 2200. 405 buys 2200. Now we have a Savage model 1899 303 Savage. And what's your pleasure on this gun? 200 I have and 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. 2 1/4 is on the floor and 2 1/2. 2 1/2 and 275. I have 250 and 275. 275 on the floor and 300. I have 275 on the floor and 300 anymore. At 275 once, twice, and for 300. All in, all done at 275 and 300. 275 to 35 rather. 275 to 35. Is that correct? 35? Yeah, 35. Thank you. Nice decoy right here. A New Jersey canvasback duck decoy signed R. Kurtz. And on the decoy, what's your pleasure on that one? 1 1/4, 1 1/2, a 1 1/4, 1 1/2. A nice decoy at 1 1/4 in that canvasback at only 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. 150's on the floor, now 175. I have 150, now 175. Beautiful duck decoy. 175 and 200 and 200. At 175 at Carol and 2, and 175 and 2, 175 and 2. Any more? Carol 175. Next we have another gun, a Winchester 140 semi-auto shotgun 12 gauge. What's your pleasure on this one? 175 and 200. At 175 on the shotgun, nice condition. At 175 and now 2. 200 on the floor and 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. 2 1/2 on the floor and 275. 250 on the floor and 275. At 275 and 300. I have 300 on the floor and 3 1/4. Nice original gun. I have 300 on the floor, now 3 1/4. I have 300 now 3 1/4. 300, 3 1/4 anymore. At 300 once, twice, and for 3 1/4. It's on the floor, center at 300 once, twice, and 300 to 35. 1289. Boy, I'll tell you, if this doesn't look like a Gus Wilson, nothing ever did. Has an inletted head like Gus did, the shape of the head, the paint on the body. What's your pleasure on this one? 250 I have, and 275 and 275 and 300, 300 and 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 375. No, I 350 now 375. I 350 now 375. At 350 once, twice, and with 375. With Carol at 350. Carol 350, 375, and now 400. Boy, that sure looks like a Gus Wilson. We have 375, Carol, and now 4. Any more? Once, twice, and sold. 375. And now we have another nice piece right. This is by James Edmund Allen, Flamingos in Flight. A beautiful original piece right there. It was given to Harold Shin, Christmas 1935, and they're beautifully framed. What's your pleasure on this here? 175, 200, and 2 1/4. I have 2 1/4 on the floor and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 on the floor center at 2 1/4. That beautiful etching at 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. Reasonable. 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and 275. Yes, and 300. Beautiful engraving. 275 is on the floor and 3 if you want it. 275 once, 275 twice, 300 if you like it. 3. Did somebody say 3? Oh, you did. 300, now 3 1/4. 3 1/4 is on the floor, center, with the lady. I have 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. 3 1/2 and 375, yes, and 400 now. 375 is on the floor and 400 now. 375 once, twice, and for 400. 4.25 now, and 4.5. I have 4.25 on the floor with a lady, and now 4.5 on that beautiful etching. 4.5 and 475. Yes, and now 500. Back on the floor, 475 and 500. Great image. Any more? Yours, 475, number 34. 475 to 34. That's a great image of flamingos, boy. Next, we have another gun. An H&R Model 402 shotgun. What's your pleasure on this one? 375 and 400. I 375 and now 4. I 375 and 4 and 375 and 400. I 375 and 4, 375 and 4. Any more than 375 and then 400 I have 4.25 and 4.5. I have 4.25, 4.5 on this nice pump action shotgun by Harrington and Richardson. I have 4.25, so 410 gauge. 4.5 and 475. I have 4.5 now 475. I have 450 once, 450 twice. Went for 475. Seems reasonable for that one. Any more? 450 it is. Carol. Next we have a beautiful painting right here. Look at this picture right here. Jan Martin McGuire, Egret Evening. A beautiful, beautiful painting right there. And what's your pleasure on that? 750, I have now 800. I have 750 and 800. A fabulous painting by her. I have 750 and 800, 750 and 800. At only 750 and 800. Look at that beautiful picture. At 750 and 800. At 750 once, twice, going to sell it. Way under the money. 800 and 8.5. It's unreserved. I have 800, now 8.5. 8.5 and now 9. Fabulous painting. I have 850, now 900. 900, I have it now 950. Should have started at 2,000. I have 950, now 1,000. I have 950, now 1,000. That beautiful picture, 1,000, I have 1,100. Nicely framed, too. I have 1,100, Carol? 1,100, now 12. I have 1,100, now 12 if you want it. 12 and now 13. Look at the light on that painting. I have 1,200, now 1,300. I have 1,200, now 1,300. Done in 1992. 13, I have it now 14. I have 1,300, still way under the money. I have 1,314, fabulous picture. I have 1,300, now 1,400. Gonna sell it. 13 once, 13 twice. You're gonna lose it for a $100 bill. Any more than 1,300? Carol, 1,300 then. And now we have another shotgun, an Ithaca. An Ithaca shotgun, 12 gauge. What's your pleasure on this one? 400 I have in 4.25. I have 400 now 4.25, 400 4.25. I have 400 4.25 on the shotgun at only 400 and 4.25. A Ithaca 4.25, 12 gauge shotgun at 4.25 and 4.5. At 4.25 and 4.5 and 4.25, 4.5 anymore. 4.25 once, twice, and went for 450. Gonna sell it anymore. So 4.25 then. A pair of Merganser decoys by Andre Broussard of Quebec. Those are beautiful decoys. I love the way they did the heads on these with glass eyes. And may we have what? 650 I have, and now 700. I have 650, 700 on the floor, and 750 now. I have 700s on the floor and 750. Those are great decoys. I have 700, now 750. Going to sell them. 7 once, 7 twice. In for 750. Yours, 700, number 34. 734. Those are beautiful decoys by him. Next we have a Parker Brothers Grade 1 Hammer Shotgun, 12 gauge. What's your pleasure on the 12 gauge shotgun? How much? 800 I have, and now 850. 850, 900, 900, 950. I'm 950, 1,000. I have 1,100, 11 and 12. No, I have 1,100. The floor is out. I have 1,100 Carol, and 12 if you want it. 1,100 once, twice, and for 1,200. 1,100 anymore. 1,100 once, twice, and for 1,200. Carol, 1,100. Next we have Chris Ritter. Chris Ritter, a Maine artist. Pair of Idoducks trophies, watercolor and arched paper. What's your pleasure on that lovely painting right there by Chris Ritter? How much? 250 I have and 275. I have 250 and 275. That's a beautiful original painting by Chris. I have 250 and 275. Should be bringing much, much more than that. I have 250 and 275. At 250 once, twice. Look at the quality of that painting. I have 250 once, twice, and 275 if you want it. Any more? That's a lot of painting for no money. Anyone for 275. Sold 250. Okay, now let's see where we're going next. We're on 297. 297 is a Jonathan Smith and Company and Son, rather, percussion lock shotgun, 12 bore. What's your pleasure on this one? 750, I have an 800. I have 750, now 800, that rare gun. I have 750, now 800, 750, now 800. At only 750 and 800 if you'd like it. At 750 and 800, 750 and 800. Any more? 750 once, twice, and for 800. All in all, that's 750. Seems like reasonable for the guns tonight. 750 anymore? It's 750 then. What? It has, it says, is that the, yeah. I have 750, now 800. With, who has the 750? I did. You got it? Okay. 750 on to Live Auctioneers? Live Auctioneers got that one. Next we have a pintailed Drake unknown maker. And on that little miniature pintail, ooh, that's nice. What's your pleasure on this? 50. I have in 60 now. I have 50 and 60. 50 and 60. I have only $50 and 60 now. I have 50 and 60 anymore on that little miniature pintail. Anyone for $60? 50 it is. Next we have another gun. A.H. Fox shotgun 12 gauge. What's your pleasure on this one? How much? I can't hear you. 500 I have and 550 now. I have 500 now, 550. I have 500 now, 550, 600 on the Fox shotgun. I have 550 now, 600. I have 550 now, 600. With you, Carol, at 550 and 600 now. At 550 and 600. At 550 and 600 anymore? All in all then, at 550 and 600. It's sold at 550 then. Next we have Two Swans. Two Swans decoys by Charles Birdsall. And what's your pleasure on those? 650 I have, and now 700. These are lovely. I have 650 and 700 on the pair of swans. I have 650 and 700. Oh, that one goes with it? 700 I have, and now 750. 750. Look at the quality of those. 750, 800. I have 750 now 800 on the pair of swans. At 750 now 800 by Charles Birdsall, Pleasant Point, New Jersey. I have 750 for the pair of those swans. Any more? Sold. 750. Carol. Next we have a Soviet-Hungarian Mosin M44 carbine. And what's your pleasure on that? 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2 on the Soviet-Hungarian Mosin 44 carbine. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/4, 2 1/2. 2 1/2 on the floor, 275. I have it on the floor center at 250 and now 275. At 250 and 75. Any more? Let's call it 250 once, twice, and for 275. 250 to number 35. Next we have another nice decoy right here. An early 20th century working duck decoy, a redhead mallard. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? 90 I have, and now 100. I have 90 now 100, 90 now 100 on that lovely little decoy. And 90 now 100. Any more? All in all done. At $90, 100 if you want it. $90. Online bidder. Next we go to another weapon. Eric S. Bailey custom rifle 308 Norma Mag. What's your pleasure on this one? On this custom gun. What's your pleasure on this one? 500 where? Just at 500? Nobody wants that one? Pass away. Next object. Next we have another buffalo head decoy. What's your pleasure on the little buffalo head decoy? And we have $50 and set it in. $50 where? $50 where on the decoy? 50 I have and 60 now. On the buffalo head, I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. Any more? $50. Number 78. Next we have an engraved flintlock long gun. Look at this one here. Where's that one? Coming right up. All right. Hey Zeb, you know what we should have done? We should have wheeled that whole rack over here. Oh, you do? Okay, good. Look at this one. Oh, look at this. Wow. I didn't see this. Look at the workmanship on this. Wow, it's got a carved figures on it, and dolphins on the strike plate. All the barrels engraved with figures. That's a lot of work. Wow. Silver inlay. Okay, what do you got? What do we got on this? Yeah. Hey, zoom into the handle on that, Liz. All engraved is incredible. What do we have? 500 and 550. I have 600. I have 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600, 550 and 600. At 550 and 600 any more? 600 I have 650, 650, 700. I have 650 and 700. I have 650 and 700, that rare gun. I have 650 and 700 anymore. All in all, that's 650, 700. 650 to 373. You had it at 6. I got 650. I said 700. We needed 700. We can reopen it. Hold it up. I had 650, now 700. 700, and now 750, and now 800. And now 850, now 900. A rare gun. Yes, 900. And 950, 1,000. 1,000 and 1,100. I have 1,000, now 1,100. I'm going to sell it. 1,000 once, 1,000 twice. Aim for 1,100. $1,000. 436 buys. Nice gun. Next we have a carved and painted Merganser hen decoy. What's your pleasure on this one? 50, 60, 70, 200 I have, and 2 1/4, 2 1/4, and 2 1/2, and 2 1/2, and 275, and 300, and 3 1/4, and 3 1/2. I 3 1/4, 3 1/2, and 3 1/4, 3 1/2. With Jen at 3 1/4. Any more? Everyone else is out. Jen 3 1/4. Next we have 4 American Fraternal Parade swords, and on the 4 swords, what's your pleasure on all those? 200 I have, and now 2 1/4 for 4 original swords. I have 200, now 2 1/4, 2 1/4, and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2 for 4 of those original swords, fraternal swords, and only 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Selling once, twice, and it's any more? It's 2 1/4 then. Live Auctioneers gets those. Oh, look at that one. That's nice. And now we have, this is a lovely one right here, a sculpture of 2 Canada geese. And what's your pleasure on these? How much? 50, having 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. It's much better than that. These are beautifully carved. 60 and now 70. 70 now 80. Should be bringing $200-300 easily. I have 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80. Does it say who carved these? I have 70 now 80. Any more? I have 70 once, 70 twice. 80 if you want the Canada geese. Well, you'd think these would be signed. They're so beautifully done. I have $70 with Carol. Is that correct? Any more? $70 on those nice little decoys. Is 70 now 80? Carol, $70. Next we have 3 boys rifle barreled receivers. What's your pleasure on those? Any interest in the receivers? Anybody does gunsmithing, those would be handy. 3 barrels. Any interest in those? $50 wear. $50 wear on those 3 gun barrels. Any interest? $50. So the 3 gun barrels. Seems like somebody that does repairs would love to have those. 50, I have them 60 now. They're unreserved. I have 50 once, twice, and for $60. They're going to go. $50. Number 35. Number 35, the buyer. And this is from the state in Wisconsin, never used. A DPMS Anvil AK rifle, 7.62, 39. What's your pleasure on this one? 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. At 4 1/4, 4 1/2 on the floor and 475. I have 450 on the floor and 475. At 450 once, twice, and for 475. Any more than 450 on the gun. 450 to 35. Next we have, from the same family, a Colt match target AR-15 with Bushmaster upper 350 Legends. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? What's your pleasure on this one? 500 I have, and now 550. I have 500, now 550. 550 I have, and 600. 600 I have, and 650. 650 I have, and 700. I have 650 and 700. This is from this. Neither one of these have ever been used. I have 650, now 700. Any more? 650 to 35. Those are both from the same estate in Wisconsin. And now we have this is a Zatava PAP M92 AK pistol. What's your pleasure on this one? 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600, 550 and 600. At 550 and 600 anymore? All in all then at 550 and 600. 600, Carol, and 650 now. I have 600 now, 650. I have 600 now, 650 is 600, 650. Like, again, this I think this has never been used either. I have 600 now, 650. Carol, 600. And now 1313 is next. 1313. Oh, beautiful little gun right here. This is the Colt Huntsman 22 long rifle pistol in the original box, like brand new. What's your pleasure in this? 300 I have, now 3 1/4. I 300 now 3 1/4, 300 3 1/4. At 300 3 1/4, 3 1/4 is on the floor and 3 1/2. On the 3 1/2 at 375. I 350 and 375. With Emily at 375 with Carol and 400. 400 I have and 4 1/4. Like new, I have 400 now 4 1/4. I have $400 only 4 1/4 on the Colt Huntsman. I have 400 and 4 1/4 anymore. 400 once, twice, and for 4 1/4. Sold 400. Next we have a Glock MDL35 Generation 1 40 caliber S&W maker in the box. What's your pleasure in this one? 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4 and 4 1/2 and 4 1/4, 4 1/2 with Emily at 4 1/4, 4 1/2 anymore. All in all at 4 1/4, 4 1/2 anymore. Emily 4 1/4. Next we have a high standard Model B target pistol in the original box with 22 long rifle. What's your pleasure on this one? 275 and 300. 275 and 3, 275 and 3. It looks like it's brand new in the box. 300 and 3 1/4. 300 now 3 1/4, 300 3 1/4. Nice checkered grip on it. I have 300 now 3 1/4 with the original box. I have 300 once, twice, and for 3 1/4 with Carol. Is that correct? Any more? Once, twice, and Carol 300 on that one. Next we have a Smith & Wesson Model 10 Revolver 38 Special with a holster. What's your pleasure on this one? 200 I have and 2 1/4. 2 1/4 over here. 2 1/2 with Carol and 275. I have 250 with Carol and 275. At 250 and 275 anymore? At 250 once, twice, and for 275. Carol 250. Next we have a Colt Model 1903 Pocket Hammerless Little Pistol 32 caliber. What's your pleasure on that one? 600 I have, and now 650. I have 600 now 650 with a holster at 600 650. At 600 once, 600 twice, and for 650, 600 it is. Live Auctioneers buys. Next we have a Smith & Wesson M Model 49 Bodyguard Snub Nose Revolver 38 Special. And what's the pleasure on this one? How much? 350 I have and 375. I 350 and 375. I 350 and 375 and 350 and 75. Any more? At 350 once, twice, and 375. 350 it is. Next we have a Bauer Firearms 25, a pocket pistol 25 ACP, and on that right there in the box again. Look at the condition of that one. That's like brand new too. I don't think any of this. I don't think it's ever been loaded or fired. What's your pleasure on this one? 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Nope, never been loaded. At 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. Here you go, Bob. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2 of the original box. 2 1/4 once, twice, and 2 1/2. It's 2 1/4 then. Next we have a Beretta Minx pocket pistol 22 short, and with the original box on that one. Jeez, I can't believe they had all the boxes. And on this right here, beautiful, like new condition. What's your pleasure on this one? 300 I have and 3 1/4. I have 300 and 3 1/4. Again, doesn't look like it's ever been fired or out of the box. I have 300 now 3 1/4. At 300 once, twice, and for 3 1/4. All in all done. 300, 3 1/4, and 3 1/2 on the Beretta. Brand new. 300 now 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2. Any more? 3 1/4, Carol. And next we have another weapon. This is a Spanish-made Bronco pocket pistol, 25 caliber, with a holster. What's your pleasure on this one? 150, I have it now 175. I have 150, now 175, 150 and 75. At 150, 175. Any more? At 150, 175. And that nice little gun right there. At 150, 175. It's 150 then. Next we have a Taurus Ultra Light Snub Nose Revolver. 38 Special. What's your pleasure on this one? Again, brand new. What's your pleasure on this one? How much? 250 and 275. I have 250 and 275. I have 250 and 275 anymore. At 250 and 275. 250 once, twice on the Taurus anymore. 250 it is, Emily. And we have a Harrington Richardson single shot shotgun with scabbard, 12 gauge. What's your pleasure on this early gun right here? 50, having 60 now. I have 50 and 60, a nice early gun. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. 60 I have on the floor, and now 70. 70, now 80. I have 70, now 80. 70, now 80. 70, now 80. Any more? 70, Carol. Online bidder. Next we have a Maverick 88 shotgun, 20 gauge. 20 gauge shotgun. What's your pleasure on that one? 100 I have it now quarter. I have a quarter, 1 1/4 on the floor, now 1 1/2. I have 1 1/4 on the floor, 1 1/2 if you want it. 1 1/2 and now 175. I have 150, now 175. At 150, 175. 150 once, 150 twice. You went for 175. Any more? Emily, 150. Boy, they're getting a lot of good guns tonight. Next we have an HSB and Company shotgun, 12 gauge. What's your pleasure on this double barrel shotgun? How much? 50 I have and 60 now. 60 I have now 70. 70 I have now 80. 80 I have now 90. 90 I have now 100. I have 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now 1 1/4, 1 1/2. I have 1 1/4 with Emily. Now 1 1/2 over here. I have 150, 175, and 200. I have 175 online with Sylvia, and now 200. 200 I have with Emily, and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4 in the double barrel shotgun. I have 200 once, 200 twice in for 2 1/4. 2 1/4 with Sylvia online, now 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2 anymore. 2 1/4 once, twice anymore. 2 1/4, Sylvia. And here we go. An Ivor Johnson target sealed 8 revolver, 22 long rifle. Again, beautiful condition with a holster, which a pleasure. 80, I have it now 90. 90, I have 100 all over the place. 100 all over the place. 1 1/4, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2 here, 175. I have 150 on the floor, center, and 175. I have 150 now, 175. I have 150 now, 175. It's on the floor, center, 150 and 175. If you want it, any more? Yours, sir, 150 to 35. Next, we have a Whitneyville Armory pocket revolver, 22 short. Oh, that's nice. Look at that. I love the little tiny ones. Nice nickel finish, walnut grip. And what's your pleasure on this one? 300 I have, and now 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4, 300, 3 1/4. I have 300, 3 1/4 anymore. 3 1/4 on the phone, and now 3 1/2. 350 I have, and now 375. Back to you, Kayla. I had 350 on the phone, online with Sylvia. And 375 once, twice, and for 375. Sylvia, 350. Online. Next we go to, here we go. 22 U.S. Army and Masonic medals, pins, and decorations. What's your pleasure on all this? 50 I have and 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. And all that Civil War and 60 and now 70. 60 now 70. Medals, all kinds of stuff. 70 now 80. 70 now 80. Shh. 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80, 70 now 80. I have 70 with Sylvia now 80. All I can hear is 70 now 80. Any more? All in all, it's $70 now $80. Any more? $70. Tell them to keep their voice down. Not right now, after. Next I have Indo-Persian dagger with an inlaid handle. Has an inlaid handle with mother of pearl. Beautiful inlaid work on that with the scabbard, of course. What's your pleasure on that? 1 1/4, now 1 1/2, and 175, 150, 175, and 75, 200, 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/2. No, I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 at 2 1/2 and 275. I have 250 and 275 all the way with Sylvia now at 250 and 275 and 300 at 275 and 3. Beautiful condition. 275 and 300. At 275 once, twice, and went for 300. Sylvia, 275. Online. Next we have a book of 22 autographs of the crew of the U.S. airship. Crashed August 1921. The airship R-38ZR2. And what's your pleasure in that? 450 I have, and 475. 475 and 500. And 475, 500 I have with Sylvia, and 550 now. I have 500 now, 550 and 500 and 550. At 500 and 550 and 500 and 550 anymore on that rare book. At 500 once, 500 twice, and for 550, all in all done. At 500 with Sylvia, is that correct? 500 with Sylvia. Any more? Sylvia, 500 then. Online. Next we have 2 German Luftwaffe World War II aviators decorations. What's your pleasure on these? In the original boxes. Came in on free appraisal day. Beautiful condition. What's your pleasure on those? 2,300 and now 2,400. At 2,300 now 24. At 2,300, 24 and 25. At 2,400 now 2,500. At 2,400 with Emily all the way. 25 with Emily and now 2,750. At 2,750 and 3,000. At 2,750 and 3,000. At 2,750 and 3,000. At 2,750 and 3,000. At 2,750 once. 2,750 twice and for 3,000. Any more? Emily, 2,750. Next we have 6 knives, including folding multi-tool, fixed blades, and Japanese knives. What's your pleasure on this whole group? On all the knives. How much? 70, now 80. I have 70, now 80, 70, now 80. As 70, now 80, 70, now 80. 80, now 90. Of 80, now 90. This one's got writing all over the blade. Of 80, now 90, 80, now 90. With a horse head handle. I have 80, now 90. Selling once, twice at $80. Any more? 90, now 100. 90, now 100 for the whole group, 6 of them. I have 90, now 100. 90 once, 90 twice. And for 100, once, 100 I have an now quarter. I have 100 Sylvia all the way now. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. 100 once, twice, and for 100 and a quarter. Sold $100. Online. Next we have, oh, this is a rare thing. This is the 19th century Maine folk art cod knife. What they would do they have this is has carved and inlaid, but this is a cod knife, and they split the cod open with that knife in the 19th century. What's your pleasure in this? 70 I have, and now 80, and now 90, 90 now 100, and 90 now 100, now 100 I have now quarter. Those are very hard to find. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. Any more? $100 once, twice, and for 100 and a quarter. We're all good. Carol has it at 100. Any more? It's $100. Next we have, hey, look at this, a beautiful engraving, William Joseph Shaldock, Salmon Leaping in the Waterfall, original signed penciled etching. What's your pleasure on this one? Maybe we had, a couple $100 to set it in. $200 wear in that rare etching by this artist. 200 wear, set it 200. Notice that piece? Once, twice, and, well, that's no money for that guy. Next item. Next item is, now we're into the fishing stuff. This is from the Osher estate. We have 2 trays of 50s and 70s fishing lures. Many are still in the original packaging. What's your pleasure in this stuff? 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. That's 2 1/4, 2 1/2. If you didn't have a chance to look through this, there's some good stuff in there. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 Carol, 2 1/2 on the floor, and 275. I have 250s on the floor and 275. At 250 once, twice, and for 275. 250, number 38. This is all from the Osher estate. These are 2. Now we have 3 mint and 2 used 1960s Gadabout Gaddies fiberglass casting rods. What's your pleasure on this whole lot? 100 I have, and 1 1/4. This is from the Osher estate again. I have 100 on all those rods. 100, 100 1/4 if you like them. Seems reasonable. 100 now, 100 1/4. Going to sell them. 100 once, 100 twice. You in for 1 1/4. Any more? There's $100 then. Live auctioneers. 1337 is 9 vintage fishing reels in the original boxes, never used. Pen reels and so on and so forth. Some of them are really high quality. And what's your pleasure on all the reels? 100 I have, now 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, and 175, 150, 175. These are nice reels in the original boxes. Deep sea fishing, fly fishing. Look at this one here. I have 1 in it. What do we have, Carol? 150, now 175. I have 150, 175, and it's 175, of course, and 200. Nothing but money to be made. And 175 and now 2. And 175 and 2, 175 and 2 anymore? 175 to 38. 175 to 38. Next we have Orvis Battenkill Bamboo Fly Rod with original sleeve and tube. What's your pleasure on this one? 300 I have, 3 1/4. 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 375, 400, 4 1/4. Your guys out? I have 400 with Carol and 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4, 4 1/4. What's that? 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. 4 1/2, 475. No, now he's really out. I have 4 1/2 with Carol and now 475. 450 once, twice, any more? Carol, 450. Online bidder. We never get fishing stuff. More reels. 9 vintage 60s and 70s fishing reels. A nice group again. Some of them in the original boxes. Some of them look like they've never been used. And what's your pleasure in all the reels? 100 I have, and now 1 1/4. 1 1/4. Oh, here's a nice one. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 175. And 1 1/2, and now 175. In the original box, some of them. 150, now 175. At 150, 175 anymore. With Carol at 150, somebody's going to go fishing reasonably. At 150, 175. Carol, 150. That's all from the Osher estate. Next we have all these tied flies. Tray of 1960s dry fly lures. Many are still on the cards, and some of them look like they were handmade. A lot of them look like they're handmade. Oh, here's a rare one. That frog. Yeah. We didn't go through these. We just put them in a group. There's all kinds of hand-tied flies underneath there. And what's your pleasure on all these? 100, 1 1/4, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, 175, all the play, 175, 200, 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 275, 300, 3 1/4, 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4s on the floor, way under the money. This is a good group. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4 with a gentleman seated. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2. Any more? Yes, sir. 3 1/4, 38. Next we have more rods from the same family again. This all the fishing stuff came out of one house. This is 4 high Horrocks Ebbetson 2-piece power glass casting rods. What's your pleasure on all these? 150 I have, and now 175. I 150, now 175. At 150, 175 anymore? At 150, 175. At 150 only for all the rods. 150 once, twice, anymore? Emily, 150. Next we have 4 fiberglass lake casting rods. What's your pleasure on these? 250 I have, and 270. Oh, 50. I have 50, now 60. 60, now 70. I have 60, now 70. 60, now 70. These vintage rods. I have 60, now 70 anymore? 60 once, twice, and for $70. 60 it is. Then we have 5 lake and stream casting rods. What's your pleasure on these? How much? 50 I have, and 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. These are nice rods. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. Any more? 50 it is. Next we have, this is the one to look at, to pay attention to. This has got all kinds of lures and stuff in this group. And what's your pleasure in this lot? $13.44. There's a fishing tackle box with all kinds of stuff in it. How much? 60 and 70. 80 with Carol, now 90. I have 80, now 90, now 100. This is a good lot. It has binoculars in it. It's got knives in it. It's got all kinds of lures. 100 I have, now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. I have 100 and quarter. You won't never go wrong with that. 100 now quarter if you like this stuff. Any more? 100 once, twice, in for 100 quarter. $100 it is. Now we're on 1345. 1345. More rods. We have 2 telescopic steel spinning rods. What's your pleasure on these? On the spinning rods. Any interest in the spinning rods? Anyway, for $25 for the 2 spinning rods. Nobody wants those? 20 I have, and 25 now. 25 and now 30. 25 and now 30. 25 and now 30. Any more? 25. 100 buys. Next we go to 4 fiberglass lake casting rods. What's your pleasure on those? 30 I have, and now 40. I have 40, now 50. I have 40, now 50, 40, now 50 for the lot. I have 40, now 50, and 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. 60, I have now 70. I have 60 with Emily, now 70. I have 60 now 70, 60 now 70. Any more? Any more? $60, Emily. And now we're out of the fishing stuff. And we're into some art. This is by Michael Mazur, Massachusetts. And on this piece right here, which a pleasure, is Canto number 4 from the Inferno of Dante, etching in aquatint. Which a pleasure on this one. $750, I have now 800. I have $750 now 800, $750 and 800 now. I have $750 now 800. I have $750 now 800. I have $750 now 800, $750 now 8. And $750 now 800. Any more? All in all, that's $750 and 800. $750 once, twice, and for 800 is $750 then. Next we have a rare piece right here. This is by Mirsad Berber from Bosnia. It's an icon of saints, mixed media on gold, parti-color, and gouache. What's your pleasure in this? 500 I have, and now 550. This is a rare piece. I have 500, now 550. I have 500, now 550, and 500, 550. At only 500 and 550 if you like it. At 500 and 550, all in all done at only $500 and 550 if you want it. Any more? 500 it is. Next we have Lovis Corinth, one of the series of views and on the dry point etching. What's your pleasure in this one? May we have 500 set it in. 500 way set it at 500 on that original etching, pencil sign, and he went for 500. And you did 500 on that piece? No, what's that piece? Pass it away. Next object. Jerry Anderell, 1936. Comedy number 9. 24 small aquatint etchings with dry point. What's your pleasure on those? 500 I have, and now 550. I have 500, now 550, and 500, 550. 24 miniature aquatint etchings at 24, and I have only 500, now 550. At $500 only, and 550 you'd like it, but it seems reasonable for that. Look at expensive frame on it too. 500, now 550. At only $500 once, twice, went for 550. I guess it's 500 then. Then we have Ira Moskowitz, New York and Poland, 13 large and 4 small etchings. And on those right there, what's your pleasure on those? There we have $500 set in on all those lovely original pieces right there. 13 large and 4 small etchings. Set, and anyone for 500? Pass that away. Next object. Next we have Klaus Jans Vischer, Netherlands, 1586 to 1652. What's your pleasure on that one? Here we have $500 on that one. Instead, 500. There's a rare Old Master etching, and we have a 500, 400, 300. Notice that piece at all? Wow, that's a rare etching. All right, next we go to 1353. After Giuseppe Zocchi, Italy. What's your pleasure on this one? On these two. That's 2 of them Ben has. What's your pleasure on this one? 200 I have, and 2 1/4, and 2 1/2, and 275, and 300. At 275 and now 3. At 275 and 300. At 275 and 3. Any more? All in all then, at 275 and 300. We're Jen at 275. Reasonable. 275. Jen, you're a player. 319 by. 419 buys. 419 bought that. Next we have, a lovely piece by Stowe Wangenroth, one of his favorite, one of the most favorite of all the stone lithographs that he does. It's called The Winter Visitor by Stowe Wangenroth. What's your pleasure in this? What's your pleasure in this one? They usually bring around $1,000, $1,200. 500 where on the Wangenroth, and he's at 500. Notice that 500? He always brings 1,200, so we're going to pass that away. Next we go to Henry Tompkins Elkin. We have 4 framed engraved hunting scenes by Henry Thomas Elkin, United Kingdom, 1744 to 1850. On the 4 of them, all framed. What's your pleasure on those? 250 I have, and 275. and 300, and 3.25, 3.25, 3.5, 3.5, 75, 400, at 375 and 4. They should be bringing that a piece. That's for all of them. 400, $100 a piece for those amazing engravings. I have $400 now, 4.25. I have only $400 now, 4.25. At 400 once, 400 twice, we went for 4.25. All in all, then at $400, what a buy. Any more? It's $400, Carol. Next we have Benton's Spruance Amusement Park Friends, 1928, original etching. What's your pleasure on this one? $450. I have it now, $475. At $450 and $475, it's an original lithograph. I'm sorry, I said it was etching. At $450, I have now $475. At $450 and $475, wonderful piece of a carousel figures. $475 and $500. At $475 and $500. At $475 and $500 anymore. At $475 once, twice, and for $500. It's $475 then. Next we have Ansel Adams, El Capitan, one of his most famous photographs from the Yosemite Special Edition embossed matte silver gelatin print from the original 1956 negative. And what's your pleasure on this? $3,000 I have, and now $3,250. $3,100, $3,250 and $3,500. I $3,250 now $3,500. I $3,250 and $3,500. I $3,250 and $3,500 with Kaler at $3,250 and $3,500. Any more? At $3,250 once, twice, and for $3,500. Kaler $3,250. Next we have André Derain, a French artist, woman wearing a mantle, dry point on paper. And what's your pleasure on the André Derain? What's your pleasure on this? May we have what? 500 where? 500, 400, 300. Starting things low. This is an original etching by André Derain. 500 where? 400, 300, 300. No etch that piece? And he said all. Passed away then. Next we have Luigi Casimir, Vienna Palace Gate. What's your etching on paper? What's your pleasure on this one? Maybe we have a couple $100, set it in. 200 wear on the Luigi Casimir. He's a famous artist from New York, California, and Austria. 200 wear. No stamp, pass it away. Next item. Next we have After Thomas Spencer, a very rare piece right here. Portrait of Bonnie Black. Let me see this one in a second, Rob. This is an early piece by that artist, in beautiful condition, French rule mat, and with a French rule mat, may I have what? $1,000 to set it in, $1,000 where to set it in, and $500 I have it now, $550, $550, $600, $650, $6.5, $7, of course, $750, $800. No, I have $750 with Carol now, $800. I have $750 now, $800, $750 now, $8. That's a fabulous piece by that artist. I have $750 now, $800, and $750 now, $800. The original colored engraving. I've $750 now, $800. What's that have on it? Original bill of sale. Well, it has the original bill of sale sold by Arthur Ackerman in London. It was in 1978. It was $225, and we have $750. Anyone for $800? With Carol at $750 and $800. The original document comes with it. Any more? Carol $750. 1361 is next, and that's going to be then another nice piece right here. Arturo Garcia Bustos, Mexican and Guatemala. It's a Doraemon Landing Nets original wood block print, which a pleasure on this lovely piece right here. $250 I have in $275. I have $250 and $275. Boy, that's a nice piece of art right there. I have $250 and $275. Way under the money. At $250 and $275. Hello. At $250 and $275. No money for that guy. At $250 and $275. We're going to sell it. $250 once, twice, and for $275. $250 Carol. Next we have Adrian Lubers, another right there, Chatham Square, 1930, original a lithograph and pencil signed and dated. What's your pleasure on this one? $250 have and $275, $75, $300, $300, $3.25, $3.25, $3.5, $3.5, $375. They out. I $3.5 now $375. I $350 now $375. $350 with Carol and $375. Any more? It's $350 then, Carol. Next we have Robert Allen Nelson, repair shop depicting anthropomorphic mice working on mechanical cats. Oh, this is so cool. We got this out of a house on the coast here. Isn't that incredible? And what's your pleasure in that? 500, how much? 450 heaven, now 475. I have 450 and 475, 475 and 500. Wonderful piece. I have 475 and 500. I have 475 and now 5. 475 and 5, 475 and 500. Have 475 only and 500 if you want it. Anyone for 500? It's going to be 475 with 500 and now 550. I have 500 with Emily, now 550 on that rare 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600, 550 and 600. At 550 and 600, any more than 550 and 600. At 550 once, twice, you went for 600. All done at 550. Any more? That's a great piece. Sold, 550. Next we have Don Lent sunflower etching on the Don Lent sunflower etching, and on that right there where we have a couple $100 set it in. 250, I like it, and 275. I have 250 and 275 in the original Don Lent of sunflowers. I have 250 and 275. 250 and 275 anymore. At only 250 and 275. That's a nice piece by him. Any more? 250 it is. Online bidder. Next we have William Thompson, Travelers Approaching Ancient City Gate, etching on paper. On that William Thompson, a beautiful image again. What's your pleasure on this one? 250, I have in 275. I have 250 and 275 at 250 and 275. At 250 and 275. Any more? All done at 250 and 275. We are 250. That's 65, 250. Online bidder, got it. Next we have Francis Swigart, Steg, Louisiana, 1942. What's your pleasure on these? Botanical Studies and Flowers, colored etchings, handmade paper and pencil sign, number 20. Orchids and daylilies. May we have a couple $100 to set them in. Couldn't frame them for that. 200 way, I said $200 go. And it's 200. Nobody wants those lovely images? Whew. Pass those away. Next object. Keep moving. Next we have Edward Arthur Wilson, underwater pipe lithograph, signed and dated 1942. Another lovely image right there. What's your pleasure on this one? I 100, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 75, 200, 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 275, 300, 275 and 300. Nice image. I have only 275 and now 3. At 275 and 3. Any more? At 275 once, twice, and for 300 on that nice piece right there. At 275 and 300. Sold 275. Carol. Next we have Edward Arthur Wilson again, pipeline construction. Look at this one right here. May we have what? 500 ways instead of 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600 with Carol at 550 and 600, 650. I have 600 now, 650, 600, 650. 600 once, 600 twice, and for 650. All in 600 with Carol and 650. Any more? With Carol at 600. Any more? Sold Carol 600. That's a nice piece. Next we have Mark Allen Luthhauser and The Migration, 1976, and that right there, a finely detailed etching. And what's your pleasure on that one? May we have how much? 100 I have, and now 1 1/4. Can I see that one? Look at the work in that. I have 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. I have 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Way into the money on that one. 1 1/2 now 175 and now 200. I 175 and now 2. 200 I have and 2 1/4. Should be everywhere. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/2 and 275. I have 2 1/2 now 275. I 250 once, 250 twice. I went for 275. Going once, twice, and any more. 250 it is. Next we have 6 18th century Continental Vue d'Optique prints, unframed in art folio. When you hold them up to the light, they're pierced, so the light comes to certain areas of these. What's your pleasure on these? Maybe a couple $100 wear, 200 wear on all those. And these to 200, it's to 200, 100, and he went for 100. Boy, they're better than that. They're early. Pass them away. Next item. Next, we have a rare 1862 Boston print of the Old South Church as a recruiting station. What's your pleasure of this one? What's your pleasure on this one? That's a rare print. Couple $100 wear, $200 wear, $100 wear. And it's that $100. 100 I have, and now a quarter. Here to be sold. That's a rare image. I have 100, now 1 1/4. The Old South Church recruiting station. I have $100, 1 1/4 on that early piece. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Any more? 1 1/4 once, twice, any more? Carol, 1 1/4 then. Next we have Neil Perrin, October Storm, Marshall Point Lighthouse, Port Clyde. Look at that beautiful photograph. And on that right there, may we have what? $300 set it in. 200 I have and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. I have 2 1/4 on the floor and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/2 and 75. Yes, on the floor and 300. I have 275 is on the floor with me and 300. I have 275 and 300 I have and 3 1/4. 3 1/4 on the floor and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2, need 3 1/2 and 370. I have 3 1/2. 375 is on the floor and now 400. I 375 and now 4. I 375 and now 400. 400 I have and 4 1/4. I have 400 now 4 1/4. Quickly, I have 400 once, 400 twice, 4 1/4, 4 1/4 here. I saw him first. 4 1/2 would you go? Is that yes? 4 1/2. I have 4 1/2 on the floor and now 475. I have 450 now 475. I have 450 and 475. Any more? Lovely image. It's 475. 500. No, thank you for help, all of you. I have 475 with Carol, now 500. I have 475 with Carol, now 500. Once, twice, any more? Carol, 475 then. Next we have John Imber, Pine Forest Pastel on Paper, signed and dated lower right, 1991. And what do we have to open that at? 550, 600, 650. I have 600. No, 650, 700 on the floor, and 750, 800, 800 on the floor, 850. I have 800, 850, 900, 900 on the floor, and now 950, 950, now 1,000, 1,000 on the floor, now 1,100. I have 1,000 with the ladies seated, 1,100, now 12. I have 1,100, now 12, 1,200 on the floor, and now 1,300. I have 1,200, now 1,300, now 1,400. I have 1,300, Carol, and now 14. It's 14 on the floor, and now 1,500. I have 1,400, now 1,500. I have 1,400, now 15 to Carol, and 1,600. I have 1,500, now 16. I have 15, thank you for help, ma'am. I have 1,500, now 1,600. I have 1,500, Carol, any more? 1,500 once, twice, and for 1,600, it's 1,500, Carol. And this one here, 4 18th century German hand-colored ornithological engravings after Buffon. And on that right there, which a pleasure. 200 I have, and now 2 1/4. I have 200 against you. I need 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 2 1/4, and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 by the 4 of those early prints. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, reasonable for those. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2 anymore? 2 1/4 once, twice, and they go 2 1/2. Almost sold them, and now 275, and now 300, and now 300. They're worth that. I have 275, and now 3 at 275 once, twice, and for 300 anymore. 275 it is. And now we're at framed after Albrecht Dürer. After Albrecht Dürer, which a pleasure on this lovely piece right here. Which a lovely piece right here by Dürer. See that? It's on handmade paper. It's a beautiful image on handmade paper. What's your pleasure on that? Couple $100 wear. 200 wears to be 200. Anyone for $100 going to go? 100 I have, now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. Just needs a nice mat on that. 100 now quarter. Any more? All in all then, $100. $100, 23. Nice image. George Rouault. George Rouault. And what's your pleasure on this one? May I have a couple $100 instead of it too? I have, how much? 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I 3 1/4, 3 1/2, and 3 1/4, 3 1/2 on the original George Rouault. I 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4 once, twice, and with 3 1/2. Carol, 3 1/4. And we're moving on to 1377. 1377, and where are we? Another George Rouault. These are all from the same family. And on that one right there, what's your pleasure on this one? 150, 175, and 200, and 200, 200, and 2 1/4, 2 1/4, and 2 1/2, 2 1/2, 275. No, I 2 1/2 with Carol, 275. For original George Rouault. I have 250 and 275. Once, twice, any more? Carol, 250 then. Next we have Peter Comer Parnell. Oh, he's a wonderful illustrator. Wonderful illustrator. He was from Damascotta. Chickadees on Cabin Foundation. Original litho with touches of color. Wonderful illustrator and artist. What's your pleasure on the Peter Parnell? We have a couple $100 and set it in. 200 where it's up at 200. $100 I have now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, now 100 now quarter anymore. At only $100, 100 and a quarter. He's a well-known guy. I have $100 once, twice, local guy. He's no longer with us. I have 100 now, 100 and a quarter. Any more? $100. Next we have 3 18th century Vue d'Optique architectural prints, Italy, Spain, and India. Again, these are the ones you hold up to the light, and there's areas where the light comes through. What's your pleasure on these? They're all framed. May I have a couple $100 to set them in. 200 where instead of 200 set it in. $100 where instead of $100. Nobody likes those Vue d'Optiques. Next item. 3 more. 1380 Vue d'Optiques again. 3 of them. When money buys them all. 200 where instead 200. Instead 200. Nobody wants those. Pass those away. Next item. Next item. Don't skip all those. We want 1382 is next. Oh, you do? Oh, of course you do. On 1381? 1381. And what's your pleasure on those? A couple $100. 100. We didn't want 100. We wanted 200. I have 100 now. One and a quarter. I have 100 now. 1 and a quarter. I have 100 now. 1 and a quarter. Any more? All in all done at 100. 1 and a quarter. $100 it is. We're skipping 13. Oh, wait. I got to go the other way. Next. 1382. Here we go. 5 interwar U.S.-UK Prince Club of Philadelphia. All these nice images right there. What's your pleasure? I have 200 now. 2 and a quarter. How much? 3 and a quarter. I like that, but 3 and a half and 375. 375 and 400. I have 375 and 400. I have 375 and 400. I have them 4 and a quarter. 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half. I have 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half. I have 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half, 4 and a half and 475, 75, 500, and now 500, 500 and 550. I have 500 now 550. At 500 now 550 and 5 and 550 anymore. All in all then at 550, 600. I have 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600, 550, 600 and 650. I have 600 Carol now 650. 650. Keep it going. 700 and 750. I have 700. Nice group of stuff. 750, 800. I have a 750 now 8. And 750 once. 750 twice. And if 800. Any more? Sold 750 then. Carol. Next we have a beautiful engraving, self-portrait leaning on a stone sill after Rembrandt. After Rembrandt, what's your pleasure on that? 150, I have now 175. I 150, now 175, at 150, 175. Beautiful engraving. I 150, 175. At 150, 175. A nice strike on that. At 150, 175. Any more? Sold 150 then. A pair of Siegelman ornithological prints. What's your pleasure on those beautiful pieces right there? All French rule mats. Those mats right there alone in the frames would be about 300 each to do these on these beautiful ornithological prints right there from 1746. What's your pleasure on these? May I have what? $300 where? 200 100 I have and now quarter. 1 a quarter, 1 and a half. 1 and a half and 175. 175 on the floor and 200. No money for these. 200 I have and 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter, of course, and 2 and a half. On the floor, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, and 275, of course, and 300. 300 we paid for one frame. I 300 now 3 and a quarter. 3 and a quarter now 3 and a half. I 3 and a quarters on the floor and 3 and a half. At only 3 and a quarter for the bunch, for the two. 3 and a quarter once, twice, and yours. 3 and a quarter, number 34. Thank you. Those are beautiful pieces. Somebody loved them because they put a lot of money into them. Next we have Jean-Baptiste Péter. And on that right there, 2 hand-colored engravings on paper. He was a student of Watteau, and these are in very expensively carved Florentinian frames in gold leaf. They have a soft velvet mats on them. But look at those great Venetian gold leaf frames. These are period frames. What's your pleasure on these? What's your pleasure on these? Should be several hundred. Maybe we have $200 instead of 100. I have now a quarter. They want it all sold. I have 100, 100 a quarter. If you don't like the prints and you like those gold frames, you could put mirrors in these. They'd be worth about 400 each. 1.5, 175, 150. These are period Venetian gold gilded frames. 175, a Florentinian, I should say. 175 and 200. 175 came from Hopswell, Maine. 175 and now 2. 175 once, twice, and for 200. Any more? At 175 and 200. 175. Next we have Savik Franstik Simon. A nice original piece right here. Under the arches, a view of Brittany Town, etching with color. And what's your pleasure on that one? 175 and 200. At 175 and 200. 175, nice image. At 175 and 2. Any more? At 175 once, twice, and for 200. Any more? 175. Carol. Some great buys here. Next we have a German architectural drawing, a row of early Bavarian split timber buildings marked Ernest Menningen and graphite and chalk. What's your pleasure on that? Maybe we have $100. Set it in. $100 where? $50 where? And he has to $50 in that piece, the original. Notice that piece? Pass away. Next item, we have a Waldo Pierce. On the Beach, a rare stone lithograph. On the Beach, stone lithograph by Waldo Pierce. Beautiful condition. Letter on the back. What's your pleasure on this one? Maybe we have, what, a couple $100 to set it in. A couple $100, not Waldo Pierce. No money for him. 100 I have. 1 1/4, 1.5. 1 1/4, 1.5, 1 1/4, 1.5. No money for this. Is much better than that. 1 1/4, 1.5, 1.5, and 175. I have 150 and 175. At 150, 175. Any more? Beautifully framed too. At 150, 175. It's got a new acid-free mat on it and everything. I have 150 now. 175. Gonna move on. Any more? 150 it is. Next we have August Muska, Sleeping Nude, Silver Point, pencil signed, dated 1969. What's your pleasure on this one? Yeah, we have what? $300 and set it in. 200 where? 200 where? $100 then. $100 where? Set it in. Instead of $100? Passed away. Next object. Next we have Robert Shetterly. Scissors cut paper, monotype print, pencil signed, number 1 of 1. And oh, that is cool, isn't it? Yeah. What's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have, now 1 1/4. I have 100 now, 1 1/4, 100, 1 1/4. I have only $100. No money for this guy. I have $100 only, 100 1/4 if you'd like it. Any more? 100 once, twice, and for 100 1/4. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Shouldn't have to work on this one at all. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Any more? Sold 1 1/4. Next we have David Brumbach, Granada, etching on buff paper. A couple $100 where? 150 I have now 175. 175 and 200. At 175 and 2, 175 and 2. 200 I have in 2 1/4. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2 and selling. At 2 1/4, absentee bidders getting that one. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2. 2 1/4. 338 buys. Nice buy. Next we have Ing Tay, New York, Malaysia, Interlude 2 and 5, 1987. And what's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have, 1 1/4. I have 100 now, 1 1/4. Those are nice sepia engravings. I have 100 now, 1 1/4. I have 100 once, twice, and for 1 1/4. Any more? All in all, then $100. $100 it is. $13.93. $13.93. This is Kathy Schmidt Kolowitz. And what's your pleasure on this one? What's your pleasure on this? 100 I have now, 1 1/4. I have 100 now, 1 1/4. 100, 1 1/4. And 100 once, twice, and for 1 1/4. Any more? Any more? 100 it is. Next we have, oh, look at this beautiful pastel portrait of a young girl, circa 1910, initialed MVS. An original period frame. What's your pleasure on this one? Should be a couple $100 easy. 200 where instead of 200 and go. Instead 200. Nobody wants that? Once, twice, then pass her away then. Next object. Moving on. Oh, look at this. Original Warren Davies, After the Bath. Famous engraver. Etching 1920s on Reeves paper. And on that has original Kennedy and Company label. They handled his work in New York City in the 20s. And what's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have. And one, how much? 175 and 200. I have 175 and now 2. He has a beautiful, delicate line to his dry point etchings. I have 175 and now 2. 175 once, twice, and for 200. Emily gets that one, 175. Next we have Sevic Francisque Simone. And on that right, etching on paper right there. What's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have and now quarter. 200 I have and 2 and a quarter. I like it better. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter, 200, 2 and a quarter. Where? Oh, 2 and a quarter. Thank you. I didn't see you. 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half and 275. I have 250 and 275. With Emily at 250 and 275 on the floor and 300 I have and now 3 and a quarter. 3 and a quarter is on the floor and 3 and a half. I have 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half and 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. At 3 and a quarter once, twice, and he went for 3 and a half. 3 and a quarter, 34. 34 buys. Next we have, oh, that's a lovely original painting right there. Stanley Wingate Woodward, red rocks and silver water, 8 by 10 site size. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on that? 2,200 I have, and not 23 and 24, 24 and 25. I 2,425. That needs a great arts and crafts frame on it. Excuse me. At 2,400 and 2,500. At 2,400 and 2,500, 24 and 25. At 24 and 25, if you need advice on the frame, I'm happy to give you some. What should be on there? At 24 and 2,500. Any more? All in, all done. At 2,400, all kinds of bidders on that. 2,400 it is. Next we have American Impressionist Winter Landscape, Snowy Road through the, and we have 400 where, I have 400 now, 4 and a quarter. 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half. I have 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half. 4 and a half. Boy, this is a good painting too. 475 on a wooden panel. 500, 5 and a half, 600. I have 550 now, 600. I have 550 with Carol, 600 if you wanted. That's a lovely original painting right there. I have 550 and 600. We couldn't quite make out the name, but it is signed in the left. I have 550 and 600. 550 once, twice, and 600. It's 550 then. Next we have another good picture right here. Samuel Emmons Brown. He was a Connecticut, Massachusetts artist, 1886 to 1964. Coastal Maine inlet scene with a skiff. What's your pleasure on this one? 275 and 300. 275 and 300. Lovely original painting by him. 275 and 3. At 275 and 300. Any more? 275 once, twice, and for 300. Any more? Any more? 275 then. Next we have, oh, here's another beautiful picture right here. Look at the color on that. Women by the Shore. Is that in Camden? Summer Morning Mystic, oil on canvas. Original price on that was $2,500 on the back of it. And what's your pleasure on this one? How much? 275 and 300. I have it all 300 and 3 and a half and 375. I 350 now 375. 375 on the floor now 400 all 400 here and 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half and I have her at 4 and a half and 475 and 500 and 550. 550, 600, 650. I have a lady in the center, 600, 650. That is one stunning painting. I have 600 now, 650. I have 600, 650. Never been varnished even. I have 600 now, 650. Originally cost $2,500 in 1996. I have 600 now, 650, and 700, and 700 here, and 750. I have 700 in the center and 750. Any more? 700 once, twice, and for 750. Yours, ma'am, 700. 34, yep, sorry. That was number 1400. We're on 1401 now. And moving along nicely. Boston School Landscape, circa 1880. Bucolic view of Summer Stream. And on that has 2 old Boston labels on the back. Let me see that one a second. Yeah. Yep. Another writing. If you get this, it looks like it could be signed down in the lower left-hand corner. Anyway, a beautiful painting right there. What's your pleasure on that one?
200 I have, and now 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter, 200, 200, 2 and a quarter, and 2 and a half. 2 and a half and 275. 275 and 3, 3 and 3 and a quarter. I have 3 and 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. 3 and a half and 375. 375 and 400. 400 and 4 and a quarter. 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half. 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half. I have 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half, and 475. I have 4 and a half now, 475. At 450 and 475. With Carol all the way at 450 and 75 now. At 450, 475 with Carol and 500. I have 475 and 5. At 475 once, 475 twice. And he went for 500. We all good? 500 in time with Carol. And now 550. I have 500, 550, 600. I have 550 now, 600, 650. With Carol at 600 and 650. At 600, 650, 700. I have 650 and 7. Beautiful condition. I have 650 and 700. 650 once, twice, any more? Carol, 650 then. Next we have another nice painting. This is by F. Matzow. This guy was a painter that did Handel lamps, painted for Handel Lamp Company, which is a pleasure in this lovely piece right here. There we have, how much? 150, I have now 175. I have 150, now 175. At 150, 175, reasonable. At 150, 175, any more? All in all then, at 150, 175, any more? 150 it is. Next we have a Flemish farmyard and church painting, circa 1880. And on that one right there, let me see that one there. Oh yeah, that's a nice painting too. There's a woman feeding her chickens and ducks. And nice original painting right there. There's a nice birdhouse with birds in the corner, which is a pleasure in this one. A couple $100 wear. 200 wear, said but 200 and go in that nice painting right there. A couple $100 wear. $100 wear. Pass away, next object. And here we go, a small landscape with windmill. And on that right there, 2 figures on horseback riding towards a windmill. Let me see that one in a second, Dave. Well, that's really nicely painted, I'll tell you. Yeah. And then what's your pleasure on this one? 250, I have in 275. I have 250 and 275. This is by a professional painter. 275 and now 300. I have 275 and now 3. I have 275 and 3 and 275 and 3. Beautifully done. 275 and 300. Any more? 275 is with Carol, correct? Anyone for 300? Carol, 275. Next we have Lindendal landscape with figure, woman reading in a reverse orchard. What's your pleasure in this one? What's your pleasure in this lovely picture? In a very expensive frame again. 100 I have now 1 and a quarter. I have 100, 1 and a quarter. It looks like after Renoir, I have 100 now 1 and a quarter. I have only 100, 1 and a quarter in that nice picture. Soft colors. 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. I 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half on canvas panel. I 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. At 1 and a quarter once, 1 and a quarter twice. Anyone for 150? We're good at 1 and a quarter then. This is a nice one right here. Ted Julian Arnold, Friendship Teacup. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? How much? 300. I have 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. I have 3 and a half and 375. Oh, that's nice. 400 and 4 and a quarter. 4 and a quarter with Emily and 4 and a half. I have 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half. It's got all the information on it. 4 and a half, 475, 75, 500. I have 475 now, 500, 550, 5 and a half, and 600. I have 550 and 600, 600, 650. We have 600 now, 650, 600, 650, and 700. I have 650 and 700. I have 700 and 750. I have 700 now, 750, 800. I have 750 now, 800 now, 8 and a half, and 800 now, 8 and a half. 850, 900. I have 850 now, 900, 900, 950. 900 now, 950, 950 and 1,000. 950 now, 1,000. I have 1,100. I have 1,000 now, 1,100. 1,000, 1,100 anymore. 11 and 12. I have 1,100, 1,200 now. 11 and 12, 12 and 13. I have 13 and 14. I have 1,300 now, 1,400. 14 and 15. I have 1,400 and 1,500. I have 1,400 and 1,500. What's in that teacup? 1,500 now, 1,600. I have 1,500 now, 16 now, 17. I have 1,600 now, 1,700. I have 16, 17 now, 18. 18 now, 19. 1,800 with Carol all the way. And now 1,900. 1800 once, 1800 twice, in for 1900. Well, in all, 19 in time, and 2000. Of 1900 now 2000. At 1900, 2000 I have, and 2100 on the teacup. I have 2000 now 2100. I have 2000 once, 2000 twice, in for 21 and 22. At 2100, 22, 22 and 23. All the way with Carol, two players, 21 and 22 and 23, 22 with Carol. Looking for 23. 22 once, 22 twice, is going to sell it. Any more than 23 and 24. At 2300, 24 and 25. At 2400 now 25. At 2425 if you like it. At 2400 once, 2400 twice, 25 and 2750. At 2750 and 3000. At 2750 and 3000. At 2750 once, 2750 twice, in for $3,000. 3,000 with Carol on the teacup, and that 32 and a half and 35. At 32 and a half and now 35. At 32 and a half and 35 if you like it. 3250 once, 3250 twice, in for 3,500. Are we all in, all done at 3250? Any more? 3250, Carol. Another good painting. Boy, there's all kinds of great painting. Impressionist view of Hilly Harbor, signed Davis. Signed Davis. Let me see that 1 second. A lot of these I haven't had a chance to see. This is signed Davis in a very impressionistic style on a chamfered wooden panel. And what's your pleasure on this one right here? Signed Davis. 100 I have, and 1 1/4. 175. 200 I have, and 2 1/4. 2 1/4, 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2. 2 1/2 and 275. 250 now 275. At 250 and 75 anymore. At 250, 275, 300. At 275 and 300. At 275 and 300 I have, and 3 1/4. I have 300 now 3 1/4. I have 300, 3 1/4 anymore. 300 once, twice, and 3 1/4. Anymore. Sold 300. There's some lovely pictures here today. Now another good one. A naive pastoral scene, signed Brown, dated 1901. Lovely piece with horses. What's your pleasure on this one? 175 and 200. At 175 and 2, 175 and 2. At 175 and 2. And lovely big pastoral scene with horses and a farmer. At 175 and now 200. At 175 once, twice, and for 200. All in all, then at 175. Any more? It's 175 then. We are now approaching 1409. 1409, and a bunch of art again. Some good art. Next we have, this is a nice one here. Naive landscape with a large buck in a mountain lake in autumn, circa 1890, with looks like the White Mountains in the background. Let me see this a second. It's very similar to a very similar subject matter to Arthur Fitzwilliam Tate. What's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have, now 1 1/4. It's in a period frame, by the way. I have 100 now, 1 1/4, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, 175, 150, 175, 150, 175. Just needs 175 and 200. Nice condition. 175 and now 2. 175 now 2. 175 and 2. Any more? At 175 and selling. That's nice painting. Any more? It's 175. Next we have another good picture right here. 19th century mother and child on the lakeside road right here. What's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have, 1 1/4. Oh, this is beautifully painted too. 1 1/2. It says unsigned. It is signed. It's signed by the artist right down in the corner. Right here. Torch on. Yeah, it's signed right in the corner. Right there. It's by R. Looks like WHIZER. But anyway, signed down in the corner by the artist. What's your pleasure on that one? 175 and now 200. At 175 and 2, it is signed. At 175 and 200, beautifully executed. At 175 and 200, I have 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4. Look up the artist if you get it. We missed it. At 200 now, 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4 anymore. At 200 once, twice, and for 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/2 and 275. At 2 1/2 and 275. It's on a Boston stretched canvas. It's on a Boston canvas. At 2 1/2 now 275. At 250 and 275. Any more? 250 it is. Online. Nice painting. James Palmer Libby from Maine. full-length portrait of Pirate Jenny from Threepenny Opera. And what's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 75, 200, 2 1/4. Nope, they're out. I have 200 with Carol and 2 1/4. Nice big picture for $200. I have $200 and 2 1/4. 200 once, 200 twice, and for 2 1/4. No money for that. Any more? 200 it is. Next we have, Angelio Silvio Galli, Sir John Falstaff. Sir John Falstaff. And look at the frame that's in. Look at that frame. Wow. Signed by the artist. And what's your pleasure? 100 I have, now 1 1/4. I have 100, now 1 1/4. Look at that expensive frame. I have 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2. No money. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4 once, 1 1/4 twice, and for 150, a lot of painting for no money. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Any more? It's 125. Next we have Frederick M. Wheeler, Rocky White caps on oil on masonite, and on that lovely painting. Look at that. You can almost feel the water crashing on it. And what's your pleasure on this one? 350 I have, and 375, 375, 400, 400, 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. At 400 now, 4 1/4. That's beautifully painted, and it's in the original, an old arts and crafts frame. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. At 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. At 4 1/4, 4 1/2. That's in a period arts and crafts carved corner frame. At 4 1/4, 4 1/2. 4 1/4 once, twice, and 4 1/2. Any more? It's 4 1/4 then. Online bidder. Next we have Frederick James Boston, a famous painter from Boston. Young girl dozing off while seated in a chair with a bowl of apples. What's your pleasure on this lovely little piece? May we have what? $200 and set it in. 200 where? Set it at 200 and go. 200 and set it even to. Nice original painting. Beautiful condition. And where? 200 where? Set it at 200 in that lovely little genre painting. Anyone for 200? Nobody wants that? Pass it away. Next object. Next we have Charles Gordon Harris. Flying Clouds in Goodville, 1941. Nice painting again. Charles Goodwin Harris, Rhode Island, 1891 to 1963. What's your pleasure on this one? May we have what? $300 set it in. 300, 200, 200. Interested in this painting? Nice original artist. You want to see that painting? That's way. Next object. Keep it moving right through here. Whoop. And now we have Bayard Henry Tyler, New York, 1855, 1931. Maine Coast Seascape. This is an original. It looks like a replica of a Newcomb Macklin frame. It's on oil and canvas board. Never even been varnished. All original, perfect condition. And what's your pleasure on this one? 650 I have, and 700, 750, 800, 800, 850, 900, 950. 1,000, no. I have 950 with Carol now. 950 now, 1,000. At 950 now, 1,000. 950 now, 1,000. Lovely image again. At 950 once, twice, and for 1,000. It's 950 then. 1417 is next. And we have another Charles Gordon Harris, Flying Clouds, Goodville, 1941. Wait, did we do that? No. And on this right here, this is. Oh, wait a minute. What did I do? Move the wrong thing. On Henry Gordon. We should be on. Did I go the wrong way? Did we? I thought we did this already. Oh, wait a minute. There we go. I went the wrong way. Damn it. Hold on. I hit the wrong button. We did 14, 15, 16, 17. That's not the right painting. That one's the right painting, sorry. We have a H Church, signed H Church, a small view of a western waterfall, signed lower left, in 1889, which is pleasant. That lovely little painting right there. Lovely little painting right there, beautifully executed again. Signed in the lower left. Nice 19th century painting. What's your pleasure on that one? A couple $100 where? 200 where? Said 200. Interested in that at all? Passed away. Next subject. We have 4 Mexican Zapotec rugs, and what's your pleasure in all these? From the from an estate in South Freeport, yes. What's your pleasure in these? On the 4 of those nice original rugs right there. They never been used. They were rolled up in the closet. Anyone for a couple $100 set them in on those 4 rugs. 200 way up to 200. And it's to 200. No interest in those rugs? Next we have, what do you have? You had what? They want them sold, so I have 50 on those 4 rugs. And go back to those. I have $50 and 60 now. Unbelievable. Those are all hand-woven rugs. 60, of course, and 70. We're just fooling around here. 60 now 70. 60 now 70. Gonna sell them. 60 once, twice, and more. $60. 70 and now 80. I have 70 now 80. 70 with Emily. Now $80. They're all handmade, never used. They were rolled up in the closet. I have 70 now 80. Sold. $70. We're gonna move on. Now we have these 2 lovely ones right here. Jewel tones. And on that right there, one is 46 by 75 inches. The other one's 15 by 74 inches. What's your pleasure on those? 200 I have in 2 1/4. I have 200 with Jen at 2 1/4. I have 200 2 1/4 for the 2 of them. They were all brand new. They were rolled up in the closet. I have 200 now 2 1/4. Any more? 200 once, twice, and for 2 1/4. $200. 18 buys. Next we have 2 Mexican Zapotec rugs again, 30 by 57 and 28 by 61. What's your pleasure on this one with the figures? Couple $100 to set them in. 200 wear. None of these have ever been used. $200 wear. Any in those? Pass those away. Next item. We have 3 rugs, 1421. 3 rugs. What's your pleasure on these? Maybe a couple $100 to set them in. $200, $100 wear. No money for these at all. Interested $100. Pass those away. Next object. Now we have 3 rugs, 1422. 2 large Zapotec rugs, 31 by 92, 30 by 57. What's your pleasure on those? 175. 200 I have in 2 1/4. I have 200 now 2 1/4, 200 2 1/4. At 200 2 1/4 anymore. All done. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Beautiful rugs. 2 1/4 once, twice, and for 2 1/2. Sold 2 1/4. Online bidder. Next we have 1423, 3 Mexican woven serape blankets. This is from the Osher estate. What's your pleasure on these? How much? 50. I have 60 now. I have 50 and 60. They're much better than that. They're all hand woven and they're old, from the 20s and 30s. I have 50 and 60. At 50 and 60. Any more? 50 once, twice, and for $60. Boy, nobody's paying attention to these. I can see that. $50. Next, we have Pruitt Carter, California Missouri, hobo with trash can, oil on canvas, signed lower right. On that painting right there, what's your pleasure? 100 I have now 1 1/4. I have 100 now 1 1/4, 100 now 1 1/4. That's original painting by Pruitt Carter from California. I have 100 now 1/4, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Nice original condition showing the back of that. Never been done anything to it. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, at 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. All in, all done at 1 1/4 and selling. Nice original painting. 1 1/4. 1425 coming up. Molly Hodges Henshaw, Massachusetts and Maine, 1947 to 2018. Look at that nice snow scene right there. What's your pleasure on this one? 250 I have and 275, 275, 300, 300, 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4, 300, 3 1/4 anymore. At only 300 and selling. 300 with Carol anymore. Carol 300. Next we have Daniel F. Wentworth, another good painter, Connecticut Autumn Pasture, watercolor on paper, signed lower left. What's your pleasure on this lovely pastoral scene right here in soft fall colors? Maybe a couple $100 and set it in. $200 wears it, but 200 and go. Interested in this piece? He worked in Maine, Connecticut, and Norway, 1850 to 1934. Any interest in this piece at all? A couple $100 wear. 200 wears, but 200. Interested at all? What's that? 100 I have, and now 1 1/4. I have 100, 1 1/4. No money for this artist. I have 100 now, 1 1/4. You pay a lot more than that just for the frame. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. At 1 1/4 once, twice, and for 1 1/2. It's 1 1/4, Carol. Next we have Andrew Park, an Australian artist. It's Baron Joey Head from Palm Beach, Queensland, watercolor and paper. And on that artist right there, what's your pleasure in that? You don't see many paintings from Australia. And on that, maybe we have a couple $100 and set it in. 200 wear, set it 200 and go. Let's see that in a minute. Beautifully executed. 200 wear in a historical painting. And it's 200. Nobody wants it. Pass away. Next object. Next, we have a floral still life watercolor tabletop with still life with daisies. What's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have, and now quarter. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, 175. At 150, now 175. At 150, 175, 150, 175. Any more than 150, 175? 150 it is. Next, we have Two Views of Venice, 19th century, initialed PM. We can't figure who this artist is, but they're really nicely done, and they're on a heavy sort of cardstock with new French rule mats and backings. What's your pleasure on these? May I have $300 and set them in. 300 wear, set it 300 and go. 300 wear, and it's at 300, 200. It's at 200. 200 I have, and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. They're beautifully done. 200, 2 1/4. Any more? Last call. Once, twice, and 200 to number 33. 200 to 33. Next we have William Godby Lawrence. William Godby Lawrence, a Maine Winter Shore watercolor and paper. What's your pleasure on this one? Oh, that's nice. What's your pleasure on this one? 275 and 300. I have 275 and now 3. 300 and 3 1/4. No. I have 300 with Carol, now 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4, 300, 3 1/4. Any more? Selling once, twice. A lovely painting by him. William Lawrence. 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. Look at the quality of that watercolor. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2. Any more? Any more? 3 1/4 then. And next we have another good watercolor. This is Hans H. Volk, Cleveland, Ohio. Kolchak Lake in the Alpine Lakes Wilderness of Washington, gouache on paper. And what's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have, beautiful executed. 100 I have now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. I have 100 now 1 1/4 if you like it. 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. Boy, that's a nice picture for no 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Look at the quality of that. It's in a French rule mat with a gold leaf liner. I have only 100 1/4, 100 1/2 if you want it. 100 1/4, 100 1/2. What a great buy. 100 1/4 once, twice, and for 150. Any more? 1 1/4. Next we have Hans Volk again, the Badlands, South Dakota, gouache on paper. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on this one? On the Badlands in South Dakota. Look at the detail on that guy's work. And he into 200 on that one. 200 wear, 200 wear, 150. Pass it away. Next object. 1433 is another watercolor, Frozen Backyard Pond watercolor by Marbury Brown. Marbury Brown. Another nice picture right there. What's your pleasure on this one? We have a couple $100 and set it in. Some nice paintings here. Look at the quality of that. 200 wear. It's the 200. No one's that painting? Pass away. Next object. We're not going to fool around. Next we have Charles Henry Rickert. Charles Henry Fish Shack on Inlet, watercolor and paper. He was in 1880 to 1974. What's your pleasure on this one? 250 I have and 275. I have 250 and 275. Nice picture. 250 and 275. Any more? 250 once, twice, and for 275. It's 250 then. Next we have Charles Emile Heil, 2 botanical watercolors, and I have 400 and now 425, 4 1/4, 4 1/2, and 475, and 500, and 475, 500, 550, 550, 600. I have 550 and 600. Everyone else out? Jen, 550 then. 342 buys. Next we have circa 1900 Coca-Cola soda fountain ad in the original frame. And what's your bid on that? On the Coca-Cola soda fountain ad. What's your pleasure on that? May we have $100 and set it in. 100 I have and now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. I have $100 and 100 quarter. That's a fun ad. Oh, look at this. It says, to be sold only by Coca-Cola. This is an original period piece. Yep. Yeah, this is an original print. It said, "Woman of fashion at the soda fountain, all healthy and happy, and all drinking Coca-Cola." Why? Because it has delightful flavor and beneficial results, and it had cocaine in it. So they were happy as anything. Not to be sold, display only, Coca-Cola. Boy, that's a rare early piece right there. I have only what? 100, now quarter. I have 100 now, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. And that rare Coca-Cola piece at 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Any more? Any more? 1 1/4, 373. Next we have Henry Fenn, 5 views of Boston, India ink on paper on all 5 views. What's your pleasure on those? How much there? 100, now quarter, on 5 views of Boston. They're all India ink on paper, original drawings. I have 100, now quarter. 5 views of Boston at 100, now 1 1/4. Any more? 100 once, twice, and 1 1/4 here, and 1 1/2. I 1 1/4 on the floor, now 1 1/2. And 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Any more? All in all, then 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/4, what's your number? Number 6? 1 1/4, number 6. Here we go. 4 books on the artist Antonio Canova. And what's your pleasure on these? Maybe $100 instead of in. $100 where I said $100 and go. 50, I have in 60 now. I have 50 and now 60. I have 50 now 60. I have 50 and 60. Any more? 60, 60, now 70. I have 60, now 70. 60's on the phone, now 70 if you want them. I have 60, now 70. Any more? That's 60 once, twice in for $70. $60 phone. Next we have, after Pablo Picasso, Shakespeare offset lithograph, an original 1965 litho, limited to 150 prints. What's your pleasure on this one? How much? 20, and now 30, 30, now 40, 40, now 50, 50, now 60. I have 50, now 60, now 70. I have 60, now 70, 60, now 70. Any more? 60 once, twice, in for 70. $60 is with Carol. $60, Carol. Next we have a poster of the Brooklyn Bridge drawing. Look at this one. Look at this one. A drawing of the Brooklyn Bridge. What's your pleasure on this one? 50, having 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. I have 50 and 60. Any more? All in all then at $50. 60, now 70. I have 60, now 70. 60, now 70. I have 60, 70, now 80. 70, now 80. Any more than 70? 70 once, 70 twice, and for $80. A nice big poster. Any more? $70. Moving along. We are out of art for a minute. Now we have 3 American art pottery vessels right here. What's your pleasure on these? We have $70. Have them in. 50, I have them 60 now. 60, now 70. I have 60, now 70. 70, now 80. 80, now 90. 80, now 90. 80, now 90. Any more? $80. The absolute bid is getting all that nice American art pottery from the house in South Freeport. I have 80 once, twice, and it's sold. $80, Jen, your way. 329. Next, we have a Japanese art folio, Appreciation of Master Paintings, published by Shinbi Show in Tokyo. What's your pleasure on that? 50, having 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60 in that whole portfolio. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. Any more? All in, all done at $50. Once, twice, and for $60. 50 it is. Next we have, these are lovely. These were in the study in the house in South Freeport. This is by Rual Minamura, New York and California, 1915-1996. Black hull coastal schooner, the Squaw, underway. What's your pleasure on this one? 300 I have, and now 3 1/4. 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. 3 1/2, 75. And 400. I have 375 and now 4. I have 370, 400 I have, and now 4 1/4. 4 1/4, Jen? 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. With Jen, FC bid at 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. 4 1/2 with Carol and 475. I have 450, now 475. At 450 once, twice, in for 475. Any more than 450? It's 450. Online bidder. Next we have a Scott Tubby contemporary art pottery vase, which a modernist design, burnished, sugar fried low vase. What's your pleasure on that? 50, having 60 now. Done in 1988. Look at the beautiful color of that. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. Any more? 50 once, twice, 60 on the floor and 70 now. I have 60s on the floor and 70. 60 and 70, 60 and 70 anymore? $60 to number 23. $60, 23 buys. Next we have Paradise Party Raku Vase by Robek Troost. What's your pleasure on this one? Jar in Hawaiian ceramist. He was a Hawaiian ceramist. Robert Truce, 50, having 60, 60, now 70. I have 60, now 70, 60, now 70. It's signed on the bottom. I have 60, now 70, 60, now 70. From the South Thomaston house. I have 60, now 70. More? South Freeport house. I have 60, now 70, now 80. I have 70, now 80. I think it's better than that. Hawaiian Potter, 80, now 90. I have 80, now 90. 80, now 90 anymore? All in, all done at $80. Once 90, now 100. 90, now 100, 100 where? I have 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. He's a rare artist. I have 100 now quarter. 100 once, twice, even for one a quarter, one and a half. One a quarter, one and a half. One a quarter, one and a half anymore. And one a quarter once, twice, and one and a half, and 175. I 150, now 175. Quickly. 150 once, twice, and for 175. Going, gone. 150. Next we have a Orpheus crystal vase with etched sailing ship. Look at the beautiful quality of that. On the signed Orpheus, large Swedish clear crystal vase, signed Orpheus. What's your pleasure on this one? 60 I have, 70 I have, and now 80. I have 70 now 80, 70 now 80, 70 now 80 anymore. 70 once, twice, and for $80. $70, number 99. $70 to 99. Next we have 2-volume set folios and slip, the Hermitage, 1,443 color plates. An original sleeve, beautiful condition, and on that $100 I have now a quarter. I have $100 and 100 and a quarter. I have $100, 100, one a quarter, one and a half. I one a quarter, one and a half, a one a quarter, one and a half. 150 is on the phone with Sylvia, and now 175. I 150, now 175 with Carol online, and now 200. Need 200. 200 I have, and now two and a quarter. I have 200 now, two and a quarter I have, and now two and a half, and now two and a half. I have two and a quarter, two and a half. Two and a half on the phone with Sylvia, and now 275. 275, and now 300 would you go? I 275 and now 300 with Sylvia. Those are great reference. 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. I 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half, 3 and a quarter and a half. I 3 and a half and 375. I 375 and 400. I 375 and now 4. I 375 and 400 I have and 4 and a quarter. I have 400 now, 4 and a quarter. I have four and a quarter and 4 and a half. I have 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half anymore. 450 I have with the phone and with Sylvia, and now 475 and now 500 and 475 now 500. 475 now 500 I have, and now 5 and a quarter. I have 550 and now 600. I have 550 and 600 on there, 600 and now 650. This is so hard to find. I have 650 now 700. 700 I have, and now 750. 750 now 800. I have 750 now 8. I have 750 now 800 I have, and now 850. I have 850 now 9. I have 850 now 900. I have 850 now 900 I have, and now 950. I have 900 now 950. 900 once, 900 twice, 950 if you want it. It's on the phone. 900 once, twice, and sold. 900 phone. 429 buys. Here we go. Next, wrong way. Here we go. A 3-volume set, Russian History. The Russian History. And what's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have, now 1 and a quarter. I have 100 now 1 and a quarter. 100 1 and a quarter on Russian History from the same people that we had the book we just sold. I have 100 now 1 and a quarter. All in dust jackets with the original acetate. I have $100 only. 100 once, twice, and with 1 and a quarter. $100, Carol. 1449 coming up. 1449 is a replica sailing ship, half-hull ship right now. It's 9.5 by 41.5. Look at this beautiful half-hull. What's your pleasure on this one right here? 60. I have 200. I have 150. I have now 175. 175. I have 150, now 175, and now 200. And 175, now 200, 175, and 2. And 175, the Bach Admiral, that only 170, 200 I have online, and now 2 and a quarter. I have 200, now 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter with Kayla on the phone until 2 and a half. I have 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. At 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half anymore. 2 and a quarter once, twice, and then for 2 and a half. Phone, 2 and a quarter. 318. Here we go. Doris Olsen Minamora. And on this right here, Sunny Harbor. Beautiful picture right there. Also from the South Freeport House. What's your pleasure? Watercolor and paper. What's your pleasure on this one? 50, having 60 now. 50 and 60. I 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. Anyway, beautiful frame. And he went for 60. 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80. 70 now 80. As 70 once, 70 twice. He went for 80. 80 now 90. Keep it going. I have 80 now 90 and I'm going to sell it at only $80. That lovely sunset view. 90 now 100. I have 90 now 100. 90 now 100. Any more? 90 once. 100 I have with Carol. Now a quarter. I have 100 now a quarter. 100 once. 100 twice. And for 1 and a quarter. We all in all done. 100. 1 and a quarter. With Carol at 100. Correct? Any more? 1 and a quarter and 1 and a half. I have 1 and a quarter. 1 and a half. Lovely image. I have 1 and a quarter. 1 and a half. 1 and a quarter once. Twice. Anyone for 150. So 1 and a quarter. Moving on. Next we have Kathleen Womack from Glenwood Springs, Colorado. Quaking aspens in autumn, watercolor and ink on paper. Lovely image right there. What's your pleasure on this one? Bless you. What's 50, having 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. Nice original painting right there for $50. Wow. That's way too 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80. Nicely done. I have 70 now 80. I'm going to sell it. 70 once, 70 twice. Bless you again. 80 now 90. 90 now 100. I'm 90 now 100. 90 now 100. And 90 now 100 anymore. 90 once, 90 twice, and for 100 quickly. Any more? 100 I have now quarter. I have 100 Carol now quarter. I have 100 once, 100 twice, and for 1 and a quarter. Sold $100 Carol. Next we have Earl Edward Collins, Connecticut, New York. Driftwood, oil on canvas, signed lower left, 1970s. And what's your pleasure on this, man? A couple $100 and set it in. 100 I have, and now quarter. I have $100, 100 a quarter, $100, 100 a quarter. 1 and a half, 175 and 200. 175 and now 200 and 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter, 200, 2 and a quarter on that nice big picture. At only 200, 2 and a quarter with Carol at 200 and selling. Carol, you got it. 200. Next we had Earl Edward Collins again. The Shipbreaker, a single rocky head buffeted in white water. And what's your pleasure on this one? 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, 75, 175, 200, at 175 and now 2. Boy, these are nice pictures. At 170, 200 I have. This is all three-dimensional. All raised up three-dimensional. 200 now 2 and a quarter. I have 200 and 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. At 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. That's a great thing. At 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. 2 and a quarter once, twice, and with 2 and a half. Sold 2 and a quarter. Next we have a Royal Dutch porcelain Lady Godiva sculpture on the large Lady Godiva sculpture in porcelain. What's your pleasure on that? What's your pleasure on that? Royal Ducks, designed by Zoroslav Zerek. And what's your pleasure on that? Anyone for 50 then? It's here to be sold. Lady Godiva by Royal Dutch porcelain. They're very expensive to buy in the store. Anyone for 50? Pass it away. Moving on. Next we have Chinese reverse painted child portrait. What's your pleasure on this one? From this Sally Jesse Raphael collection. 50 having 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. I have 50 and 60 anymore. At 50 and 60 anymore. All in all at $50. 50 it is. Next we have Martin Krylov. Martin Krylov. Signed event poster for the Miami Design Preservation League's 12th annual Art Deco weekend in 1989. What's your pleasure on this? Signed by the artist, 50 and 60. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. With Emily at 50, 60, now 70. I've signed by the artist. I have 60, now 70. I have 61, 60 twice on the Raphael, Sally Jesse Raphael. I have 60, now 70. Any more? $60 it is. This is a 19th century portrait of Swedish royalty. 3/4 length portrait of Christina, Queen of Sweden. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? May we have what? How much? 50. This is an early drawing. I have 50 and 60. I have 50 and 60 and now 70. I have 60 on the floor, 70, now 80. I have 70, now 80, 70, now 80. That's an early portrait. I have 70, now 80, 70, now 80. Any more than $70. 80 if you want it. $70. Next we have a 19th century allegorical painting, Cupid and Maiden playing dominoes. And what's your pleasure on this one? From the Raphael collection again. Maybe we have a couple $100 to set it in. 200 wear. 200 wear, set it at 200. The nice original oil painting. 50 I have and 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. 60, now 70. 70, now 80. I have 70, now 80. 70, now 80. 80, now 90. 90, now 100. I have 90, now 100. 90, now 100. It's a nice painting. And 90, now, look at the detail. 90, now 100. 100, now quarter. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. At 1 1/4 once, twice, and for 1 1/2. All in, all done. 1 1/4 anymore. It's 125. The live auctioneers gets that one. Also from Sally Jester Raphael, Grand Tour painting, The Death of St. Joseph by Giuseppe Gandini. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? What's your pleasure on this one? We have what? $500. 500 where said. Yeah. You ready? So this is a nice old master painting. Nice old master painting of, what was it, St. Joseph? Yeah, Death of St. Joseph. What's your pleasure on this one? 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2. And that old master painting. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4 once, twice, and for 3 1/2 and 75. At 350 and 375. This is a nice period old master painting. 375 and 400. At 375 and 400. 400 and 4 1/4. I have 400, 4 1/4. This is the nice original painting. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4, 4 1/4, and 4 1/2. At 4 1/4, 4 1/2. At 4 1/4, 4 1/2 anymore. At 4 1/4 once, twice, and went for 450 in the original period frame. I have 4 1/4 and 4 1/2 anymore. Sold 4 1/4. Next we have, here's a nice painting right here. This is a still life painting by Joan J. Pauling, 1929. Pipe, teapot, and Bull's a gin bottle. And on that right there, which a pleasure, a nice original painting in a very expensive frame again. Maybe we have a couple $100 to set it in. 200 way up at 200 from the Raphael collection. Any for 200. 50 having 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. At only $50 and 60. Done in 1939. 60 now 70. I have 60 now 70. I have 60 now 70. 60 once, twice, and for $70. No money for that painting. I have $60 now 70. Any more? $60. Carol. Adolf Ronsler. Kerpak in the Snow. And on that right there, which a pleasure on this one right here from the Raphael collection. 50 having 60 now. Nice original paintings for no money. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. At 50 and 60, only $50 and 60 if you like it. Anywhere else, 60 now 70. I have 60 now 70. Sleeping on these. I have 60 now 70 anymore. All in all, done $60 once, twice, and $60 again online. Next we have Marguerite Heese Ferrari. And on that right there, Still Life with Tulips and Chinese snuff bottles, watercolor and paper. What's your pleasure on this one from this Raphael collection? 60, I have now 70. 60 now 70. And an original painting right here at only $60. 70 I have on the floor, now 80. I have 70 on the floor, now 80. No money. I have 80 now 90. I have 80 now 90. You couldn't frame it for that. I have 80 now 90, 80 now 90. Any more? All in, all done. At only $80 going to sell it. I have 80 now 90. Any more? 90 on the floor, now 100. Worth it. I have 90 now 100. 100 I have now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. Any more? Last call, $100, 100 a quarter. Any more? $100, Emily. And next we have Sarah Yoakum McFadden Boyle. Boy, she's got a lot of names. And on this right here, a girl with mask and lantern, charcoal pastel drawing. What's your pleasure on this one? 50, having 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. You got a phone? 60 now. 70 now 80. I have 70, 80 now 90. 80 now 90, 80 now 90. 90 now 100. 100 now quarter. 100 now quarter. Nice little picture. 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. And 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/2 and 175. She's ready for Halloween. 175 and 200 from the Sally Jester Raphael collection. I want 200 I have and 2 1/4. Yep, and 2 1/2. with Darren on the phone at 2 and a quarter and 2.5. Any more? 2.5 and 275. 275. Yes, and 300 and 300. 275 and now 300. 300 I have, and now 3 and a quarter. Back to the phone. Yes, and 350 now. I have 3 and a quarters on the phone. 3.5 once, 3 and a quarter once, twice. Anyone for 350? Ow. Sold, phone. 3 and a quarter. 403, 3 and a quarter. Next we have. Sylvia's got this. This was in the toy room. This is a life-size stuffed English sheepdog toy. Beautiful, like brand new condition. This was in the toy room at Sally Jesse Raphael's home in upstate New York. What's your pleasure on the sheepdog? 50, having 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. At 50 once, twice in for $60 on the little sheepdog. 60, now 70. I have 60, now 70, 60, now 70. I bet it cost a lot. At 60, now 70. Hey, wait a minute. Push him around this time. 70, I want to see what his eyes look like. It's hard to see his eyes? Oh, yeah, he's got nice little black eyes. 80 I have, and now 90. I have 80, now 90. 90, now 100. 90 now, oh, and his tongue comes out. I have 9,900. At $90 once, twice in for $100. That wonderful little dog. And $90 once, twice in for $100. 90. And moving on. Now we have Charles Johnson Payne, 3 World War I military scenes, all signed Snaffles. I don't know who Snaffles was, but he signed all these. What's your pleasure on these? What's your pleasure on these? 50 I have and 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. I have 50 and 60. These are nice. I have 50 and 60. They're all hand-colored. I have 50 once, twice, and for $60 for the 3 of them. Unreal. 50, number 72. 50 to 72. Next we have... No, you should always put them face-to-face and back-to-back. You're going to scratch them. So we have this one here is by Piero Barafondini. And on that right there, Punchinella Aquitaine etching, signed and dated 1995. What's your pleasure on this one? 200 I have and 2 and a quarter. How much? 250 is even better. 250, now 275. I have 250 and 275. With Carol all the way at 250 and 275. Any more? 250 once, twice, and it's 250 then. Next we have 9 framed prints after Pierre Vignal, France, and Gardens and Architecture of Provence. And what's your pleasure on all those beautifully framed pieces right there? What's your pleasure on those? Maybe we have $100 from Sally's house again. Maybe $100 to set it in. $50 where? It's $50 for 9 of those. Unbelievable. You couldn't frame one of them for that. Pass it away. Next object. Next we have a Portuguese blue and white urn and low bowl. What's your pleasure on these? Oh, look at this quality of these. Look at the size of these. This is expensive stuff. This was in Sally's house too. Yep, it's all signed on the bottom. Signed on the bottom by the artist that made it. Yeah. What else we got? 70, now 80. Beautiful flower pot right here. 80, now 90. 80, now 90. 90, now 100. 90, now 100. 100 and a quarter. 1 and a quarter. 1 and a half. Any more? So 1 and a quarter. Oh, 1 and a half. Sorry. So 1 online bidder. Thank you. Next we go to a 1959 Air France poster framed. Look at this. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 275, 300, 300, 3 and a quarter, 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. She's out. I 3 and a quarter with Emily now, 3 and a half if you want it. I 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. I 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half, 3 and a quarter. This is also from Sally's house. At 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. Any more? It's 3 and a quarter then. And now we're doing, look at this beautiful set right here. Gilded silver. Gilded silver. This is a 20-piece French silver plate dessert flatware set. And what's your pleasure on that? All gold gold leaf over metal or silver plate. What's your pleasure on that? And we have a couple $100 to set it in. 200 way up to 200. Interested in that piece? No interest? Pass away. Next object. Next we have 3 sterling Art Deco period boxes. They're not boxes, those are cigarette cases. Who cataloged these? I guess so. Anyway, on the Art Deco boxes, what's your pleasure on these? $275 and now $300. I have $275 and 3. I have $275 and $300, $275 and $300. At $275, here's a match case. They're all marked $300, now $3 1/4. I have $300, now $3 1/4. I have $300, now $3 1/4, $300, $3 1/4 anymore. At only $300 and selling at $300, $3 1/4. Once, twice, anymore? Carol, $300. More those tobacco tin things. Anyone interested in this? At $25 on all 50. I have them 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. I have 50 and 60 anymore. Last call at $50. Any more? 50 it is. Next we have more tobacco tags. What's your pleasure in these? Any interest in these? $25 wear. 25 wear, sub at 25. Any interest in those? 25 I have, and now 35. At 25 and 35, 25 and 35. Any more? Last call at 25. Sold 25. Online. Next we have 38 tobacco tags, assorted ones. What's your pleasure on these? These are very collectible. Anyone for 25 on these? Any interest in these at 25? 30 I have, and now 40. I have 30 now 40, 30 now 40. Any more? At 30 once, twice. Anyone for $40? $30 online. Next we have more 51 antique tobacco tags, Lorelod's Climax plug. What's your pleasure on these? May have $25 and set them in. 25 where? 25 where? 30 I have in 35. I have 30 and 35 then. I have 30 and 35. Any more? $30 online. Next we have 23 antique Wilson and McKelly old rope tobacco tin tags and 25 where? And 25 on the 23 of those. Anyone for $25? Anyone for 25? $10. We want them sold. You got any bids? 10 I have, and now 20. I have 10 and 20, 10 and 20. Any more? Last call at $10? $10 online. These are the collectibles. Here we go. 18 antique New England plug smoke tobacco tin tags. What's your pleasure on these? $25 where? $25 where on these? 10 I have, and now 20. I have 10 now 20, 10 now 20. Any more? At 10 once, 10 twice, and for 20? $10 online. Gone. Next we have a collection of Mohegan menus and souvenir items from the 20th century. What you got? What's your pleasure on all the Mohegan items? 50 I have and 60 now. At 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. I have 50 and 60 anymore. At 50 once, twice, and for $60. That's all nice early 20th century Mohegan items. 50 only? 50 only. Who got that? Live Auctioneers gets it. Next we have a Cypress Turkey stamp album, The Republic of Cyprus Stockbook, 1974 to 1986. What's your pleasure on all those? 50 having 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. 60 now 70. I have 60 and 70, 60 and 70. At 60 once, twice, having for $70. $60. Live Auctioneers gets that one. Next we have a Case Franklin Mint Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost Model 1/24th scale of a 1907 Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost in the case. What's your pleasure on that? What's your pleasure on the Rolls-Royce? Maybe we have $50 and set it in. That's a nice original model from Franklin Mint. They cost a lot. Anyone for 50? 50 I have and 60 now. I have $50 and $60. I have 50 and 60. You can tell everybody you bought a Rolls-Royce at Thomaston Place for $50. I have $50, now 60. Yours, $50, number 6. $50, number 6. Next we have a foreign coin collection mounted on a board. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? 50, I have and 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. I have 50 and 60 anymore. All in all done at $50, that huge collection of foreign coins. It's mounted on a walnut table leaf. I 50 and 60. Any more? All in all, then $50. Sold, Carol, $50. Next, we have a 1895 Stanley Mahogany Brass Builder's Level. Maybe we have what? 100 I have from the Lang Estate. 100 I have now, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, 175. At 150 now, 175. At 150 once, twice, in for 175. Carol, 150. Online bidder. Next, we have approximately 300 loose vintage postcards, mostly lithographs, 1900, 1920, and including bulk sorted by state. About 2/3 have been used, and what's your pleasure on all the postcards? 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. It looks like a nice lot. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 175, 175, and 200, and 175 and 2, 200 and 2 1/4, 2 1/4 and 2 1/2, or 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. Nice group of cards. 2 1/2 and 275, and 2 1/2, 275. Any more? 250 once, twice, in for 275. Any more? It's 250. It is. Live auctioneers gets that one. Next, we have 48 arcade cards, 1940s and 50s actors. And what's your pleasure on all these? 30 I have, and now 40. I have 30, now 40, 30, 40, now 50. These are all period now. I have 40, now 50, 40, now 50. At 40 once, twice, in for $50. And he went for $50. Sold $40. Who got them? Live auctioneers got those. Next. We're back in business. Here we go. 24 antique tobacco tags. P. Lorelod, splendid. What's your pleasure on these? $25 wear. 25 wear on the tobacco tags. Any interest at 25 on the tobacco tags. No interest in those? There's those. Pass them away. Next object. Next we have a collection of vintage U.S. state travel decals. 1940, 1950. All brand new in the sleeves. What's your pleasure on those? How much? 30, now 40. I 30, now 40, 30, now 40. At 30, now 40. These are a whole bunch of them in those sleeves. I 30, now 40 anymore. At 30 once, twice, you went for 40. 40, and now 50. 40, now 50. That's some great stuff there. Those are all original decals. I 40, now 50 anymore. Once, twice, and that's 21 of them. 50 I have, and 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. I have 50 and 60. 50 once, twice, anymore. 60, and keep going. I have 60, now 70. I have 60, now 70. 60 once, 60 twice, going for $70. Sold, $60, Carol. Next we have letters to General William Temple Withers about horse racing. And what's your pleasure on these? 100 I have, now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter on all those historical letters about horse racing. Any more? 100 once, 100 twice, and for 1 1/4. 100 is. Next we have a 1720 engraving of Kent, England estate by J. Kipp. And what's your pleasure on that one? 100 I have, and 1 1/4. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 175. 150, now 175. Nice engraving. 150 once, twice, and 175. It's 150, Carol. Number 1489, coming up right here, is a wonderful framed 1931 made large advertising calendar. International Architectural Corporation, Agricultural Corporation. What's your pleasure on that? What's your pleasure on this one right here? That nice original framed calendar from 1931. $100 wear. Pass away, next object. Next we have a rare period Rockwell Kent illustrated book. May we have what? $3,000 wear instead of $3,000. $3,000 where's 3,000? 2,000 I have, and now 2,500. Yeah, we're on the book. 2,500, and now 3,000. At 2,500 and 3,000 if you like it. At 2,500 and 3,000 anymore. It's on the phone now. At 2,500 and 3,000 on this rare book. Period. It's a rare period Rocco Kent illustrated book. Gabrielle, a poem and one song by Alexander Pushkin. And on that right there, and I have only 2,500 in selling with Darren. Everyone else is out. Darren, 2,500. 377, 2,500. Next we have 7 framed 1920s French fashion plates, matted and ready to go. What's your pleasure on those? 100 I have, and now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. At $100, 100 a quarter. Any more? All in, all done. At $100, 100 a quarter. $100. Carol. Next we have Pal, Jean, and the original, look at that nice original advertising poster right there. And what's your pleasure in this? Maybe have $500 and set it in. 500, 400, 300. It's a nice original large framed poster. Be great in a kitchen or a restaurant. 300 where? Instead of 300. At 300, 200. Nobody wants that? Then we'll pass it away. I don't want to, but we're going to. I want to move on. Next we have a folio of 1920s German Weimar inflation fractional notes. And on those right there, what's your pleasure? Couple hundred where? 250 I have, and 275. 275 and 300. At 275 and 300, 300 and 3 and a quarter, 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. At 3 and a half and 375, 375 and 400, 400 and 4 and a quarter, 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half. At 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half. At 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half. Any more? At 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half. Last call, 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half. Any more? 4 and a quarter. Next we have, Dr. Zeus. 4 early Dr. Zeus models, 2 models and 2 books. What's your pleasure on Dr. Zeus? 250 I have, and 275. I have 250 and 275. At 250 and 275, at 250 and 75. On all the Dr. Zeus stuff at only 250 and 275. 250 once, twice, and for 275. 250. Next we have a collection of vintage Maine ephemera. All that ephemera right there, tons of it. What's your pleasure on all that? On all the Maine ephemera. And it's in the ephemera for $100. $100 where? Instead of $100. $50. 50 I have, and 60 now. I have 50 on the floor and 60. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. Any more? At only $50. That's a lot of stuff for $50. Sold $50, number 6. Next we have a Brandt Furniture plant stand, custom hardwood plant stand by Brandt Furniture. This is from the Osher estate. What's your pleasure in this? 80 and now 90. 90 now 100. 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 1 a quarter, 1 and a half. I have 1 a quarter, 1 and a half, 1 and a half, and 175. At 150 now 175. At 150 and 75 anymore? At 150, 175. Sold, Carol, 150. And 1497. 1497 is a beautiful tray. Look at that. A vintage silver-plated footed tray with ball feet from the Osher house again. And what do we have on that, Carol? 375 and now 400. At 375 and 4 in that beautiful tray. At 375 and now 400. Any more? At 375 and 400 if you want it. Carol, 375. Online bidder. Thank you all. We have another great day tomorrow.